My fiancée wanted to be with her lover openly, so they framed me and accused me of rape. When I was accompanying my grandmother, who had a recurrence of heart disease, to register at the hospital, my fiancée, Diana, rushed in with her bodyguards, forcibly took me away, and sent me to prison without any explanation. Criminal Police Captain Fong Xiao, the guy who was blinded by interest, forged evidence by all means after receiving benefits from Bai Yueguang. I suffered in prison for 3 whole years, repeating the boring work of operating a sewing machine every day, suffering physically and mentally. But the warden said, "Johnson, don't blame me. Someone doesn't want you to get out alive." The day after I was arrested, my grandmother died in the hospital because no one paid for her treatment. This was all my fiancée Diana's masterpiece. Fortunately, with the help of lawyer Lee and reporters, I was acquitted 3 years later. But after I was released from prison, Diana actually wanted me to apologize to Amanda, but I decisively refused. After I was released from prison, I gave up on my fiancée. All I wanted was revenge and fulfilling my grandmother's last wish. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 1. I'm out of prison. I was detained by the police in Jiangdu prison for 3 whole years. Now I am finally acquitted. 3 years ago, everything changed. My fiancé's sweetheart is called Michael. Michael used his sister Amanda to frame me for raping her in the basement of Rainbow Department Store. Diana sent me to jail without asking any questions. Criminal Police Captain Fong Xiao accepted bribes from Bai Yueguang and kept fabricating evidence that I raped Amanda. He also filed a lawsuit against me. Fortunately, the procuratorate dismissed the case due to insufficient evidence. This went on for 3 years, and I was finally found not guilty by the court. When Lawyer Lee saw me coming out of prison, he sighed, called me Master Johnson, and handed me my grandmother's urn. I knew that my grandmother had passed away. I learned the sad news the very next day after I was arrested by the police. At that time, I wanted to kill Diana because it was this woman who killed my grandmother. 3 years ago, my grandmother had a recurrence of heart disease, and I took her to the hospital. But when I was registering her, Diana rushed into the hospital with her bodyguards, controlled me, and yelled at me for raping 15-year-old Amanda. I was completely confused, and before I could figure out what was going on, she took me away by force. I begged her to wait until Grandma's condition stabilized, but she didn't listen and sent me straight to jail. The next day, I found out that my grandmother had died in the hospital because no one paid for her medical treatment. At that moment, I collapsed. My grandma was my only relative, and she was killed by this mad dog Diana. I swear, when I get out, I will kill her, Anthony, and Amanda. I collected my thoughts, smiled at Lawyer Lee, and thanked him for his help over the past 3 years. If it weren't for him, I might not have been able to get out. Lawyer Lee used to be a lawyer in the legal department of the He Group. My father treated him very well, so he would not just watch me suffer injustice. During these 3 years, he helped me find people and connections at his own expense. Fortunately, a responsible reporter reported the incident, and I was acquitted. Lawyer Lee was just about to give me all the asset documents my father left me when Diana's voice came. When I heard her voice, I remembered the suffering I had endured in prison for the past 3 years. When I first entered, the warden said that some people didn't want me to get out alive, and then he tortured me in various ways. Diana was still as arrogant as ever. She looked at me with disgust, grabbed me, and asked me to go home with her to apologize to Amanda. I shook her hand off and said I did nothing, and they were the ones who should apologize. But she got angry and said that Amanda would never wrongly accuse me, and that it took her a long time to help Amanda out of the shadow. I slapped her in the face to shut her up, and she threatened to send me to jail again and had her bodyguards drag me into a car. I struggled desperately holding my grandmother's urn, but was still dragged into the Maybach. Lawyer Lee tried to stop us, but was threatened by Diana and pushed down by the bodyguard. Lawyer Lee wanted to call the police, but he felt that the police were in collusion with the Liu group, so he decided to call someone himself. I didn't say a word along the way, just holding my grandmother's urn tightly. Diana kept saying that if she hadn't taken Amanda on the trip, Amanda would never get over the trauma of being raped by me. She also said that as long as I apologized, she would keep her parents' promise and marry me, and the engagement ceremony would go ahead as usual. Diana and I were engaged when we were children. I knew from a young age that she would be my future wife, so I always fulfilled her requests. When a girl confessed her love to me in the 1st grade of junior high school, she got furious and I promised not to talk to the opposite sex in the future. In the second year of junior high school, I passed the Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School Innovation Talent Program. She was afraid that I would change my mind, so she forced me to give up, and I did so. But everything changed in the third year of junior high school. After Anthony appeared, everything I did was wrong, and Diana always stood on his side. Chapter 2. Anthony is a poor student. He just accidentally broke the glass your father left for you. He should just compensate you with the same one. Diana said that at the beginning, but she didn't know that the cup meant a lot to me. Johnson, why did you spread rumors on the confession wall that Anthony and I were in a relationship? He was very upset. You should apologize immediately. She accused me without any proof, but it was not my doing at all. He just soiled the birthday cake you gave me. Did you have to push him down the stairs? She questioned me just because Anthony was pretending to be pitiful. I know in my heart that Anthony is a male green tea, and everything he did was intentional. It was he who spread rumors on the confession wall, and it was also he who fell down the stairs and falsely accused me of pushing him. I take back these bad memories. Diana never believed me. At this moment, she was still talking endlessly. I couldn't help it and interrupted her. Diana, let's break up. I don't want to marry you anymore. She was stunned and asked, what did you say? I snorted coldly and repeated, I don't like you anymore. Go marry Anthony. You two are a perfect match. You are both the same kind of people. You should be locked up together and stop causing trouble for others. Johnson, what are you talking about? She was full of disbelief. In fact, deep down, she might still like me, but she started to get confused after Anthony saved her during the summer vacation of the second year of junior high school. She said that she wanted to repay a favor, but after spending a long time with Anthony, her inexplicable maternal love was aroused, and she wanted to protect Anthony. She also argued, Johnson, if you didn't always bother Anthony, would I always bother him? I am cleaning up your mess. Do you understand? I don't like him at all, and I am with him only for you, so I have to make it up to him. I sneered in anger. I'm looking for trouble with him? Which eye of yours saw it? Do you believe everything he says and treat everything I say as bullshit? My thoughts drifted back to high school. Diana and I were together all day. And then Anthony suddenly showed up, and my classmates started hyping up the couple, saying it was a love story between a poor scholar and a rich girl, and that I was a nerd and not a good match for Diana. Although I felt unhappy, I still believed that Diana liked me, and she also swore that she only liked me. But Anthony was so good at pretending to be pitiful, and he would cry when he was wronged, which aroused Diana's desire to protect him. The study mutual aid group that Diana and I were originally in was also forcibly separated by the class teacher, and she was forced to be in the same group with Anthony. Later, I found out that it was Anthony who cried in front of the class teacher and asked to be in the same group with Diana. As time went by, they became closer and closer. Later, someone put a picture of them having dinner together on the confession wall, saying that they were in a premature relationship. In fact, it was Anthony who did it, but he wrongly accused me. Before I could figure out what was going on, he came over and yelled at me. Why did you accuse Diana and I of having a premature relationship? Then he ran away. Diana didn't ask for clarification and just started to blame me. Since then, my relationship with Diana has become increasingly distant. Later, I found out that this was all a drama directed and acted by Anthony himself. Back to the present, Diana glared at me. Anthony came from the mountains. How could he have so many tricks? He is honest and sincere. You raped his sister, but he still took care of your grandmother despite the past grudges. I sneered in my heart. Her brain must have been kicked by a donkey. She believed everything. The car soon arrived at the gate of the villa. This villa was bought by my father as the wedding house for Diana and me. After my grandmother died, I was put in jail again, and the Anthonys have been living in the wedding house ever since. I was forcibly dragged out of the car by the bodyguards. Diana took the key. The door was opened by Anthony. He was wearing pink long pajamas and had a facial mask on his face. He looked past Diana and looked at me. He said with a hypocritical smile, Johnson, are you coming out? His tone was as if he was the owner of the place. I clenched my fists and really wanted to tear him apart. Diana pushed me and said, Anthony has forgiven you. Why are you still so arrogant? Forgive me? I gritted my teeth and said, what have I done to offend him that I need his forgiveness? Diana raised her hand and slapped me. You raped Amanda. I yelled at her. I didn't do it. Just as I was about to take out the certificate of innocence and throw it in her face, Anthony interrupted me. Okay, it's been so long. Then he turned to Diana and said, Diana, forget it, my sister doesn't hate Johnson anymore. Let Johnson come in first. I've cleaned up the guest room. He can stay in the guest room for the time being. He added, I'll let you move in for Diana's sake. Don't mess it up. His tone made it seem as if the villa belonged to him, and I was an outsider. I snorted coldly and didn't want to go in, but was dragged in by the bodyguard. Anthony threw a pair of blue Doryman slippers on the ground. Change your shoes, don't dirty the ground. Only then did I realize that the decoration of the house had changed completely. The simple style I liked was replaced by the cartoon style that Anthony liked. He threw away all the shoes in my shoe cabinet and replaced them with his. My bedroom became his too. He pointed to the utility room on the first floor and said, Johnson, that's your room. I bought you a folding bed at my own expense. I just felt extremely ironic and looked at him viciously. This is my home. What does it have to do with you? Do you need to arrange a room for me? Just as he finished speaking, Diana slapped him again. Are you still a human being? Anthony is taking care of your grandma, and you still have the nerve to chase him away. If my dad hadn't forbidden him to live in my house, would he have rented this place to you? Grandma? I looked at Diana coldly. Do you know that Grandma is dead? 3 years ago, because you put me in jail, no one paid for her medical treatment, so she died in the hospital. Anthony felt guilty when he heard this. Over the years, he had lied to Diana that he was taking care of her grandmother. And whenever Diana wanted to visit her, he would say that her grandmother was traveling. Chapter 3. When I was about to be released from prison, Anthony lied to me and said that my grandmother didn't want to see me and that she had gone to Sweden to retire. Diana for 50,000 yuan every month in the name of his grandmother. Diana heard this. She slapped me in the face and yelled, "You're talking nonsense." She paused for a second and then said, "I give my grandma 50,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Now she is living well in Sweden." At that time, on the one hand, I was controlled by the bodyguards, and on the other hand, I didn't dare to make any big movements for fear of dropping my grandmother's urn on the ground and breaking it. I snorted coldly. "Diana, I have Grandma's death certificate in my pocket. Do you want me to take it out and show it to you?" Diana was stunned for a moment. Anthony saw that his lie was about to be exposed, so he quickly said, "Johnson, do you have any shame? Mrs. E is your grandmother, and you forged her death certificate just to get angry with Diana." Diana reacted instantly and thought Anthony was right. She thought I was deliberately trying to piss her off. So she said, "Johnson, you don't have to say that it pissed me off. She's your grandmother. Is it appropriate for you to curse her like that?" I just thought it was ridiculous. Although I was restrained by the bodyguards, I still raised my hand and held up the urn and said, "This is Grandma's urn. It contains Grandma. Take a look for yourself. Am I lying? Or is Anthony lying?" Diana's eyes widened. It was Anthony who had been taking care of her grandmother for the past 3 years, and she had indeed never seen her grandmother. While she was stunned, Anthony said, "Johnson, you have to have some shamelessness. Take a small box and put some milk powder in it, and say it is Grandma's ashes." After saying that, he turned to Diana and said, "Diana, don't forget, Johnson has super male genes and is a natural criminal. You can't trust what he says." Diana came to her senses, glared at me, and said, "Johnson, that's enough. You've been locked up for 3 years, and you still haven't learned your lesson. It seems like you are a born devil, and you will never change. If it weren't for Anthony's careful care, Grandma would have died long ago." I sneered and shook my head. It seemed that even if I said it all, Diana would not believe me. I said, "Diana, you don't believe me no matter what I say. I am tired. Let me go. I will leave this city and never bother you again." As he spoke, Anthony knocked the urn from my hand to the ground while I wasn't paying attention, and my grandmother's ashes were scattered all over the floor. He even said with a smile, "Diana, I was right, the urn really contains milk powder." I completely broke down. If the bodyguard hadn't forced me to stop, I would have killed that bastard Anthony. I screamed at him hysterically, "Anthony, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. Grandma is dead. Why can't you let her rest in peace?" Anthony, with a proud look on his face, scooped a bowl of his grandmother's ashes from the dog's eating bowl, mixed it with boiling water, and fed it to his chow chow. The chow chow thought it was milk powder and drank it mouthful by mouthful. Anthony snorted coldly and turned to Diana and said, "Diana, I didn't lie to you. Did Johnson, that little beast, use milk powder?" Diana showed a mocking smile. "Johnson, if Anthony hadn't found it in time, I would have been deceived by you." I went completely crazy. "You two bastards, you must die miserably." I hit the bridge of the nose of the bodyguard who was controlling me with my head. The bodyguard was caught off guard and immediately let go of me and covered his nose. The other bodyguard next to him was knocked down by my punch before he could react. I rushed over and saw the chow chow still licking my grandmother's ashes. I kicked it away and it ran away with a howl. The incident happened so suddenly that Diana was stunned. Seeing her beloved dog being beaten, she was very upset and yelled at me, "Johnson, you little beast, you dare to hit my dog." I stared at Anthony with bloodshot eyes. All my misery was caused by this green tea bitch. I said, "Anthony, I'm going to kill you." I threw him to the ground and punched him in the face like a storm. Anthony tried to protect his face, but I still hit him. After a while, he started to cry and yelled at Diana, who was standing there in a daze. "Diana, quickly pull this lunatic away. He will kill me." Diana finally came to her senses and quickly turned to the bodyguard and said, "Pull this lunatic away." The bodyguard stood up and started pulling me. I used all my strength to hold down Anthony, and the blood vessels in my neck bulged. Unfortunately, I was no match for the 4 bodyguards and was quickly pulled away and thrown aside. The bodyguard started punching and kicking me again. Diana just glanced at me, then hurried to support Anthony and asked, "Are you okay?" Anthony wiped his tears and said, "Diana, I just put on my makeup this morning and Johnson ruined it. He raped my sister, and I will never forgive him." Diana turned her head and looked at me lying on the ground being beaten by the bodyguards and said, "Johnson, you really don't change your bad habits. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Grandma." After saying this, he gave the bodyguard a look and the bodyguard took out a baton. Just then, "Stop. Lawyer Lee rushed in. At this time, I was already covered in bruises. The bodyguards stopped beating me when they saw Lawyer Lee coming. Lawyer Lee quickly helped me up, looked up at Diana, and said, "Are you crazy?" He knew that something bad must have happened to me since Diana had taken me away, so he immediately called for help and brought his brothers over. Diana snorted coldly when she heard Attorney Lee's questioning. I am teaching him a lesson. He is a born criminal. He raped Amanda and didn't repent. He also beat up Anthony. Lawyer Lee could no longer hold back and yelled at Diana. Johnson is innocent. The court has already issued him a certificate of innocence. He had nothing to do with Anthony's sister being raped. You should keep your mouth shut. Johnson is a rapist. After a pause, he continued, "Don't worry, we are not done with this false accusation. I will hold Amanda accountable for the legal consequences." Diana snorted coldly. Lawyer Lee, how much benefit did Johnson give you? You actually spoke for him. If he was innocent, why was he in prison for 3 years and only released now? Lawyer Lee felt uncomfortable. If Diana hadn't bribed that bastard criminal police Captain Fong Chiu, would I have been locked up for so long? Chapter 4. Just as I was about to speak, I stopped Uncle Lee and said, "Okay, Uncle Lee, Diana is a mentally retarded person. Why are you talking to her?" I just told her that I was innocent and the court issued a certificate of innocence, but this idiot didn't believe it at all. After saying that, I turned to look at Diana. Grandma's funeral was handled by Uncle Lee. If you want to know whether Grandma is dead or not, ask Uncle Lee. What? Lawyer Lee looked at me in bewilderment. How could this idiot Diana not know that, "Madam, he passed away"? I said to Lawyer Lee slowly and calmly, "Diana told me that my grandmother is still alive, and she gives her 50,000 yuan a month for living expenses." After hearing this, Lawyer Lee was stunned. Anthony was about to be exposed, so he quickly said, "Johnson, you don't spread rumors." Before he could finish his words, Diana stopped him. "Anthony, don't say anything yet. Let me see what ivory they can spit out of their dog mouths." Lawyer Lee looked at Diana with a teasing look in his eyes. "Diana, Mrs. He died of a sudden heart attack 3 years ago." Attorney Lee was a little sad when he said this. He had promised my father to take good care of Grandma, but he didn't do it. I took care of the old lady's funeral myself. How could she still be alive? Diana snorted coldly, as if she saw through everything. "You two really think I'm a fool." Yesterday, Anthony just sent Grandma to Sweden for retirement. I was worried, so I secretly contacted the caregiver in Sweden. Anthony wiped the sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, he had informed the caregiver in advance. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. Lawyer Lee roared at Diana. "Diana, did a dog eat your brain? CEO Lou has been smart all his life. How could he give birth to a fool like you?" But he suddenly felt that his roar was very weak, like a punch on cotton. When he wanted to say more, I stopped him. "I don't think it's necessary to say more to this idiot Diana. No matter how I explain, she won't believe it. The first priority now is to bury Grandma's ashes. Uncle Lee, forget it, don't waste your words on her. I don't want her to disturb Grandma." As I said that, I used both hands to put Grandma's ashes into the urn little by little, then stood up and looked at Lawyer Lee. "Uncle Lee, let's go." Lawyer Lee nodded. We turned around and hadn't taken a few steps when Diana called us. "Stop." Lawyer Lee and I stopped at the same time. Lawyer Lee turned to look at her and said, "What else do you want to say?" Diana said coldly, "He hasn't apologized to Amanda yet, so he can't leave now." Lawyer Lee was completely dumbfounded. Is Diana's brain not working? I clearly have proof of innocence, but she still keeps harping on this matter. "Diana, since you don't believe me, I'll call the police now and let them tell you." When Anthony heard that they were going to call the police, wouldn't it be exposed that he and his sister had wrongly accused me? The captain of the criminal police had been replaced and could not be bribed. He quickly pulled Diana's clothes. "Diana, forget it. Even if we force Johnson to apologize, he won't be sincere. Besides, my sister goes crazy when she hears Johnson's name. I'm afraid that my sister will fall into negative emotions again." Diana bit her lip, thinking that what Anthony said made sense, and turned to look at me. "You guys go." Then he looked at me again and said threateningly, "Johnson, if I find out that you are causing trouble for Anthony again, I will make you disappear from the world." I shook my head gently. Now the priority is to bury Grandma and let her rest in peace. As for revenge, I will make Diana, Anthony, and Amanda pay with blood in the future. Thinking about this, I turned and left. Jiangdu Cemetery. Lawyer Lee and I buried Grandma's urn in the cemetery. The two of us stood in front of the tombstone for a long time. When Lawyer Lee thought about what I told him about how Anthony used his grandmother's ashes as milk powder to feed the dog, he became very angry. Alas, if I had known this would happen, I should have buried Madam He in advance. I lowered my head. It's all my fault. I didn't protect Grandma well. Lawyer Lee turned his head and looked at me with a loving smile. "Master, don't think too much. It has nothing to do with you. It's all because of that bitch Diana who was blind." After that, he took out the thick folder again. There are real estate and passbooks, as well as shares of some listed companies and futures of bulk commodities. These are all left for you by Mr. He. In fact, the He Group did not go bankrupt that year, but Mrs. He felt that she was old and had limited energy, and she might pass away one day. She was worried that you couldn't compete with the other members of the He family, so she sold all of Mr. He's stocks and exchanged them for cash for you. I was a little touched. Grandma always thinks about me. Uncle Lee, thank you. Lawyer Lee smiled and patted my shoulder gently. Live well, and the past is over. I gave a cold smile. How could I possibly get past that? I wanted Diana to die, Anthony to die, and Amanda to die. Yeah. Lawyer Lee suddenly thought of something and showed me a pre-recorded video. This is the old lady's last wish. I've seen it. The old lady hopes that you could be admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Mr. He is not good at studying and only got into a second-tier university. So the old lady hopes that you can get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. I was stunned for a moment. But I've been to prison, so I shouldn't be able to take the college entrance examination? Lawyer Lee smiled and said, "What's wrong with being in prison? You haven't committed any crime." After a pause, he said, "The director of the Education Bureau is a good friend of mine. You were admitted to Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School before, and I have already informed him about your student status. I will keep it for you, and you can still go back to study now." But I smiled bitterly. I have been in prison for 3 years. Every day in prison, I do nothing but sew on the sewing machine and watch the news. To be honest, if I'm in prison for a few more years, I will probably not be able to read. But when I thought of my grandma's last wish, I nodded firmly. Okay, I won't let grandma down. Lawyer Lee smiled with relief. I have nothing to do this afternoon. I will take you to school first. Chapter 5. Okay, I responded, and suddenly remembered my villa. By the way, Uncle Lee, is the property certificate of the villa occupied by Diana and her white moonlight also in this folder? Lawyer Lee nodded. It's in here. I snorted coldly and looked at Lawyer Lee. Uncle Lee, please sell my villa. I don't want something that has been soiled by others. Lawyer Lee nodded. He had been wanting to sell the villa for years, but he was only the trustee of the property and had no right to dispose of it. He also refused to report the case to the police because of the power of the Liu family. Now that I am back, the villa can be sold. Johnson, there is a nouveau riche who has been eyeing this villa for 3 years and has been asking me when I will sell it. Lawyer Lee paused and continued. The price he offered was very high. Mr. He spent 120 million yuan to buy it, and he was willing to pay 500 million yuan. This villa is located in the core area of Jiangdu. Only the rich or noble live there. Many wealthy people want to buy it to prove their strength. Moreover, there are few villas in Jiangdu, and those in the city center are even rarer. I nodded. Okay, Uncle Lee will take him to see the villa tomorrow, and I will sign a contract with him in person. Lawyer Lee nodded. Okay. He paused again. You have nowhere to live during this period. Why don't you live in my house? I smiled and looked at Lawyer Lee with gratitude. Most people would not take people who had just been released from prison home, but he was an exception. But I can't live in his house. It will cause him family conflicts. Thank you for your kindness. I paused and said, I'd better live in school, which is good for my study. Lawyer Lee wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up. If the other party didn't want to, why force it? Okay then. In the afternoon, Lawyer Lee took me to Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School to register. In the principal's office, the principal frowned and didn't want to accept me. After all, I had been to prison, and if my parents heard about it, it would cause trouble. But due to the pressure from the Education Bureau, he had to accept it. He looked up at Attorney Lee and said, Mr. Lee, I have no problem with this, but Mr. Johnson must keep a low profile in school, especially the fact that he is in prison. Don't let other students know about it. Johnson has been proven innocent, and he didn't do that thing. Why should he be treated as a criminal? Lawyer Lee was about to defend me when I stopped him. I have seen through this society. People don't want to hear explanations. They only care about the impact on them. I turned to look at the principal and said, I won't reveal my past. I just want to study hard. The principal nodded and said, okay, it's settled. Lawyer Lee looked at the principal. The director should have told you to put Johnson in the experimental class. He has a weak foundation, and I'm afraid he won't be able to keep up if he goes to a regular class. The principal was a little embarrassed. He told Niu Hong, the teacher of the experimental class, but she disagreed and even cursed in the office. If the principal hadn't said it was just a formality and found an excuse to put me into a parallel class after the monthly exam, I guess she wouldn't have left. At this time, the principal looked at me and said, no problem, just keep a low profile. I can arrange an experimental class for you, but after a pause, if you don't reach the experimental class's score line in the monthly exam, you will still be sent to the parallel class. I nodded. No problem. I will obey the school's management. I'm already very grateful that you have taken me in, and I won't ask for too much more. The principal smiled awkwardly and said, I ranked first in the city in the high school entrance examination 3 years ago, but I was framed and sent to prison and didn't report to school. I never thought that this would be the situation 3 years later. The principal couldn't help but sigh. Study hard, and you will report to the grade 1 experimental class tomorrow. I shook my head. I'd better start from the 3rd year of high school. The 1st year of high school is too long for me. I can't wait that long. I have thought about it. I will take 3 months to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University and then leave this city that makes me unhappy. Senior year. The principal was a little shocked. Are you crazy? You don't have any basic knowledge at all. There are only 3 months left for the college entrance examination. You don't even have enough time to learn all the knowledge points in the 3 years of high school. I interrupted the principal. 3 months is enough for me. The principal frowned and said, you have to think about it carefully. Our school is a public high school and does not accept repeaters. If you fail the college entrance examination, we will not let you repeat at Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. I nodded. Don't worry, principal, if I don't get into college, I will definitely not stay in Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. I simply filled out the admission information and met with Qian Fong, the head teacher of the senior grade 3 experimental class. Then I followed Lawyer Li out of the school. We arrived at the school gate, and Attorney Li took out 2,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to me. This is this month's living expenses, you take it. I waved my hand to say no. Uncle Li, thank you. I still have the passbook that Grandma left me. I can just withdraw some money from there when the time comes. Lawyer Li just remembered that I am not short of money now and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I forgot. You are still the eldest son of the He family with hundreds of billions of assets. I smiled shyly. Uncle Li, thank you. Then I sighed heavily. The He group no longer exists, and I am no longer the eldest son of the He family. Lawyer Li patted my shoulder and said, don't think too much. Maybe Mr. He is not dead yet. We just haven't heard from him. It doesn't mean he is dead. But, I smiled, not wanting to bring up this sad topic again. I turned to look at Lawyer Li and said, Uncle Li, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go buy some daily necessities myself. Lawyer Li was a little worried, afraid that Diana would take me away. Johnson, if you have nothing to do, don't leave the school. I'm worried that Diana will do something to you again. I pointed to the surveillance camera on the roadside and said, don't worry, Lawyer Li. This is a busy city with a pedestrian street next to it. Diana wouldn't dare to arrest me casually. Lawyer Li nodded. Okay then, please pay attention to your safety. Chapter 6. Just as he finished speaking, Lawyer Li's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from a big client. I had been busy with my own affairs this morning and had not taken care of the big client. Now that I had been settled, I had to go and deal with it. He put his phone in his pocket, looked at me and said, I'll be busy now. If you encounter any problems, call me. I nodded and said yes. Lawyer Li turned and walked towards a nearby parking lot and answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Liu. When I saw Lawyer Li leave, I turned around and walked into a nearby alley. This is the most lively place in Jiangdu. There is a pedestrian street not far from Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. There are also junior high schools and primary schools around it. It is not easy to find a place to live. I turned left and right and unknowingly came to a relatively sparsely populated alley. Before I had taken 2 steps, I heard a girl yelling, don't mess around. If you come any closer, I'll call the police. Then there was a burst of laughter from both men and women. Call the police if you have the guts. Call the police, then let the police see what you look like under your clothes, you slut. The yellow-haired man standing by was already drooling. Why are you talking nonsense to her? I can't wait to rape her. I quickly walked towards the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful girl with fair skin and a high ponytail. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a black pleated skirt that reached her snow-white thighs. She was surrounded by 2 blonde boys and 3 girls wearing the Jiangdu No. 2 middle school uniform against the wall. She looked panicked. She quickly took out her cell phone from her bag and just dialed 110. Hello, police, uncle. The next second, the phone was snatched away by a high school girl named Zhou Eiding and thrown to the ground, breaking the phone into 2 pieces. Zhou Eiding snorted coldly. You slut, you actually dare to call the police. Kelly was stunned. This was the Redmi phone that she had saved up for several months, and it was smashed just 2 days after she bought it. Zhou Eiding, you're crazy? This is my new phone. I haven't used it for 2 days, and you smashed it. Zhou Eiding snorted coldly. Haha, I will smash anything that Brother Fong Yuan bought for you. Who let you, a slutty fox, seduce Brother Fong Yuan? You. I bought this phone. It has nothing to do with your Brother Fong Yuan. Kelly looked around and didn't dare to provoke Zhou Eiding, for fear that she would do something serious. The 2 yellow-haired men were already ready to make a move, just waiting for Zhou Eiding's instructions. I don't like your Brother Fong Yuan. Zhou Eiding stared at her with eyes wide open. You don't like it, but you still dress so coquettishly. Kelly bit her lip lightly. There is a campus cultural event today, so I am dressed like this. I admit that Fong Yuan wrote me several love letters, pursued me for a while, and confessed his love to me, but I rejected him every time. I like top students, not poor students, and Fong Yuan is a lunatic. How could I possibly like a lunatic? As soon as these words came out, everyone around laughed. Kelly, are you kidding me? You're also a poor student, the last in the grade, and you still look down on Brother Fong Yuan. At least he ranks over 600th. After a pause, he continued. Also, Brother Fong Yuan is not a lunatic. He just has a personality. The 2 yellow-haired people beside him could no longer hold back. Kelly is the school beauty of Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. She is a cool goddess in the eyes of many boys. She is also a dancer, and her figure is impeccable. She is absolutely a fatal temptation to boys in yoga clothes. It is rumored that someone even bumped into a telephone pole in order to take a closer look at her. Miss Zhou, don't waste your words on her. Let us 2 brothers have a taste of her first. As they said that, the two yellow-haired guys approached Kelly with a wicked smile on their faces. Kelly covered her chest with her hands, leaned against the wall, and shrank into a ball, shouting, "Don't come over here." The yellow-haired black man smiled evilly and approached her. "By the campus beauty, today we brothers will have a taste of what you are like." As he spoke, he moved closer to her. The next second, I shouted, "Stop." Everyone looked at me. The yellow-haired black man looked at me with contempt, spat, and snorted. "Boy, don't you see your father and your mother are doing something? Get away from me if you know what's best for you." Although I didn't study in prison, I strengthened my physical exercise every day. Every day, I either beat others or was beaten by others, so I already had rich combat experience. Last time, Diana brought too many bodyguards, so she was careless. I didn't waste time talking to the yellow-haired black guy and knocked him to the ground with one punch. The other yellow-haired guy saw his brother being beaten and instantly got excited. He took out a knife and waved it twice. "Boy, you forced me to do this. Today I will let you taste whether the new controlled knife your father bought is sharp or not." Just as he was about to stab me, I grabbed him and twisted him, causing his controlled knife to fall to the ground. The yellow-haired man was horrified and looked at me in horror. Before he could even open his mouth, I knocked him down with one punch. The two yellow-haired guys lay on the ground and looked at each other. If it was any other time, they would have been fine being bullied, but now they were being simply and rudely bullied by a flat-headed guy in front of a bunch of girls. They couldn't swallow this. They stood up and stared at me fiercely. "You are looking for death." After saying that, two of them rushed over, but I still knocked them down one by one. Huang Mao saw that he couldn't win, so he ran away. Kelly, who was squatting in the corner, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the yellow-haired man being beaten away and quickly looked at me. But my fierce appearance scared her, and she thought I was not a good person at first glance, especially because I had short hair, like I had just been released from prison. However, she guessed correctly, I had indeed just been released from prison. She quickly retracted her gaze. Seeing that the yellow-haired bastard was driven away by me, Zhou Aiding was not giving up and yelled at me. "You bastard, don't you want to hang out in Jiangdu anymore? Do you know who my father is?" As she said that, she was about to reach out and hit me. Her family runs a small business and has a little money, so they don't take ordinary people seriously. However, the next second I slapped her in the face. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as not hitting a woman. Chapter 7. What's more, I've been backstabbed by a woman and sent to prison by my beloved girlfriend. In my eyes, men and women are the same, and bitches deserve to be beaten. Zhou Aiding covered her red face and looked at me in disbelief. "You dare to hit me? Do you know who my father is?" As soon as I finished speaking, I slapped her again. Zhou Aiding was stunned and couldn't stop crying. I said viciously, "Get lost." Zhou Aiding covered her face, glared at me fiercely, and left unwillingly. The female classmates who came with her to bully Kelly also left quickly when they saw her running away in panic. I looked so scary, ferocious, like a murderer who escaped from prison. After I drove the bad guy away, I turned to look at Kelly and said, "Are you okay?" However, Kelly kept her head down and didn't dare to look at me. After all, she was too pretty, and I didn't look like a good person. If I was a bad person or a lecher, she would be in trouble. It was better for her not to let me see her beautiful face. I saw that Kelly ignored me, so I sneered, "All women in the world are the same. They all judge people by appearance." I snorted and turned away. Kelly lowered his head and listened carefully to the movements around him. When he heard no sound, he looked around cautiously and found that I had left. She stood up and looked at my back, and suddenly felt that her previous thoughts were ridiculous. The other person saved her, but she denied the other person because of his appearance. In fact, I just look fierce, but I am actually quite handsome. She quickly chased after me. Wait a minute. I heard someone calling me, but I didn't take it seriously and walked into the nearby community hospital. I just tried to show off by catching a knife with my bare hands, but I didn't catch it and broke my hand. I need to get a tetanus shot. As soon as I walked to the registration window, Kelly came over and showed an awkward smile. "Sorry. No, I just thought you." She lowered her head. She had indeed judged me by my appearance. She thought I was not a good person and was afraid that I saved her in order to take the opportunity to monopolize her. It turned out that she was overthinking. I left without saying anything. Kelly looked at me sincerely and said, "Thank you. You just saved me." "It's okay." I didn't even want to look at her and turned to ask the nurse at the pharmacy window, "How much is a tetanus shot?" Kelly then noticed that my hand was injured and directly pulled my hand up. "You are injured." I pulled my hand back unhappily. "It's just a minor injury." Kelly looked a little unnatural. "I'm sorry." The nurse in the pharmacy handed me the syringe and tetanus test kit, $16 in total. Kelly was a little embarrassed and took out the Redmi phone that was broken in two. "I'll pay for it." I glanced at her broken cell phone and couldn't help but smile. Then I gave the nurse $16 in cash and took the things to the nurse's station to get the injection. Kelly followed me and saw that I didn't want to pay attention to her. She felt even more annoyed with her behavior just now. She judged people by their appearance. I apologize for my behavior just now. I thought you were released from prison, so I ignored you for a while. I was afraid that you would covet my beauty, so I used the mantis stalking cicada while the Oriole was waiting behind. I stretched out my arm for the nurse to do a skin test, then turned to look at Kelly. Your intuition is correct. I was just released from prison. No way. Kelly was surprised. He didn't expect that he had guessed it right. However, although I looked fierce, I spoke very gently, not like a bad person. What did you commit in prison? Rape. Shocking. The nurse doing the skin test and Kelly. Kelly's mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly lowered his head, not knowing what to say. School beauties and rapists are natural enemies. She originally wanted to treat me to a meal, but now she feels it is unnecessary and feels like she is on my menu. She took out 20 yuan from her pocket and forced it into my hand. Thank you for saving me just now. This is your reward. After saying that, she turned around and ran away quickly. It doesn't matter to her as a child from a poor family. Innocence is the most precious thing. If she loses her innocence, she feels she would rather die. I was stunned for a moment. Then I picked up the 20 yuan in my hand and looked at it for a long time. Why does this money smell like pig manure? It couldn't have been fished out of a manure pit. The nurse looked a little embarrassed and couldn't help but squeeze her legs together. She looked at me strangely, and her intuition told her that I was definitely not in prison for raping a woman because I didn't even look at her. Are you really a rapist? I didn't look at the nurse. I was annoyed by her and tried to scare her. Oh, I see. The nurse was relieved and did a skin test on me. 1 minute, you can get a tetanus shot. After the shot, you need to stay in the hospital for half an hour for observation before you can leave. I nodded. Okay. Kelly left the community hospital and returned to the old and dilapidated small community. She spent 10 yuan to repair the broken Redmi phone in a mobile phone store downstairs. The mobile phone store owner was surprised to see that Kelly, who was pretty, was using a Redmi phone. A beauty like her would be surrounded by a bunch of bootlickers and would have no worries about food and drink, and the worst phone she would have was an iPhone X. Girl, you are so pretty. Why don't you ask your boyfriend to give you an Apple phone? Why use a Redmi? It's only for rough working people like us. Kelly looked embarrassed. I don't have a boyfriend. The mobile phone store owner was a little shocked to hear that she didn't have a boyfriend. No way. Kelly understood what her boss meant, which was that pretty girls relied on their beauty to make a living, which made her unhappy. She was not a casual woman. Is your phone fixed? The mobile phone store owner handed her the phone. It's fixed. Kelly picked up the phone and left. As soon as she walked out of the mobile phone store, she saw me, who had just received a tetanus shot. Kelly quickly turned around and walked back into the mobile phone store. She didn't walk in the opposite direction until she saw me turn into a small alley. I wandered around and finally saw an advertisement for renting a house and contacted the landlord. After a while, the landlord came to me. Chapter 8. The landlord was a middle-aged man, very fat, wearing a white vest on his upper body, black shorts on his lower body, and flip-flops on his feet. He walked to me with a lazy step and asked, "Are you the one who wants to rent the house?" I nodded, yes. The landlord looked me up and down, and seeing that I had a fierce look on my face, with a frown on my face and no smile at all, he asked, "You weren't just released from prison, were you?" I was stunned for a moment. He actually saw through me. But I can't tell the truth. If I do, he will definitely not rent the house to me. I quickly relaxed the tense muscles on my face and forced a rare smile. I am a senior student at Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. I rented a house to prepare for the college entrance examination. As I said that, I showed him my student ID from Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. The landlord took it and looked at it. It was indeed me, so he smiled and said, "Sorry, classmate, I thought you just got out of prison." I lowered my head in embarrassment, but I didn't blame him. He was used to being a ferocious villain in prison. In that kind of environment, as long as he smiled, the prisoners around him would swarm over him like sharks smelling blood. It's okay. I'm a person who doesn't like to laugh, so people may misunderstand me easily. The boss scratched his head. In fact, he didn't care whether the tenant had been in jail or not. After all, the house he rented out was a haunted house, and someone had died there before. It was good enough that he could rent it out. How about this? Since you are a student of Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School, we are destined to be together. The market price is 6,000 yuan a month, and I will give you a 50% discount. You only need to pay 3,000 yuan a month. Okay, I said, and took out the 20,000 yuan I had just withdrawn from my school bag, counted it, took out 3,000 yuan, and handed it to the landlord. I'll pay 1 month's payment first. Before I finished speaking, the landlord smiled and said, I understand. Judging from your clothes, you should be a student who just received the poverty scholarship from Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. It's not easy. It's okay if you give me 1 month's payment first. I was stunned for a moment and felt a little touched. I didn't expect the landlord to be so reasonable. In fact, the landlord is afraid that I will know that the house is haunted and ask for a refund. If it's 1 month, I will feel embarrassed to refund it and will have to suffer the loss myself. If it's nearly 10,000 yuan in 3 months, I will definitely ask for a refund, and then the first month's money will also be refunded. The landlord waved his hand and said, "Come with me, I'll take you to see the house." After that, he turned and walked towards a 6-story red brick house with stairs built in the 1970s or 1980s. Although the house is old, it is painted white on the outside. I followed the landlord and just walked into the residential area. I saw Kelly squatting on the side of the road feeding snacks to a little wildcat. I smiled. I didn't expect this girl to be so kind. The landlord shouted to Kelly, "Kelly, stop feeding the wildcat. It won't catch mice anymore." When Kelly heard the voice, she quickly looked up. The moment she saw me, a barely noticeable blush appeared on her face. She didn't expect to see us again. She forced a smile awkwardly. "Uncle I have something else to do. I'll leave first." After saying that, she turned and left. I snorted coldly. All women in the world are the same. They judge people by their appearance. Diana is like this, and so is this girl. Does having a kind face mean good character? Like Anthony, he always looks weak and fragile. So Diana thinks he is kind, but he turns out to be a scumbag. The landlord took me into the apartment building. The house he rented was on the first floor. Mehiba just plugged the electric car into the meter box, and the car was blocking the door. "Mehiba, are you sick? You're stealing my electricity again. Are you going to pay the monthly electricity bill?" Mehiba just smiled when he saw the landlord, and then connected the two wires of the plug to the positive and negative poles of the meter box. The landlord directly pulled the connected wires apart. "I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? If I find you stealing electricity again, I'll smash your electric bike." As he said that, he kicked the electric bike hard. Mehiba was instantly furious and glared at the landlord fiercely. He couldn't beat him, so he could only protest verbally. "Why did you kick my electric bike?" The landlord yelled angrily. "Get out of here." Mehiba looked up with a dejected look, then walked away cursing while holding the bike. This was the third time he had stolen electricity. At first, the landlord thought the house was haunted. After all, it was a haunted house, and it was normal for ghosts to use electricity for lighting. He didn't expect it was this guy who stole electricity. The landlord turned his head and looked at me. "I'll pay for the property management fee, but you have to pay for the electricity and water." Then he glanced at Mehiba, who was leaving, and said meaningfully, "This guy often comes to steal electricity. You should be more careful, otherwise the extra electricity bill will be yours." I frowned. "Why not call the police?" "Call the police?" The landlord laughed and said, "I'm just a police officer from the police station next door. What's the use? He is thick-skinned, and he acts as if nothing happened no matter how many times I tell him." In fact, the landlord is an auxiliary police officer and has no law enforcement power, so he cannot do anything about Mehiba. The police are unwilling to get involved in this matter, thinking that it is the fire department's business and has nothing to do with them. The landlord paused for a second and said slowly, "However, this old man's son and daughter are doing well. I heard that they're kept by a rich girl. Now they live in a big villa in Peach Blossom Land in Jiangcheng." "The Peach Blossom Spring Villa in Jiangcheng?" I frowned. "Are his son and daughter called Anthony and Amanda?" The landlord was a little surprised. "Do you know them?" I shook my head awkwardly. "No, I've only heard of them. They're not very nice people." The landlord smiled in agreement and said, "You are right. His character is not that good. So how good can his daughter's character be? I don't know if that rich girl was blind, but she still spent money to send his children to Jiangdu No. 2 middle school. I heard that the rich girl is planning to marry his son and take him to her villa to enjoy a good life." I snorted coldly. "Diana, Anthony, and Amanda, these three bitches, I must take revenge and make them pay with blood." I collected my thoughts and looked at the landlord. "Landlord, don't worry. I won't let him steal electricity easily." The landlord smiled and said, "Well, there is 50 yuan for electricity on the card. Just consider it as a gift to you. You can pay for electricity yourself in the future." Chapter 9 gave Mehiba a slap in the face. Then the landlord gave Johnson the key and left. Johnson opened the door and saw 2 bedrooms and a living room, a room facing the sun, and the home was warm. He turned on all the lights in the house and checked the lighting. After all, his basics were too poor, so he had to stay up late to study at night. The lighting is not good. It will affect his learning progress. I walked around the house and found that there was no problem, so I turned off the lights. Johnson left the rental house and went to the mall downstairs to buy daily necessities: sheets and mattress. It was not cold in Jiangdu in March, so Johnson did not plan to buy a thick quilt. He bought a blanket instead, so that when the weather got hotter, he would be able to sleep without the quilt. Moreover, after the college entrance examination, he no longer planned to return to Jiangdu. He returned to the taxi and didn't see Mehiba pushing his electric bike to steal electricity. He thought that he probably didn't dare to come. He opened the door and walked in. Johnson then went into the bedroom and made up the mattress and sheets. "Just lie on the bed." He took out a Redmi phone, which Diana bought him as a birthday gift with the money she earned from working during the summer vacation in the first year of junior high school. He didn't expect that he had been using it for so many years. He wanted to throw away his phone, but he had just been released from prison and had not had time to go to a mobile phone store to buy a new one. He would have to contact Lawyerly by then. So I threw the phone aside. Johnson closed his eyes and thought about taking a nap and getting up to study in the afternoon. However, I fell asleep late at night without realizing it. He picked up his Redmi phone and checked the time. It was already past 2 in the morning. He wanted to turn on the bedside lamp, go to the toilet, and then come back to continue sleeping. As a result, the bedside lamp didn't light up. He turned it on and off several times. He couldn't help but frown. He would tell the landlord tomorrow, otherwise when he checked out, he would say that he broke it. He had no choice but to turn on the bedroom light in the dark, but it didn't come on. Holy shit. The bedroom light is broken too. Johnson could only use the faint light coming in from the window to go to the toilet. As a result, the toilet light was also not on. Johnson was completely numb and felt cheated. Just at this moment, the landlord sent a message. Go out and have a look. Is that guy stealing electricity again? It seems your family is in arrears with the electricity bill. Damn, that's not possible. Johnson quickly walked to the living room and turned on the lights in the living room. The result was the same, no light. He opened the door and saw an electric car blocking the door, with the wires on the electric car connected to the electric meter box very accurately. Johnson was instantly furious as he encountered an electricity thief on his first day. He kicked the electric bike away and pulled out the power cord. The loud noise did not disturb the neighbors, and no one came out to see. After all, it was a haunted house where Johnson lived, and it was already a big deal that he lived here and did not move out. So how could anyone dare to open the door after hearing the loud noise? Johnson looked around and didn't see anyone coming to claim the car, so he went straight back to his room. Mehiba does not live in this building, but in order to steal electricity, he moved his electric bike here. The landlord's neighbors all turned a blind eye. Since no one was stealing their electricity, they didn't bother to care. Johnson closed the door and went back to his room to sleep. The next day morning, Johnson was awakened by loud banging on his door, followed by shouting. Open the door, you little bastard. Did I ask you to kick my car? Now that my car is broken, you have to pay me for it. Johnson was a little unhappy, so he put on his clothes and walked out. As soon as the door opened, Mehiba reached out to strangle Johnson's neck. You bastard, how dare you kick my car? Next second, Mehiba was hit hard by Johnson. He felt dizzy for a moment, and it took him half a day to return to normal. Then, Mehiba glared at Johnson fiercely. You dare to hit me? Do you know who my in-laws are? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Johnson looked disdainful. I don't care who your in-laws are. You can't steal my electricity. There were neighbors all around watching the fun. Young man, your uncle May just stole a few kilowatt hours of electricity. Why are you so stingy? You are so petty. You have no sense of proportion at all. That's right, and he has no manners at all. After all, Mehiba is older than him and is his elder. He should have just said a few words to him and taught him a lesson. What's wrong with that? He actually resorted to violence. It's so uncultured. Johnson heard everyone talking and thought it was very funny. The incident has not happened to you yet, so you can make sarcastic remarks here. Wait until he makes random connections and the corridor catches fire, affecting your interests. Then, I'll see what you say. Mehiba became anxious and said with his eyes wide open, I've been charging my electric bike like this for the past few years, and nothing has happened. The landlord never said anything to me. Oh, but it's not allowed since you moved in. The corridor even caught fire. Johnson sneered. I don't care about the landlord, but now I live here and I pay for the electricity. I have no obligation to pay for your electric car. You. Mehiba's tone was very unfriendly. You don't understand the ways of the world. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Call your mother out and I'll tell her how she'll compensate me for my electric bike. Johnson grabbed Mehiba's neck with a ferocious look. Johnson's mother was Johnson's weak point. She died of complications during childbirth. Just about to roar. The landlord came over with a police officer wearing a police assistant uniform. Someone just reported a fight here. Who was it? Johnson housed desperately. Fearing that something might happen, he quietly called the police. The landlord came over and saw the electric bike lying on the ground and Mehiba's red-faced face. He knew that this guy had a conflict with his tenant overcharging the electric bike. He pointed at Mehiba unhappily. Do you still have any shame? Bullying a high school student. When Mehiba saw the landlord talking to him, he didn't dare to retort and could only smile with his mouth closed. The landlord turned and looked at Johnson. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, I'll take care of you. It's getting late. You should pack up and go to school. Johnson felt warm inside and nodded. Mehiba became unhappy instantly. He pushed my car over and just left like that, and he hasn't compensated me yet? The landlord slapped Mehiba in the face. You stole my electricity bill, give it to me first. Mehiba fell silent for a moment, like a persimmon hit by frost. The police are here, and they must follow the procedures. Take out your ID cards. Johnson took out his ID card, and the police officer took Johnson's ID card and played with it on the tablet computer, and his personal information came out immediately. Name, gender, age. Mehiba took a look and saw Johnson's name, and couldn't help but frown. He heard from May Payan that Johnson had a super male gene, which is a natural criminal gene. He can't afford to offend. The policeman then turned and looked at Mehiba. Your ID. Chapter 10, I'll spend 10,000 yuan. Who's willing to kiss Amanda? Mehiba glanced at Johnson, and the look in his eyes that seemed to want to kill him made him tremble all over. That, comrade policeman, let's just forget it. I'm going to suffer a loss this time, so I'll make peace with him. The police were a little unhappy. Take out your ID card. This is a necessary procedure. Did you do something bad that you dare not let me see your ID card? Mehiba had no choice but to take out his ID card and hand it to the police. The police swiped the tablet to confirm the personal information and handed the ID card to Mehiba. You tell me what to do? He is a minor and is protected by the law. You were yelling just now. Did you want to hit him? Mahiba rubbed his face, which was swollen from being hit by Johnson, and it still hurt a little. When he thought about the fact that Johnson had super male genes, he was afraid that Johnson would take revenge on him in the future. Smile awkwardly. It's okay, my electric bike is not broken, I won't hold him responsible. The police found it somewhat amusing. Your electric bike was stolen from someone's home, and you still think you're right. You should apologize to this student right away, or I'll take you back to the police station. Mahiba looked a little embarrassed and turned to look at Johnson. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have knocked on your door so early in the morning. After saying that, he bowed to Johnson. Then he picked up the electric bike and pushed it away. The landlord looked at Johnson. You have nothing to do here. Go study early. If he comes to bother you again, just call me. And as for the matter of him stealing electricity, take a photo and send it to me. I will go to bother him then. Johnson nodded. Oh, cool. I put on my school bag and went to school. Johnson walked for a few minutes and arrived at the school gate. I just happened to see Kelly out of the corner of my eye. She was wearing the school uniform of Jeondu No. 2 Middle School and was chatting with her best friend Shin-Yu-Chu. Her eyes happened to fall on Johnson, but she didn't see Johnson looking at her. She was a little surprised that Johnson was actually studying at Jeondu No. 2 Middle School. Didn't he say that he was a rapist? Just as she was about to chase after him and say hello, she was grabbed by Shin-Yu-Chu. Kelly, in 2 days, Fang Yuan will return to school to participate in the high school basketball game. By then, you should tell him clearly that there is nothing between you and him. Otherwise, that idiot Zhou Iding will harass you all day long. You almost. Shin-Yu-Chu didn't dare to imagine it, paused for a moment, and then spoke slowly. Luckily, Jiang stepped forward and saved you yesterday. Jiang is one of Kelly's suitors. Kelly was bullied yesterday, and he hid aside and didn't dare to come out. Johnson chased Huang Mao away, and he didn't dare to come out. As a result, at night, he posted on the campus forum that he was the one who saved Kelly. Kelly frowned and interrupted Shin-Yu-Chu. It wasn't him who saved me, it was another boy. After saying this, Kelly felt a little ashamed. Someone saved me, but I judge him by my own standards. But then again, that boy looked ferocious, and it was obvious at first glance that he was not a good person. That's why I misunderstood him. I have to find an opportunity to apologize to him. Johnson came to the office of Qian Fang, the head teacher of the experimental class. He had seen Qian Fang, a chubby, short woman, in the principal's office yesterday. Teacher. Qian Fang turned her head and looked at Johnson, her eyes full of hostility. She didn't want to accept Johnson yesterday, but was forced to do so by the principal. But after thinking about it all night, I decided that I couldn't let down the other students in the class and let a rapist stay in my class. But if I spoke up now, wouldn't that offend the principal? Wait a minute, I'll find a chance to get rid of him. Take a deep breath. Johnson, I was reluctant to let you join our experimental class. After all, there are quite a few girls in our class, and I always have to consider their personal safety. I can't throw a wolf into the sheepfold. When the other teachers in the office heard that Johnson was a rapist, they all looked at Johnson. They all looked him up and down with strange eyes. Johnson's face darkened, and he pulled out a certificate of innocence from his pocket. Teacher, this is my certificate of innocence. 3 years ago, I did not rape any girl, and now I just want to study. No matter how pretty a girl is, she is nothing but dirt in my eyes. Qian Fang didn't even look at Johnson's certificate of innocence and directly returned the certificate to Johnson. Don't show me this. To me, it's just a piece of photocopied paper. Who knows if you printed it at the printing shop in front of the school? Johnson's face turned even uglier. If this fat woman wasn't a teacher at Jeondu No. 2 Middle School, he would have punched her directly. Teacher. Qian Fang waved her hand to interrupt Johnson. Okay, stop talking nonsense to me. You'd better not disturb the female students in our class and affect their studies. Johnson nodded unhappily, wanting to explain again that he was not a rapist. But seeing Qian Fang's arrogant look, I guess she still wouldn't believe it even if I told her. Qian Fang looked at her watch, and it was almost time for class. He stood up and said to Johnson, Come on, I'll take you to the classroom. Soon. Qian Fang took Johnson into the experimental class. She patted the desk. Everyone, please be quiet. I will introduce you to a new classmate. Johnson beside him. This is Johnson. Johnson. Suddenly, a girl screamed hysterically. Her eyes became moist and her eyelids slightly red. She pointed at Johnson. He yelled at the top of his voice. Teacher, he raped me. Why did you recruit him? Amanda actually didn't know Johnson. She didn't even know what Johnson looked like. It was her brother Anthony who made her frame Johnson. She thought Johnson would go far away after he was released from prison. I didn't expect Johnson to come to Jeondu No. 2 Middle School and be assigned to the experimental class. She had to act like she had a deep hatred for Johnson. If her classmates found out that she didn't know Johnson, wouldn't her false accusation against Johnson be confirmed? Woo woo woo. Amanda cried harder and harder, pointing her finger at Johnson. You bastard. You should accept the punishment of the law. A sentence of 3 years is too light. Johnson frowned. He had never seen Amanda before and thought she was beautiful and charming. Unexpectedly, she looked like a pig, fat, with a round face and big ears. There was only a barely visible gap between head and shoulders. Maybe it's the neck. Johnson sneered. I thought you were beautiful, but I didn't expect you to be so fat. Do you think others will think that I, Johnson, am a hungry person? Will I rape a pig like you? The class was immediately filled with laughter. Amanda blushed and pointed at Johnson. You. Johnson snorted and looked at the class. If any classmate is willing to kiss her, I will give him 10,000 yuan. The male classmates looked at each other in bewilderment. May Pine was not only fat, but also extremely ugly. Looking at her for half a second makes me want to vomit. So how much courage does it take to kiss her? The courage that Fish Liang gave was not enough. After waiting for a long time, no classmates took action. I guess they didn't care about the 10,000 yuan. Johnson shook his head slightly and looked at Amanda with disdain. You see, I spent 10,000 yuan to let others kiss you, but they didn't want to. Do you think I would rape you? The students were talking to each other. That seems to be the case. I heard that Johnson was imprisoned for 3 years and then acquitted. Johnson seems to be the son of the richest man in Jiangdu. The son of the richest man has all the women he wants. How could he be attracted to a pig? Chapter 11. If Amanda wants to die, let her die. There is no need to stop her. Amanda saw that public opinion in the class was one-sided, and everyone was laughing at her. She felt like she was about to become the target of public criticism. Originally, her score was not enough to get into a regular high school. Later, thanks to Diana's ability, she was admitted to Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School and studied in the experimental class. Therefore, her academic performance was poor, and she couldn't make friends in the experimental class where all the students were top students. If Johnson controls public opinion, I'll be finished. Just buried your head and cried. How can you say that to a girl? If you were not wrong, would I use my innocence to frame you? If you were not wrong, would you be locked up by the police for 3 years? Amanda cried louder and louder. As she said that, she stood up, opened the window, and was about to flip down, but was stopped in time by the classmates around her. As Amanda expected, there would definitely be classmates who would feel sorry for her. Johnson couldn't help but sneer when he saw Amanda's behavior. Amanda, if you don't want to live, you can just jump into the Hong Kong River at night. There's no need to pretend here. Qian Fong, the head teacher of the experimental class, became unhappy instantly and yelled at Johnson. That's enough, Johnson. Do you have any heart? Amanda died to prove her point, and you're still here like a stray dog, barking everywhere and biting whoever you catch. Johnson snorted coldly and looked at Qian Fong with some disdain. This bitch didn't believe her from beginning to end. She wrongly accused me of rape, and I was detained for 3 years by the police for no reason. She deserves to die. Qian Fong raised her hand to slap Johnson in the face, but Johnson grabbed her hand. Johnson pushed her away harshly. I have tolerated you for a long time. Please don't force me to hit you. This scene happened to be seen by the principal who was passing by. Johnson has figured it out. He has to endure the humiliation and study at Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. He is probably harassed by Amanda every day and cannot concentrate on his studies. It would be better to go back to the rental house and prepare for the college entrance examination. I'll leave this shitty school now and go home to study on my own, and I'll be able to get into college. Turn around and walk towards the classroom. But I happened to see the principal standing at the door of the experimental class. Johnson's face was grim. Principal, thank you for taking me in. The study environment here is not suitable for me. I just came to school, but I was abused indiscriminately by teachers and green tea. After saying that, he walked around the principal and went downstairs to the teaching building. The principal had seen what happened just now. To be honest, he was over 50 years old and had seen all kinds of people. He had long seen through Amanda's little tricks. But the financial backer behind Amanda is the Liu Group. Amanda were to be offended. The Liu Group would definitely withdraw its investment in the construction of the new campus. Johnson cannot be forced to drop out of school. Otherwise, if the director of education asks, it will be difficult to explain. He quickly called out to Johnson, who was walking further and further away. How about this, Johnson? You go to the parallel class. The head teacher of the parallel class is my student, and he listens to me the most. Johnson turned and looked at the headmaster. Principal, thank you for your kindness. Even if I have proof of innocence, everyone will still think that I raped Amanda. It will not be good for both parties if I stay here. The principal smiled. Don't say that. Not everyone is blind. You can go to the parallel class first. After a while, if you really don't want to stay in Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School, I won't keep you. Do you think this is okay? Johnson thought for a moment. Oh well. The principal smiled and took Johnson to the parallel class. Qian Fong, the head teacher of the experimental class, finally felt relieved when she saw Johnson leave. A scumbag in society actually wants to join my experimental class. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Amanda saw Johnson leave, and a smug smile appeared on her face. But think about it, this is not enough. She must drive Johnson away in order to protect the Liu family's wealth. After all, Diana has not completely given her heart to her brother Anthony now. Amanda wiped her tears, took out her iPhone 16, dialed Diana's number, and cried. Sister Diana, you should arrange for me to transfer to another school. Johnson is now studying at Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. I'm afraid he will take the opportunity to bully me again. I don't feel safe. Well, Diana clenched her phone and frowned. What? He actually dared to come to Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School to study? This bastard. I think he still has evil intentions towards you. There was a pause of 1 second. Don't cry and don't transfer schools. I'm gonna find Johnson now and chase him away. After saying that, Diana hung up the phone. Amanda had a smug smile on her face. The principal took Johnson to the parallel class. Along the way, the principal kept talking nonstop, advising Johnson not to take it to heart. But Johnson remained silent and didn't say a word. He was now thinking not about how to prove that he was not a rapist, but how to kill the Anthony siblings. These two evils are disgusting to look at. Soon, the two of them arrived at the door of the parallel class. Most of the students in this class are going to college by passing art or sports exams. So, there are not many students in this classroom. As soon as the head teacher, Lee Hai, received a call from the principal, he immediately rushed to the classroom door, waiting for the principal and Johnson. The principal walked up to Lee Hai. Teacher Lee, Johnson is temporarily studying in your class. His foundation is relatively weak. Please pay more attention to him in the future. Lee Hai agreed quickly with a smile. Okay, principal. I will definitely pay more attention to him. At this time, all the students in the classroom stretched their necks to look at Johnson at the door. Soon, someone recognized Johnson. Amanda, 3 years ago. Oh my God, is the school crazy, actually placing a rapist in our class? I'm so scared. I have to guard against being raped by rapists during class. Another classmate refuted. Johnson is innocent. Mei Pian from the experimental class is so fat and ugly that I have no desire for him, not to mention Johnson. He is the son of Yi Zhizhou, the richest man in Jiangdu. Who knows, maybe he's too horny. After the classmate finished speaking, he looked at his desk mate. You're done. You're dressed so fancy. You must be his next target. I thought he was looking in your direction, just now. My desk mate snorted coldly. Don't be disgusting. If he touches me, I'll let my brother break his dog legs. At this time, Johnson was a rapist had spread throughout the class. Johnson outside the window, with resentful eyes. Kelly, who was sitting in the classroom, also glanced at Johnson. I couldn't help but frown. It turns out that he really is a rapist. But I feel like he doesn't look like that. He is very abstinent and seems to have little interest in women. Not a moment. The head teacher, Lee Hai, took Johnson into the classroom. Chapter 12 School Beauty. Kelly is also looked down upon by classmates. Classmates, please be quiet. Let me introduce you. This is Johnson. He was the top student in the high school entrance exam 3 years ago. Due to some reasons, he has not been able to come to study. Before he could finish his words, a chubby female classmate interrupted the head teacher, Lee Hai. Teacher, I don't want to study in the same classroom with a rapist. I'm afraid he might do something bad to me. All the students in the class burst into laughter instantly. Oh my God, has she not looked in the mirror for a long time? She doesn't know she has gained weight. Rapists also have their own professional bottom line? Okay, he is so fat. Who would be interested in a pig? That is, Johnson's face darkened when he heard his classmates' laughter. It seems that the label of rapist cannot be torn off. Before he could speak, the head teacher, Lee Hai, frowned and loudly scolded the girl. Which eye did you see Johnson raping a girl? The court has cleared Johnson of all charges. He was wrongly accused, and the court declared him innocent, but you put the blame on Johnson for being a rapist. You should apologize to Johnson immediately. The fat classmate bit her lip. She didn't think she said anything wrong. Hesitate. How could I have said the wrong thing about him? The TV station reported it 3 years ago, and the news said he was a criminal suspect. 3 years ago, Johnson had just been arrested by the police. In order to vent Amanda's anger, Diana promised her that she would make Johnson infamous, so she spent a lot of money to hype the matter in major media. The head teacher, Lee Hai, was so angry that his teeth were itching. You! Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Johnson. He pulled a recorder from his pocket. You have now slandered me. You must apologize to me, or I will hand the recorder to the police and let them deal with you. The fat classmate was stunned for a moment. As a student with no experience in society, she was so scared when she heard the police that her legs went limp. She looked at her head teacher, Lee Hai, with a pale face. She bit her lip and said reluctantly, Sorry. Kelly, who was sitting in the third row, looked at Johnson. I just heard the head teacher say that Johnson was innocent, and the slight bad impression I had of him instantly disappeared. My mind was filled with the scene of the hero saving the damsel in distress yesterday. She admired Johnson carefully and found his stern expression quite handsome. The head teacher, Lee Hai, wanted to introduce Johnson, but was interrupted by the fat student. He turned his head to look at Johnson and pointed at the position of the sports student Jiang. Johnson, where do you sit on Jiang? Johnson nodded, just about to walk over. Jiang bit his lips gently and said with some concern, Teacher, I don't want to sit with him. I'm afraid he will rape me. A male classmate behind me also said this. I don't want to either. I want to stay away from scum. The head teacher was instantly unhappy. Didn't I tell you? Johnson was wrongly accused. Johnson felt warm inside. If it weren't for his homeroom teacher Lee Hai, he would have turned around and left right now. He was too lazy to study in the same classroom with a bunch of idiots. He turned his head and looked at his head teacher Lee Hai. Teacher, I'll move a table and sit at the back of the classroom. The head teacher, Lee Hai, turned his head and looked at Johnson and nodded. Good. He pointed to the table next to the podium. You move this table. Xiao Xiaobai has gone abroad to study, and he probably won't be back. Yes, teacher. Johnson nodded and was about to reach out to move it. School beauty, Kelly suddenly stood up. Wait a moment. Everyone looked at Kelly. They didn't know what she was going to do. The head teacher, Lee Hai, frowned. What's wrong with you again? Kelly glanced at Johnson, smiled, and then looked back at the head teacher's face. Teacher, I'll sit with him. The classmates in the class immediately started talking about it. Fuck, what's wrong with the school beauty? Is she giving benefits to the rapist? You're crazy. The school beauty is really bold. Doesn't she know that the rapist's food is the school beauty? Damn, this rapist must have been hungry for a long time, and the school beauty came to him on her own initiative. Was sitting next to Kelly, gently pulled the corner of Kelly's clothes. Kelly, are you crazy? He is a rapist, and you are so beautiful. If he takes the opportunity to rape you, you will be finished. Kelly turned and looked at Yu Wei. It's okay. I believe Johnson is innocent. Kelly is the school belle. She is not liked by other students. She is the student from the worst-off family in the class. Other students' parents either work in China Construction X Bureau or in government agencies. She only has a grandmother, and both her parents are dead. She and her grandmother live in an old and run-down house near the school. Kelly's parents died in a car accident when she was 3 years old. From then on, she and her grandmother depended on each other for survival. In order to support her, her grandmother set up a stall near the school to sell pig intestines. Some classmates made fun of her and said that she also smelled like shit. In fact, she was dressed very cleanly and had a girlish body fragrance. But her classmates said that she smelled like pig manure. Johnson glanced at Kelly. Isn't this the girl from yesterday? He couldn't help but sneer. Unnecessary. As he said that, he moved the table to the last row. Just as I was about to put down the table, I saw the students in the front row move their chairs forward. Johnson smiled disdainfully. The desk was moved back to the back of the classroom, with the chairs against the back wall. His desk was 2 or 3 meters away from the students in front of him. The homeroom teacher, Lee Hai, wanted to speak up, but when he saw the strange looks from his classmates, he was too lazy to explain to a bunch of idiots that Johnson was innocent. Okay, everyone be quiet, class is about to start. After saying that, Lee Hai glanced at Johnson, sighed, and turned to leave the classroom. He also felt sorry for Johnson, who had a bright future ahead of him, but because of the false accusation of a green tea bitch, he was locked up by the police for 3 years. Soon the math teacher came in. He began to lecture nonstop. Kelly had given up and had no intention of listening to the class. Johnson in the last row. I found that he was quite serious in class. When I thought about how I had judged others by my own standards yesterday, I felt a little ashamed. I must find an opportunity to thank him and apologize to him. Soon, the bell for the end of Get Out of Class rang. The students started a new round of herding, and there were even some students at the back of the classroom trying to reach height. But now that Johnson is sitting at the back, no one wants to come over. The back of the classroom became a restricted area for the class. Especially girls who used to go to the toilet alone, now go to the toilet in groups of 3 or 5, holding hands. But that's exactly what Johnson wanted. Chapter 13. Whatever you wish for comes true. Diana travels 1,000 miles to get a slap in the face. Fortunately, there were no classmates to disturb his studies. Johnson stood up from his seat, did 100 push-ups on the ground, and continued studying. There are only 3 months left before the college entrance examination. It is impossible for him to follow the teacher's progress. He can only compress his time and keep studying. He was flipping through his math book, so focused on the contents that he ignored the sound of school beauty, Kelly moving tables and chairs, until the girl's body fragrance lingered at Johnson's nose. He turned his head. It almost touched Kelly's snow-white face. Kelly stretched out his hand and smiled sweetly. Introduce yourself. Hello, Mr. Johnson. I'm Kelly. Nice to meet you. From now on, I'll be your desk mate. Johnson ignored Kelly, stood up, moved his desk, and moved from the middle of the back of the classroom to the last row near the window. He didn't want to say any nonsense to any girl. Women will only affect the speed at which he learns. Kelly was turned down. It seemed Johnson wasn't interested in women. Maybe he was angry. Kelly moved the table and sat down next to Johnson again. This scene shocked all the students in the class. They were quite surprised when they saw the school beauty Kelly move her desk to Johnson's place, and they admired her courage. The beautiful Mei Yang actually took the initiative to get into Big Bad Wolf's mouth, for fear that Big Bad Wolf would be hungry. However, to the surprise of the entire class, Johnson ignored Kelly. He just moved out. The classmates were still thinking that the school beauty must be very angry. However, the next second, the school beauty stuck to him. Fuck, what happened to the school beauty? Did she not take her medicine this morning? She actually approached the rapist on her own initiative. Aren't rapists and school beauties natural enemies? This is the first time I've seen food delivered to my door. It looks like the school beauty wants to treat the rapist to a free buffet. Kelly moved the table next to Johnson's. Hello, Johnson. Johnson looked unhappy. Why was Kelly like a dog-skin plaster that couldn't be shaken off? What can I do for you? Kelly smiled. Thank you for saving me last time. Are you free after school? No time. Johnson felt that wherever he moved, Kelly would follow him, so let her do whatever she wanted. He needed to study hard and prepare for the college entrance examination. There is no time to play gantry with her. Johnson turned his head back and continued reading his math book. Kelly was disappointed, but he didn't expect Johnson to be a Sigma man. If it were another boy, Kelly would have taken the initiative like that, and the boy would have been so happy. Kelly adjusted her expression and still maintained her sweet smile. Johnson, can we get to know each other? As soon as he finished speaking, Diana's voice came from the classroom door. Johnson, the sound is too loud. All the students were startled by Diana's sudden voice. They all looked towards her. Johnson frowned. Diana didn't care whether the students around her were looking at her or not. She walked quickly to Johnson's side, glanced at Kelly out of the corner of her eye, and instantly felt a little jealous, especially when she saw the way Kelly looked at Johnson, which was clearly flirting. The tone was a little softer than before. Johnson, come out. I have something to tell you. Johnson didn't even look up at her, because Johnson never looked at garbage. After his college entrance exam, the first person he dealt with was Diana. No time, I still have to study. Diana's face turned red with anger. Johnson actually ignored her. She wanted to explode and yell at Johnson. But just now, I saw that slut Kelly was actually giving Johnson a flirtation. What if I had a quarrel with Johnson and she took advantage of the situation? Diana never said she would not marry Johnson. After all, Johnson's looks are so handsome that he is the most handsome guy in the school. If he were to fall into the hands of someone else, I would definitely feel bad. His tone lowered a lot, and he spoke calmly. Johnson, don't study at Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. You will affect Amanda's mood. Johnson couldn't help laughing and looked up at Diana. Is Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School owned by your family? Amanda was upset with me and asked me to drop out. I was also upset with Amanda, so why didn't she drop out? Johnson. Diana frowned and almost had a seizure. If it weren't for her woman's intuition telling her not to quarrel with Johnson, Kelly would take advantage of her. Anthony only aroused Diana's maternal love, but did not make Diana fall in love with him. What's more, Anthony is not as handsome as Johnson. Johnson, you raped Amanda and left her with a psychological trauma. Before Diana could finish her words, Johnson interrupted her harshly. What evidence do you have to prove that I raped Amanda? Diana's tone was a little tough. Amanda said it herself. How could a girl use her own innocence to slander someone? Johnson slapped Diana in the face. Shut up. Wasn't it you who caused me to go to jail? I still remember what the criminal police captain Fangio said. Mr. Liu said that he must deal with me. Didn't you instruct the criminal police captain to do that? There was clearly no evidence to prove that I had committed a crime, but that beast insisted on fabricating evidence and filing lawsuits against me repeatedly. Diana was completely confused. Johnson, when did I ever say that to him? Besides, I don't know him if you don't believe me. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Johnson. Johnson snorted coldly and looked at Diana as if she were a fool. Do you believe everything Amanda says? After saying that, he took out a certificate of innocence from his pocket and slapped it directly on Diana's face. Open your dog eyes and see this. This is proof of innocence. Diana picked up the certificate of innocence that was slapped on her face and looked at it carefully. It had the court seal. Her expression suddenly became complicated. Could it be that Amanda lied? Impossible. Mei Payan is Anthony's sister. She has been obedient and sensible since childhood, and it is impossible for her to lie. Diana suddenly laughed coldly, as if she understood something instantly, and turned to look at Johnson. Who knows if you ask someone to do it? This is a piece of photocopied paper. Anyone can do it for you for $20. Johnson just shook his hand and slapped him in the face again. Get out. Don't let me slap you a third time. Get out of here right now. Diana covered her face and looked at Johnson with gritted teeth. Johnson, you bastard. Johnson roared. Get lost. I don't want to see you. If it weren't for you, Grandma wouldn't have died. It's all because of you, a fool. You killed Grandma and sent me to jail. As he spoke, he clenched his fists. Diana bit her lip lightly. Now, without a bodyguard, if Johnson really went crazy, she would definitely suffer. Chapter 14, Diana wants to apologize to Johnson. She still loves Johnson, but Johnson doesn't accept it. I had no choice but to turn around and leave. Johnson sat down and continued to study. At this moment, my heart cannot be calm at all. But Johnson still forced himself to calm down. The first priority is to get admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Kelly stared at Johnson for a long moment. Just now, she also understood the grudge between the two of them. Johnson was sent to prison by the girl just now. The so-called rape evidence was completely fabricated by Amanda. Do you hate her? Johnson was stunned for a moment. Why did Kelly say this without any context? He flipped through the math book. This has nothing to do with you. She's a crazy woman with a disordered mind. If you see her next time, you'd better stay away from her. After saying that, he continued reading. Kelly didn't know what to say, so he took out the Redmi and pretended to stare at it for a while. Afternoon. Before school was over, Johnson bought a knife from the school's fruit shop. He guessed that Diana would not let him go so easily. At this moment, the dog raised by the Liu family must be waiting for him at the door. He would not allow the Liu family bodyguards to take him away again. This time, as soon as Diana made a move, he took out a fruit knife for self-defense. Killing one is a good investment. Killing two is a huge profit. However, after 2 evening self-study sessions, he walked out of Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School and did not see the Liu family bodyguards. Johnson was still a little surprised, but he didn't dare to take it lightly. After Liu Chongqing learned that his daughter Diana asked the bodyguard to be Johnson, he decided not to assign a bodyguard to Diana. Originally, Johnson felt guilty about being imprisoned for 3 years without any reason. Johnson was released and was beaten for no apparent reason, which made him even more ashamed. He had only been abroad for 3 years, but he didn't expect his daughter to cause such a big incident and send her childhood sweetheart fiancé to jail. Johnson looked around and really didn't see the Liu family bodyguards, so he breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next second, a man's voice came from behind Johnson. Johnson. Johnson turned around and stared at the man very warily for a long time. The fruit knife was pressed tightly against his back. He looked for a long time before recognizing that he was the owner of the Zizulan bar in Fenghuang Ancient Town. Mr. Zheng. Zheng, he smiled. Johnson, you still recognized me after all these years. I thought you had forgotten me. During the summer vacation of his first year in junior high school, Diana and her parents went on a trip out of town. Johnson was bored staying alone in the villa, so he went to Fenghuang Ancient Town to be a resident singer. At that time, he was very popular, and Zhengyi's bar was always packed because of Johnson. Zhengyi turned his head and glanced at Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. You study at Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. Johnson nodded. Kindness. Zhengyi had long regarded Johnson as his own brother. Since his own brother was admitted to Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School, he had to show his appreciation. He took $5,000 from his pocket and handed it to Johnson. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Johnson was a little surprised and quickly stopped it. Brother Zheng, what are you doing? Zhengyi smiled. Although we haven't known each other for long, I have always treated you as my own brother. You were admitted to Jiangdu No. 2 High School, the top high school in the province, so I definitely want to express my gratitude. Johnson smiled bitterly. He and Zhengyi had only known each other for a month, but Zhengyi's feelings for him were deeper than those for Diana. Brother Zheng, there's really no need. He pushed the 5,000 yuan in Zhengyi's hand. Zhengyi smiled. Please accept it. Although it's not much, it's a token of my appreciation. Johnson felt that it was not a good idea to keep arguing like this, so he accepted it reluctantly. Thanks, Brother Zheng. If you have anything to say in the future, tell me and we can contact each other on WeChat. Johnson for something. Johnson, just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School out of the corner of his eye. Johnson is now a high school student and is very busy with his studies. How could I have time to be a resident singer in a bar? But Johnson's magnetic voice will definitely make the bar popular, which is much better than spending tens of thousands of dollars to find a singer on TikTok. It's okay, just study hard. Having said that, he left. Johnson felt that Zheng, he was worried, and quickly chased after him. Johnson, are you having any trouble? Tell me, and I'll see if I can help you. Zheng, he wanted to speak up, but was embarrassed. After all, Johnson was about to take the college entrance examination. If he said it out loud, wouldn't it affect his exam performance? Johnson, you should be a senior in high school now. I'm thinking of finding some good singers to bring more popularity to my bar. I think, never mind, wait until you finish the college entrance examination, then help me. Johnson frowned. Brother Zheng, you open a bar in Jiangdu? Zhengyi nodded. Yeah, after I broke up with my girlfriend, I gave the bar in Fenghuang Ancient Town to someone else. I returned to Jiangdu alone. I had nothing to do in the past few years, so I decided to go back to my old business and open a bar on the bar street on the pedestrian street. As a result, the singers we hired were not good enough. Johnson frowned. Thought for a moment. It's not a good idea to stay at home studying all day. Going to the bar and singing for an hour can just help relieve fatigue. Brother Zheng, let's put it this way. I live nearby, not far from your bar. I finish my afternoon and evening self-study at 10 o'clock every day. I will sing 10 songs in your bar every day and then go home to sleep. Zheng, he refused directly. That won't work. It will delay your studies. Johnson smiled. It's okay. I've been studying all day and I'm under a lot of pressure. Singing for a while can help me release the stress. Johnson with great gratitude. Thanks. There was a pause. Now that you say that, Johnson, I won't take up too much of your time. Just come and sing in our bar for a week, get some popularity, and then we won't bother you anymore. When you finish the college entrance examination, you can come to my bar and be a resident singer. I will give you 20,000 yuan a month. Johnson smiled. In fact, he didn't lack money at all. The inheritance left by his grandmother was already a lot. He sings purely as a hobby. Okay, thank you, Brother Zheng. Zhengyi clenched the recruitment flyer in his hand. It's settled then? Johnson nodded. Johnson and Zheng, he parted ways. They walked for a distance and found that they were not being targeted by the dog raised by the Liu family. I didn't rush back to where I lived, but went to a musical instrument store near Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School and bought a guitar. Diana originally wanted to stop Johnson at the gate of Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School and make it clear to him that she was not defending Anthony because she liked him. It was because Anthony saved her in Fenghuang Ancient Town during the summer vacation of her first year in junior high school. Deep down in her heart, she still liked Johnson, but she didn't want Johnson to bully Anthony, so she was a little mean to Johnson. Chapter 15. There is no basement in Rainbow Department Store. Amanda is lying. Just now, she was talking to herself in the air at the school gate. Johnson, I'm sorry I asked my bodyguard to hit you. It was not my intention. But you went too far and cursed Grandma to death, which made me so angry. I apologize to you now. I didn't say I didn't like you, otherwise you raped Amanda and committed such a big thing. I still choose to marry you. It means I have you in my heart. Anthony and our relationship is not what you think it is, and I don't like him. Because he saved me in Fenghuang Ancient Town during the summer vacation of my first year in junior high school, so I care about him more. I am repaying him. Do you understand? She was talking to herself in the air when Anthony called. Diana quickly picked up the phone. Before I could say anything, I heard crying from the other end of the phone. Diana's brows tightened instantly. Anthony, what's wrong? Anthony wiped away his tears. Diana, it's okay. My sister and I should move out. Your father just came to the villa with some bodyguards. He asked me to move out of the villa in the next 2 days and also asked me to... Diana frowned. What did he ask you to do? Anthony wiped away his tears. He asked me to drop out of school, saying that he would no longer support my and my sister's tuition, and that he would terminate his investment in the construction of the Jiangdu No. 2 middle school branch. At this point, Anthony's sobbing became even louder. Diana, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Diana frowned. Anthony, I'm going to hang up the phone first. I'm going to ask my dad. Lu Changqing just returned to China recently, and he just learned about Diana's incredible operations in recent years. Anthony and Mei Paiyan's high school entrance examination scores were not even enough to meet the admission score line of Jiangdu No. 2 middle school. Diana spent the money and promised to invest in building a branch of Jiangdu No. 2 middle school. The principal agreed to allow Anthony and Mei Paiyan to study at Jiangdu No. 2 middle school. The general manager of Lu Group originally disagreed, but could not withstand Diana's threat. He thought carefully and felt that investing in Jiangdu No. 2 middle school would not be a loss, so he agreed. 3 years. Anthony and Mei Paiyan's academic performance has always been poor. Every time Anthony and his sister didn't do well in the exams, Diana would give money to the school teachers and the principal to allow them to stay in the experimental class. Diana also arranged a job for the son of Qian Feng, the head teacher of the experimental class, as vice president of Lu Group. However, when Lu Changqing came back, he fired Qian Feng's son. Diana called Lu Changqing, but found that the call was not connected. She drove directly to the Lu Group headquarters building, parked the car, and get out. She walked into the lobby aggressively. Everyone in the Lu Group knew Diana, so no one stopped him. Soon, Diana went to the chairman's office. Opened the door. Dad. Lu Changqing had just finished a meeting with several directors. When he saw Diana coming in, he asked the directors to leave first. Diana asked impatiently, without waiting for everyone to leave. Dad, why did you drive Anthony and his sister away? He lives well in the villa. If you drive them away, they will have no place to live. Lu Changqing's face turned gloomy and his tone became unfriendly. Is that your villa? That's Johnson's villa. You never bully people like that. Amanda falsely accused Johnson of raping her, causing Johnson to suffer an unjustifiable crime, and you still had the nerve to let Maipian and his brother live in Johnson's home. Diana argued. Johnson raped Maipian. He should make it up to Amanda. Lu Changqing threw a complete hymen examination report in Diana's face. You can see for yourself. Not long ago, your school had a physical examination. I asked the doctor to add a special item for her, a hymen examination. Her hymen is intact. No way. This is impossible. Diana flipped through the examination report with a broken heart. The results showed that Amanda's hymen was intact. She suddenly felt uncomfortable and muttered to herself. Amanda can't lie to me. She is so innocent. How could she lie? Lu Changqing snorted coldly and shook his head gently. How could she lie? She never told the truth. I tell you, there is no basement in Rainbow Department Store. What? Diana's eyes widened. Dad, are you lying to me? Lu Changqing was getting a little impatient. Go and see for yourself. Diana took the hymen test report, quickly left the Lu Group headquarters building, and drove to Tianhong Department Store. She parked the car and walked quickly into the Rainbow Department Store. I walked around inside several times, but didn't see any passage to the basement. A security guard had been watching Diana for a long time. He saw her walking around the mall and thought her movements were strange and she might be a thief. Walked over immediately. What can I do for you? Diana had searched the entire mall and couldn't find the entrance to the basement, so she turned to look at the security guard. How do you get down to the basement? Basement? The security guard was stunned for a moment and spoke in a confused manner. We don't have a basement in our mall. What? Diana was struck by lightning. She still remembers clearly that Amanda told her that Johnson raped her in the basement of Rainbow Department Store. She didn't dare to call the police because she was very scared. Are you lying to me? The security guard smiled bitterly. Why would I lie to you? I've been working here for almost 30 years. Don't I know if there's a basement? Diana instantly became like a frostbitten eggplant, completely devoid of energy. He walked out of the mall in a daze and got into his car. At this time, Anthony called again. Diana quickly picked up the phone. Anthony choked quietly. Diana, There is no electricity at home. Why don't you pay the electricity bill? Good. Diana responded softly, and then suddenly changed the subject. Anthony, are you sure your sister was raped by Johnson in the basement of Rainbow Department Store? Anthony nodded. Well, I'm sure that when I arrived at the basement of Rainbow Department Store, Johnson had already left, leaving my sister alone crying. Diana's face changed. You're lying. Anthony was stunned for a moment, and when he heard Diana's unfriendly tone, his heart couldn't help but beat fast. It feels like something bad is going to happen. What's wrong, Diana? Diana yelled at the top of her voice. There is no basement in Rainbow Department Store. Anthony was stunned for a moment. There was no basement in Rainbow Department Store. What should I do? The lie was about to be exposed. She pursed her lips slightly and then started to sob. Diana, even you doubt me. How could I lie? I might just remember it wrong. Which girl would use her innocence to frame others? Besides, the situation was very chaotic at the time, and my mind was in a panic, so it is possible that I remembered it wrongly. My sister was stunned at the time, and I comforted her for a long time before she told me the truth. Chapter 16 Diana's lifesaver. He sobbed twice more. Diana, since you don't believe me, my sister and I will move away. I really regret that I shouldn't have saved you knowing you were such a person. Sob, 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 and cried even harder. Diana's heart softened again. Every time she heard Anthony crying, her motherly love would be aroused. Anthony and Amanda really remembered it wrong. Anthony, please stop crying. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. Maybe you really remembered it wrongly. If Johnson was not guilty, the police wouldn't have locked him up for 3 years. On the other end of the phone, Anthony just sobbed quietly and didn't say anything. Diana said flatteringly, don't be angry. I'll buy you whatever you want later. Okay. Anthony smiled. Then buy me a watch later. G. Bada had his birthday a few days ago, and his girlfriend gave him a watch, but my wrist is empty. He always laughs at me for not even having a watch. Okay, I'll go buy it for you now. Diana hung up the phone and drove to IFC Mall to buy a watch for Anthony. She looked around and saw the Bell Ross BR034A in a luxury store. How much is this watch? The lady at the counter smiled. Beauty, is this for your boyfriend? Diana immediately thought of Johnson, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Hasn't Johnson always wanted me to give him a watch? Buy him one too to ease the relationship. Take 2. The lady at the counter was a little embarrassed. Beauty, this watch of ours is very expensive, $48,000 per piece, and 2 watches cost $96,000. You're probably still a high school student, right? You probably don't have that much money. Diana simply took out a bank note and slapped it on the counter. Stop talking nonsense. The last thing I lack is money. The lady at the counter was a little embarrassed. Although Diana was wearing the school uniform of Jangdu No. 2 Middle School, her temperament was indeed that of a girl from a wealthy family. The lady at the counter took out a POS machine and inserted Diana's bank card into it. Card swipe failed, insufficient balance. He gave a mocking smile. Little sister, your card balance is insufficient. Impossible. Diana took back her bank card and looked at it several times, then spoke slowly. I have tens of billions in this card. How could there be insufficient balance? Did you lie to me? The lady at the counter snorted. Why would I lie to you? Just go to the bank ATM and swipe your money, and you'll know. Diana put away her bank card and left the luxury store. Dial Lu Chongqing's phone number. Lao Lu, I want to ask you, did you transfer all the money on my card? Lu Chongqing answered very straightforwardly. Yes. Diana's face turned pale. Why did you do that? Why did I do this? Lu Chongqing was almost laughed at by Diana's stupidity. If I don't transfer all the money from your card, am I going to watch that green tea man spend all my money? Diana knew that Lu Chongqing was talking about Anthony and hurried to explain. Dad, he's not a green tea. He saved me before, so it's only natural that I spend some money on him. As it should be? Lu Chongqing was a little unhappy. You spent at least several million in the years you've known him. The bodyguards told me that he always asks you to buy luxury goods for him. High-end gaming equipment, brand-name bags, and even taking him to Norway to see the Northern Lights. But Dad, Diana was clearly lacking in confidence. He saved me. The summer vacation of my first year in junior high school. Lu Chongqing's family of 3 and some of Diana's close friends. A group of people are visiting Fenghuang Ancient Town. While he and his wife were asleep, Diana went to experience the bars in Fenghuang Ancient Town with some of Diana's best friends. As soon as they came out of the bar, they had a conflict with some drunks. Diana was accidentally pushed into the Taojiang River by the drunks. Fortunately, Man Man, the resident singer of Zizulan Bar, jumped into the river and rescued Diana. Man Man was wearing a mask, and Diana didn't know what he looked like. Wait until Lu Chongqing takes Diana to the bar to find the savior. Bar owner Zheng, he said he had left. At that time, Johnson was still a minor. Zheng, he was afraid that the police would cause trouble for him, so he did not say Johnson's name. He only told Diana that the resident singer's stage name was Man Man. Diana always remembered this kindness and always wanted to repay him for saving her life. Johnson rescued Diana to shore, thinking it was no big deal. Diana was his fiancée, and it was his duty to save her. So, he said nothing and turned and left. What's more, he is a resident singer in a bar. If his grandmother knew about this, he would definitely give him a lecture. From beginning to end. Johnson had never told Diana that he had saved her. Unexpectedly, in the third year of junior high school, Anthony, who transferred to the school, told Diana that he was Diana's savior. Diana's heart gradually shifted towards Anthony. At this time, Lou said a little angrily, "Diana, don't be silly. If he is really your savior, given his personality, he would have asked you for tens of millions right away. How could he have waited so long?" "Dad." Diana interrupted Lou Chongqing directly. "Dad, Anthony never asked me for anything. I always gave it to him on my own initiative. He's a very nice person. He tells me every day how he and his sister came out of the mountains." "You." Lou Chongqing felt a little disappointed with his friend. "I'm so pissed. From now on, I'll only give you 20 yuan a day for living expenses, and you can go home for meals." "Dad." Diana was about to say that it was too little and not enough for 3 people when the phone was hung up. Diana was extremely upset, and her eyes happened to be looking not far away. Golden Shield Watch Store and JD Mall are holding activities together. A penny for a watch. Diana walked over and picked up a black men's watch. It felt very well made, but the material was a little light, but otherwise it was fine. "Really a penny?" The boss nodded. "Penny." Diana took out her phone and scanned the WeChat QR code for 2 cents. "2 pieces, please." After that, he picked out a black one and a white one. Then we drove back to the villa. Anthony heard a car coming outside the villa and quickly pushed his sister Amanda, who was eating cake. "Cry quickly, Diana is here." Amanda immediately put the cake into the refrigerator, quickly sat back in her seat, then wiped her mouth with toilet paper and started to squeeze out tears. Diana took out the key and opened the door. Amanda had successfully choked up, and Anthony was crying and comforting her beside her. Diana couldn't help but feel distressed when she saw this scene. "Hurry over there. Haven't spoken yet." Amanda spoke first. "Sister Diana, is Johnson unwilling to leave Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School? Otherwise, please let me go. I don't want to see him. This?" Diana quickly comforted Amanda. "Don't worry, I will definitely be able to convince him to leave." Amanda choked quietly. "Sister Diana, don't you know the school leader? Use your money to chase him away." Chapter 17. Diana finally saw Anthony's true face. Anthony pretended to be angry. "Amanda, what are you talking about? Johnson is your sister Diana's boyfriend. How could she bear to kick him out? Can't you just bear with it for a while?" No. Amanda cried even louder. Diana is almost overwhelmed. Okay, I'll think of a way. I'll go find a teacher from Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School." Diana glanced at Anthony, took out a penny watch from her pocket, and handed it to Anthony. "This is for you." Anthony took the watch, looked at it carefully, and felt indescribable excitement in his heart. "So beautiful." As he said that, he put it on his wrist and asked casually, "This watch is worth 7 to 8 million, right?" Jibata's watch is worth more than 4 million. Diana looked embarrassed. "This watch a penny." "Penny?" Anthony's eyes widened. He took off his watch angrily and threw it to Diana, saying with disdain, "Forget it. It's only a penny. If I wear it outside, I'm afraid people will laugh at me." Diana didn't catch it, and the watch fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Diana was completely stunned. Anthony be like this? Didn't he like everything we gave him before? Why are you now looking down on a watch just because it costs only a penny? She couldn't help but frown. The cheapest thing Diana gave Anthony in the past was worth several $1,000s. For the penniless Anthony, it must be a good thing. So, at that time, Anthony liked whatever Diana gave him. After a long time, he got used to it, especially when Johnson was put in prison. Diana gave Anthony's sister gifts worth hundreds of thousands, or even millions, in order to appease her. Now anything worth a penny is a humiliation to Anthony. Diana's mouth twitched slightly. Anthony was wearing a facial mask and happened to see Diana's tense face out of the corner of his eye. Then he realized that his behavior just now was inappropriate. Quickly put on a smile. "Diana, I don't mind that the gift you gave me is too cheap. Diana took a deep breath and interrupted Anthony. If Anthony hadn't saved her before, she would have lost her temper long ago. "Okay, stop talking, I get it." Turned around and left. Anthony felt guilty for a moment. His behavior just now was really unconscious. He glanced at Amanda, who was crying, then turned and said something to Diana. "Diana, can you please charge the electricity bill? There is no electricity at home." Diana turned her back to Anthony and couldn't help but find herself extremely funny. "Okay." After saying that, he turned and left. The next day, Johnson had just gotten out of bed when he received a call from Lawyer Lee. "Hello, Uncle Lee," Lawyer Lee said excitedly on the other end of the phone. "Johnson, the client has arrived in Jiangdu. He asked you when to come to the villa to handle the transfer." Johnson gripped the phone tightly. "Right now? Where are you now?" "I'll be right there." Lawyer Lee just took a client on a tour of the community. The client was very satisfied with the community's greenery. Lawyer Lee originally wanted to take the client inside to take a look, but the password lock on the entrance door had been changed. He had no choice but to explain the situation to the customer. The client was also a reasonable person. He said that as long as no one had died, he would keep the house. As for the Anthony siblings who had forcibly occupied the room, he would drive them away, and Johnson didn't need to worry about them. Johnson felt that his hair was a little messy, so he decided to take a shower. He took off his clothes directly and went to the bathroom to wash up. It took me 5 minutes to wash my body. I smelled it and there was no odor. I plugged the hairdryer into the socket and turned on the switch, but there was no response. I couldn't help but frown, wondering if there was a power outage. Johnson saw that the lights in the hallway were on. He walked to the electric meter box and discovered that the circuit breaker had tripped. He frowned when he saw the number on it, and Mayheba came over to charge the electric car again. He picked up his phone and sent a message to his landlord. Mayheba came over to charge again. Now the family owes electricity bills. This can't go on. Although the rent is cheap, the electricity bill is not small every month. Soon, the landlord sent a message. Okay, don't worry, I'll go find him. Johnson put away his phone, closed the door, and went to see Lawyer Lee. Soon, Johnson rode a shared electric bike to the door of the villa. Lawyer Lee and a middle-aged man stood near the door, followed by a dozen bodyguards in black. Uncle Lee. Lawyer Lee heard Johnson calling him and turned to look at him. Johnson. Then, he told Xiao Yin, a client nearby. Boss Xiao, this is Johnson, Bossy's son. This villa belongs to him. Johnson parked the shared bike and walked in front of Lawyer Lee and Xiao Yin. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Then his gaze fell directly on Xiao Yin, and he said embarrassedly, well, there are 2 strangers living in this villa. How about I drive them away later, and then we can sign a contract? Xiao Yin laughed out loud. Just like what Lawyer Lee said, Johnson was really a real person. He patted Johnson on the shoulder. Just sell the house to me, and don't worry about the rest. After saying that, he turned around and looked at the villa. I have already contacted the decoration company, and they will tear down all the previous decorations in the villa and replace them with the style I like. Johnson smiled. This also saves a lot of trouble. Okay, let's sign the contract now. Xiao Yin nodded. Lawyer Lee took out 3 house transfer contracts and handed them to the 2 of them. 1 portion per person. Johnson, you don't need to go to the real estate bureau to transfer the property later. I will be your agent. You can just focus on your studies. Johnson nodded. Okay. Johnson signed his name on the last page of the contract, exchanged the contract with Xiao Yin, and signed his name again. Xiao Yin gave the finance department a look. The finance department quickly took action and transferred $500 million to Johnson's account. Soon, the finance department whispered in Xiao Yan's ear. Boss Xiao, it's done. The money has been transferred. Xiao Yin smiled and stretched out his right hand, wanting to shake hands with Johnson. Johnson, the money has been transferred to your account. This house will be mine from now on. Johnson held Xiao Yan's hands with both of his own. Well, thank you. The 2 held hands for a full minute before letting go. Xiao Yin glanced at the bodyguard beside him. Go, pry open the door and kick the people inside out. The bodyguard nodded, picked up the axe, and knocked on the door. Anthony and his sister Amanda had just woken up. In the bedroom, before I could even sit down, I heard a loud noise. Anthony couldn't help but frowned. Who was this? Why was he knocking on the door so early? Suddenly, Johnson's figure flashed in his mind. Chapter 18. Johnson is going to sell the villa and drive Anthony and his sister out of the villa. Anthony's face darkened when he thought of this. Said unhappily, stop knocking, Johnson. If you break my door, I'll kill you. After saying that, he went to open the door. The bodyguard originally kicked the door, but Anthony opened the door and the kick landed right on Anthony, knocking him far away. Anthony lay on the ground, holding his chest. It took him a long time to catch his breath. Amanda saw her brother being kicked to the ground, so she ran over and helped Anthony up. Brother, are you okay? Then, Amanda turned and looked at the bodyguard. Who are you? Xiao Yin walked in and snorted coldly. Who are you? I've already bought this villa. You have 2 hours to pack up and leave. Anthony stood up and covered his chest. This house is mine. Why don't I remember selling it to you? Johnson chuckled and walked out from behind Xiao Yin. Anthony, do you still have any shame? When did this house become yours? This house is obviously mine, but you occupied it. Johnson was so excited that he wanted to tear Anthony into pieces. Anthony saw that the person coming was Johnson. The fear in his heart disappeared instantly, and he smiled sarcastically. Johnson, you raped my sister. This house was given to me as compensation by Diana. It has nothing to do with you anymore. Johnson got angry whenever he thought of Anthony's sister. It was because of this false accusation by a green tea girl that he was imprisoned for 3 years for no apparent reason and was almost beaten to death by the police. You still have the nerve to bring it up. Didn't you say I raped your sister? Today I'll rape her for you to see. Anthony was instantly frightened. Johnson, don't do this. Diana will never let you go if you do this. Amanda shrank into a ball in fear. Don't come over here, or I'll call the police. Johnson felt like vomiting when he saw Amanda. Rape her. Instead, she was given benefits. She looks like a pig, which makes anyone feel sick. Johnson pulled out his belt, ready to beat Anthony severely. He wanted to vent all the grievances he had suffered in the past 3 years on Anthony. Just getting ready to start. Diana rushed in. Stop. Anthony in the morning. She thought about it last night and left without saying a word, which was a bit rude. So, early in the morning, I drove over to apologize to Anthony. As soon as I arrived at the door of the villa, I saw a group of people rushing in. She quickly found a place to park the car and rushed over. Diana came over and looked at Johnson angrily. "What are you doing?" Johnson snorted. "I sold the house and drove these two green teas away. What's wrong with that?" "You sold the house?" Diana's eyes widened. "Where do Anthony and Amanda live?" Johnson looked at Diana with gritted teeth. "It's none of my business where they live. This is my house. I can do whatever I want with it." Diana saw Johnson's angry expression and realized for once that their relationship had reached a freezing point. If any extreme words are spoken again, it is very likely that the engagement will be ruined. He lowered his head and spoke in a calm tone. "Johnson, can you please not sell it yet? The Anthony brothers and sisters have nowhere to go." "No!" Johnson said it very bluntly. He had already clenched his fists. In the next second, he was going to slap Diana hard in the face twice. Diana bit her lips slightly. "How about this? I'll rent the house and give you rent every month. Then, I'll move in and live with you." "Live with me?" Johnson frowned, wondering if Diana was crazy. They were already enemies. This idiot actually had the nerve to suggest living together. "Are you sick? You sent me to jail and killed my grandma. Do you think I will forgive you? Do you deserve to live with me?" After saying that, he couldn't bear it any longer and slapped Diana in the face. Diana covered her face and looked at Johnson with grievance. "This is the third time you've hit me. I know you feel very uncomfortable, so I won't take it personally if you hit me." Johnson was somewhat helpless and shook his head gently. He was a little confused about Diana now. Was this woman crazy? "Diana, you are such a bitch." Johnson being fussy, Xiaoyan pulled Johnson behind him. "Johnson, why are you being affectionate with a bitch who framed you? Just kick them out." He turned and looked at the bodyguard. "Go ahead, throw everything out of the house." There was no Johnson-esque stuff left in the house. Anthony had thrown it out long ago. The bodyguard nodded and started moving things in the house. Anthony became anxious instantly. "Don't touch my things." Anthony went forward to pull, but was kicked away by the bodyguard. Diana saw Anthony being beaten. She instantly got angry and pointed at Johnson and Xiaoyan. "Wait for me, both of you. I'll call someone now." Xiaoyan snorted coldly. He knew that Diana's father was Lu Chongqing. However, he didn't take Lu Chongqing seriously at all. As a gangster, how could he be afraid of a decent businessman? "Go ahead. Let me see how many people you can call." Diana called the security manager of Lu Group. "Hurry up and call all your people to Jiangdu Peach Blossom Spring." The security manager looked embarrassed. Mr. Lu said that from now on you will only be assigned 2 bodyguards, and they can only take action when you are in danger." Diana growled. "My wedding room is about to be demolished, and you still don't come." The security manager was in a dilemma. "This has nothing to do with me." "You bastard." Diana hung up the phone and dialed Lu Chongqing's number again. "Dad, Johnson sold the house. Now Johnson is trying to force Anthony and his sister to leave. Hurry up and call the bodyguards to protect Anthony and his sister." Lu Chongqing was a little annoyed. "Are you crazy? The villa originally belonged to Johnson. Anthony and his sister had been occupying it. It's Johnson's business to sell the villa. I can't control it. Don't get involved." Diana couldn't bear it anymore and hung up the phone. At this moment, I could hear Anthony's sobbing and Amanda's screams. Diana gritted her teeth and looked at the bodyguard behind her. "What are you two still doing here? Stop them now." "This?" The bodyguards looked at each other and lowered their heads. Mr. Lu said that we will only take action if you are in danger." Seeing that the other side had more people, the two of them did not dare to act rashly, saying this was just an excuse for themselves. Diana was furious. "You, take a deep breath. Okay, you guys only took action because someone else hit me, right?" Chapter 19, Sister-in-Law, by Jia feels sick when she sees Anthony and his sister. The bodyguard nodded. Diana rushed directly toward Xiaoyan. As a result, before he could touch Xiaoyan, he was pushed down by the bodyguards beside him, and then beaten and kicked. The attack was quite brutal, and in just a few strokes, Diana turned into a fat person. Diana, brought with her, could no longer sit idly by, and rushed over to fight with the bodyguards who beat Diana. Unfortunately, they were outnumbered, and their fate was the same as Diana's. He was beaten violently. He was beaten all over. Then he was thrown out by Xiaoyan's bodyguards. Diana was the most seriously injured and felt pain all over her body. In a short while, the entrance of the villa was filled with Anthony and Amanda's things. Anthony and Amanda were also thrown out. Xiaoyan was considerate enough to call a garbage truck and throw Anthony's things into it. Anthony wanted to stop it. "Don't throw my stuff in a garbage truck. It's not garbage. It's luxury items that Diana bought for me." As a result, he was beaten again and could only watch his things being thrown into the garbage truck together with other household waste. Xiaoyan felt very happy. Trash should be put with trash. "I'll take your stuff to the dump, and you can pick it up yourself." Anthony clenched his fists. He didn't dare to glare at Xiaoyan, but only looked at Johnson viciously. He will definitely return all the shame of today to Johnson. After Xiaoyan dealt with Diana and Anthony, he turned and looked at Johnson. "Mr. He, go back and review as soon as possible. Don't worry, I won't let these bastards get close to the villa." Johnson nodded. After saying that, he got on the shared bike and left. After a while, people from the decoration company arrived. Seeing that things had come to this, Diana had no choice but to leave with Anthony and his sister in disgrace. Anthony and Meepy sat in the back of the car, and Diana drove them back to her home. She had already thought of what to say to Lu Changqing. Diana just opened the door. My sister-in-law, Bai Jie, was sitting on the sofa putting on a facial mask. Diana shouted naturally with a somewhat unhappy expression. Sister-in-law. Bai Jie hummed. Her eyes quickly fell on the Anthony siblings. She looked them up and down and couldn't help but snorted coldly. Diana, are these two people your classmates? Anthony's siblings, she felt that they were not good people. Diana nodded awkwardly. Bai Jie snorted coldly and didn't want to say another word. She turned around and prepared to go upstairs. She didn't like staying with people who looked uncomfortable. Diana called out to Bai Jie. Sister-in-law, they're staying in our house temporarily. Bai Jie felt a little surprised and turned her head to look at the Anthony siblings again. Although they were wearing famous brands, their temperament betrayed them. They were definitely poor people from the bottom of society. Are you crazy? Our house is full of expensive luxury items. What if something gets lost? Anthony heard Bai Jie say this. He couldn't help but clench his fists. He hated it most when others looked down on him. However, what Bai Jie said was not wrong. Anthony did commit some petty thefts. Anthony was about to open his mouth to refute, but when he thought that Diana would never quarrel with her family for him, he just swallowed his anger. Diana smiled bitterly. This? He glanced at Anthony, then looked at his sister-in-law with a determined look. Sister-in-law, Anthony is not that kind of person. He is very kind and has a good reputation in school. He has a very good reputation, but the people who play with him are not that good, and those with good character don't bother to play with him. Bai Jie looked a little unhappy. That won't work either. Only people with the surname Liu can live in this house. No outsiders are allowed to live here. Diana muttered softly. Aren't you also from another family? However, she didn't dare say such words. Liu Yiku is her elder brother and has always loved his sister-in-law. In the past few years, Liu Yiku has been developing rapidly outside. The scale of the company he founded is no smaller than that of Liu Group. Therefore, Lu Changqing gave up the overseas project and prepared to hand over the company to Liu Yiku. Retire early yourself. Diana raised her head and looked at Bai Jie. Sister-in-law, Anthony is my savior. He has no place to live now. I can't just ignore him. He is your savior. Bai Jie looked Anthony up and down with suspicion. With his green tea bitch look, she didn't think he was Diana's savior at all. Diana's expression was a little unnatural. Sister-in-law, they're really just staying for a few days. Once I find a house for them, I will let them move out. Besides, there are so many people in our house, so many eyes, who would dare to steal anything. This? Bai Jie thought about it for a moment, but still felt that it wasn't a good idea, so she was about to speak. Behind her, Diana's mother, Lu Xiaodong, spoke. Okay, stop arguing. I'll make the decision this time. Let them stay for a few days and move out when they find a house. Bai Jie was somewhat unhappy with Lu Xiaodong. Mom! Lu Xiaodong interrupted Bai Jie directly. Okay, that's settled. He turned and looked at the butler. Arrange rooms for the two brothers and sisters. The butler nodded. Diana was very excited. Thanks, Mom. Bai Jie bit her lip and turned back to her room. Although Liu Yiku loves her very much now, he is a mama's boy and he will definitely stand on Lu Xiaodong's side. Bai Jie could only swallow her anger. He turned his head and took a look at his safe, where all his gold and silver valuables were kept. It is still safe for now. After much thought, I decided to install a surveillance camera in my room. Take out your phone, open Xiaomi's official website, and select Xiaomi monitoring. Anthony was very proud. He had wanted to live in the Liu family for a long time, but he didn't expect Johnson to help him so much. It's just a pity to put that pile of his stuff together with the garbage. It's definitely useless. But think about it. Diana will buy him a new one in the future, which makes her feel a little better. Late night, 5:30 at the Orange Bar. Johnson wore a mask, sat in a chair, and sang the song very passionately with a guitar. He was surrounded by little fans who were attracted by his singing. His voice is so charming that my ears are almost pregnant. Another girl wiped away tears. I suddenly want to fall in love. Is he looking for a girlfriend? I want to marry him and give birth to his children. You are worthy of him. He only likes beautiful women like me. You should take a piss and look at yourself first, then go back and calm down. In order to attract customers and also to advertise Johnson, bar owner Zheng, he offered free admission to the bar for the first 3 days, with each customer receiving a glass of whiskey. Chapter 20. This masked singer, young master. The girls love him so much. This just happened to attract some girls from Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School who didn't want to go home after school. The pedestrian street is not far from Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. Some girls would walk around the pedestrian street for an hour after their evening self-study before going home. Several girls wearing Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School uniforms squeezed in from outside the crowd. Were attracted by Johnson's singing downstairs in the bar. His voice is so beautiful. Just listening to it makes me feel like my soul has been redeemed, as if I have forgotten the pressure of the college entrance examination in that second. The girl picked up her cell phone and held it high up to film Johnson playing the guitar and singing. So handsome. There was discussion again around. I heard from my boss that this boy is still a senior high school student. No way. The boss said he was a top student and came to the bar to sing to relieve stress. Several girls from Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School looked at each other in confusion. Then he smiled knowingly. Oh my god, it can't be Cappuccino. He's an art student. He sings really well. Impossible. I've heard his voice, and it's not as nice as this boy's. The girls began to talk about it. I think he is the school idol Han Xingqian. Look at him. He is so handsome even with a mask on, and his body is really invincible. But Han Xingqian can't sing, and she doesn't have the temperament as him. Some people around couldn't help but find it funny when they saw these girls in Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School uniform commenting on the boys on the stage. Haha, does good-looking mean you belong to Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School? Do you really think that Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School is full of talented people? The girl was so angry that her teeth itched. You know nothing. Johnson sang 10 songs on the stage, and the applause became louder and louder. As the night grew darker, more and more handsome men and beautiful women came to the bar to drink. The bar that used to be deserted is now packed with people. Boss Zheng, he couldn't stop smiling. He didn't expect Johnson to have fans everywhere. Johnson went behind the scenes, and the boss took out $10,000 and handed it to Johnson. This is yours. Johnson was a little surprised. Brother Zheng, as agreed, I'll come over to help you warm up the crowd, and I won't ask for your money. Zheng, he smiled and stuffed 10,000 yuan into Johnson's hand. Please accept it, or I'll feel a little guilty. Oh well. Johnson took the $10,000 and left the bar. On the way back, he carried his guitar on his back, looked at the bustling passersby on the pedestrian street, and the corners of his mouth showed the first smile since he was released from prison. I didn't expect freedom to be such a happy thing. He walked a few more steps, avoiding the crowded pedestrian street and turning into a small alley. Although it is a small alley, it is also very lively. On both sides of the alley are shops selling special snacks and homestays with a strong artistic atmosphere. At the same time, this is also a night market for young people, selling all kinds of small accessories that girls like. Before Anthony transferred to the junior high school affiliated to Xiangnan Normal University, Diana often brought Johnson here to buy jewelry. Johnson quickly noticed a butterfly hairpin, a translucent silver butterfly flapping its wings. He stared at it for a while and decided to give it to Kelly to ease the relationship between them. He felt a little tired of being on edge with her all day. Restore normal relationships with classmates and make yourself feel better. Boss, how much is this? The boss held up 2 fingers. 20. So expensive? Johnson looked up at the boss in shock. It was not like he had bought them before. 2 were $10 each in other places. The boss said with a smile, this hairpin is made of silver. Johnson looked embarrassed. He was not a 3-year-old child and had eyes. This is clearly a layer of silver dye. He thought about it and decided, forget it, 20 is fine. Things on the pedestrian street are expensive anyway. The weights in other places are in Jean, but in this shabby place on the pedestrian street, the weights are in Liang. It's made of silver, and selling it for 20 is really cheap. Johnson scanned the code and paid 20 yuan. Before he reached out to take it, several girls from Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School walked up to him. What a pity. He only sang 10 songs and made me wait for him for so long. I will ask in our school forum later if he is our classmate. Why are you in love? The girl's cheeks instantly flushed. What nonsense are you talking about? He thinks he can impress me by singing a few songs. Then I am worthless. However, if he confesses his love to me, I will definitely agree. Just then, a girl saw Johnson and gently pushed the girl who had just spoken. Let's go. The rapist is here. The girl turned her head and noticed Johnson carrying a guitar. They couldn't help but take a few steps back at the same time. Johnson had heard what they were saying and felt a surge of disdain in his heart. She picked up the butterfly hairpin, turned around, and left. The girls felt as if they had experienced a disaster and had a sense of survival. They didn't dare speak until Johnson was far away. Let's take another route. I think it's too dangerous. Me too. I think he might be waiting for us up ahead. Let's go, let's go. The girls did not even go to the night market and returned to the main road of the pedestrian street. Johnson walked into the community with a butterfly hairpin in his hand, and then he realized that he was crazy and bought Kelly a hammer butterfly hairpin. I don't like her, and I haven't even spoken a few words to her, but I give her a gift. Doesn't that make me a bootlicker? Johnson smiled self-deprecatingly and walked towards the rental house. A scene that made him unhappy happened. Mei Heba's electric car was blocking his doorstep. The charging cable plugs directly into the meter box. Mei Heba observed for a while and found that Johnson would not go out again after returning home from evening self-study, so he set the charging time from 11 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the morning. What he didn't expect was that Johnson didn't come back until after 11 this time. Johnson simply unplugged his charging cable and kicked the electric bike over. I went straight back to the room. Paying the electricity bill every day was no problem. He lay in bed, thinking about it, and sent a message to the landlord. Mei Heba came to my house and stole electricity again. This caused power outages every day when I was reviewing. I thought it was haunted. Johnson's residence was originally a haunted house, and the landlord immediately sent a message when he saw that it was haunted. Okay, I will check you out. You stayed for 5 days this month, and I will deduct 250 yuan from you based on 50 yuan per day. Johnson frowned, feeling as if the landlord was cursing. Landlord, don't worry. I'll go look for a house in the next 2 days. Once I find one, you can give me the price. Okay da. Johnson glanced at the message from the landlord and fell asleep. Fell asleep quickly. The next morning, he was awakened by Mei Heba's voice outside the door. Who did it? Who kicked my electric bike? Johnson thought about the electricity bills he had paid these days. He became so angry that he opened the door and yelled at Mei Heba. I did it, what's wrong? Chapter 21 Johnson. Why don't you go to the International Middle School? Why should I go? Why don't you go? When Mei Heba heard Johnson yelling at him angrily, he instantly lost his temper. He lowered his head, put away the charging cable, picked up the electric bike, and left. Johnson snorted. They like soft things, but are afraid of hard things. After saying that, he closed the door. Johnson looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock. Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School stipulates that students who travel to school must arrive at school at 7 o'clock. Johnson went to the bathroom, tidied up briefly, then returned to the living room, picked up his school bag, and went to school. I bought a bun on the roadside. Diana suddenly came over. Johnson, I need to tell you something. Johnson's good mood disappeared instantly. He turned his head and stared at Diana fiercely. I have nothing to tell you. He now wanted to kill Diana, but before killing Diana, he wanted to fulfill his grandmother's wish and get admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Johnson finished speaking. He walked straight towards the gate of Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. Diana went to see the school administrators last night and told them that she wanted Johnson to drop out. However, the school leaders told her that it was the director of the Education Bureau who asked Johnson to study at Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. If she had the ability, she would go directly to the director of the Education Bureau. If it were in the past, she would have used her financial power to give the director several million and asked him to arrange for Johnson to drop out of school. But now, she is penniless. Diana trotted over to Johnson. An application form for an international high school was handed to Johnson. Johnson, my dad likes you the most. Why don't you go to an international high school? When the time comes, just tell my dad and he will definitely pay for you. Johnson felt uncomfortable and tore up the application form and threw it in Diana's face. Why are you making me drop out of school, Diana? I'm warning you for the last time. Stay away from me, or I'll kill you. Johnson spoke excitedly, and she did have the idea of killing Diana. Diana was also forced to take a few steps back by Johnson's ferocious expression. Johnson snorted coldly, ignored Diana, and walked straight towards the school gate. Parallel classes. Kelly sat down in her seat early and pretended to read a book. She was even a little sleepy. She no longer has any hope of getting into university through the college entrance examination. She now only hopes that she can pass the score line for a second-tier university and go to the Beijing Film Academy. She has passed the interview, and now all she needs is the college entrance examination results. Kelly yawned and glanced at Johnson's seat. He was really tired of sitting at the same table with him these days. Johnson didn't even say a word to her, so Kelly always got the cold shoulder. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Forget it, a scumbag like you doesn't deserve to be my deskmate. After saying that, he moved the table back to its previous position. When her deskmate and best friend Yu Wei saw Kelly moving back home, she couldn't help but mock him. What to do now that you've moved back here and broke up with your boyfriend? Kelly's big, watery eyes kept blinking. What boyfriend? Yu Wei smiled wickedly, raised her head, looked around, and when she didn't see Johnson, she began to speak slowly. Now your classmates say that you like Johnson, the rapist. Oh my God! Kelly couldn't help but frown. How could I possibly like him? He's a bookworm who spends all his time reading books. I said 100 sentences to him, but he didn't even bother to respond to me. I don't like such a blockhead as him. There was a pause. Also, don't keep calling him a rapist. Didn't the class teacher say he was wrongly accused? During the days Kelly and Johnson were together, Johnson's eyes were always fixed on the blackboard, and he never looked at her twice. She felt that Johnson was very abstinent and seemed to have little interest in women. Yu Wei smiled. She was too lazy to talk about whether Johnson was a rapist or not. The classmates talked about it, but Johnson ignored them. There's no point in saying too much. The heat has already subsided. Now, the hottest topic in Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School is that the Zizulin bar is full of singers. Yu Wei took out her cell phone, connected the Bluetooth headset, clicked on a video of Johnson singing while wearing a mask, and handed it to Kelly. Do you like this? Yu Wei handed the Bluetooth headset to Kelly. Kelly took the Bluetooth headset and just put it in her ears. The magnetic sound instantly made Kelly's cheeks slightly red, as if she was in love. An unnatural smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He quickly took off the Bluetooth headset and returned it to Yu Wei. That's not nice. You're making me commit a crime, understand? When Yu Wei saw Kelly like this, she must have been aroused and even said things against her will. Then, speak softly. The bar is free these 2 days, and there's a free glass of whiskey. How about we go together? This? Kelly looked towards Johnson's seat in the back row, as if he was about to do something wrong. This made Yu Wei very unhappy. Kelly, what are you doing? Are you really in love with that rapist? You want to see a handsome guy? But why were you looking at him? Are you worried that he's jealous? Kelly withdrew his gaze, then looked at Yue and frowned. What are you talking about? How could I possibly like him? He doesn't excite me at all. When I look at him, There was no good excuse. Okay, let's go together tonight. Johnson walked in from outside the classroom with his school bag on his back. When he saw Kelly move away from his desk, a sense of loss flashed through his heart. But soon, I didn't feel anything. Just a stranger. Johnson returned to his desk, hung his bag on the chair, and began flipping through his books. He took advantage of the daytime when he was full of energy and seized the time to study. Kelly held a makeup mirror and observed Johnson's every move and found that he was not sad at all because of her moving away. There was an inexplicable sense of frustration in my heart. What am I thinking about? Didn't he just save me once? Should I keep him in my heart? Kelly put away her makeup mirror, picked up a book, and started playing with her phone. She roughly calculated that her grades were enough to get into a second-tier university. She can get 140 points in English, and she can just pass the Chinese objective test in composition, which is 90 points. History and biology are her strong subjects, so she can guarantee 90 points. I have always failed in chemistry and mathematics, with scores of around 40. The total score is 490, which is just enough to meet the admission score of the Beijing Film Academy. Moreover, the college entrance examination is simpler than the usual monthly exams. Maybe you can perform beyond your level in the college entrance examination. Kelly opened his phone. He saw that the Jiangdu No. 2 middle school arts exam group was constantly reposting the video of Johnson singing while wearing a mask. There were also female classmates who kept tagging the school Han Kan Xingxin. Is this boy you? The school idol Han Xingxin can't sing. Like Kelly, he is a dancer. But this guy wanted to pretend and sent an evil smiley face. Chapter 22 Speechless. Various rumors about Johnson. I know, but you still ask. Kelly sent a speechless expression and then clicked on the video forwarded by his classmates. She put on her Bluetooth headphones and turned up the volume little by little. The more I listen, the more I feel addicted. There's really a feeling of being in love, and the corners of my mouth slightly raised. It was as if a boy she had liked for a long time kept whispering sweet words in her ear that made her blush. Just as she was fully immersed in Johnson's singing, WeChat notifications kept ringing. Kelly frowned, which really ruined the atmosphere. She exited the video and saw what everyone was talking about. Johnson at the night market last night, who talked about it in the group. That rapist is so disgusting. He actually bought a butterfly hairband for girls. So perverted. Did he buy it for his girlfriend? Does he have a girlfriend? I felt that he was hungry and wanted a woman again, so I bought a girl's product to comfort himself. How disgusting. How is this different from the pervert who steals girls' underwear? Maybe it was for Kelly. Kelly sat next to him all day, so he must have taken a fancy to Kelly. Nowadays, rapists always use courtesy before force. If Kelly doesn't want his gift, he will definitely force himself on her. Kelly was instantly unhappy. Get lost, I'm still in the group. The male classmate sent an embarrassed expression. Another female classmate sent a message. Kelly, you'd better be more careful. Amanda from the experimental class said the same thing just now. The rapist has finished her high school entrance exam, so give her a gift first. She confiscated it, and Johnson raped him. Kelly frowned. Although Johnson had a stern face all day long, he felt that his character was not as bad as his classmates said. Didn't the teacher say that he was wrongly accused? He even has proof of innocence. We also can't just listen to Amanda's one-sided story. That woman doesn't seem to have a very good reputation. Soon a classmate refuted. Not only Amanda, many people have said that this rapist has a strong desire. Su Qianqian and he were classmates in junior high school, and this guy would go out with prostitutes every weekend. Su Qianqian saw it every time. Kelly was stunned for a moment. She and Su Qianqian were in the same junior high school, so how could she not remember that Johnson was in the same junior high school as her? Impossible, I don't believe it. Su Qianqian and I were classmates in junior high school. I don't even remember Johnson and I going to the same school. Just after it was posted, a girl bravely stood up. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. He and I were in the same unit. I saw him go out every weekend. He was full of energy when he came back. Kelly was completely numb. No, wait, another classmate sent a hey, smiley face. It seems that our Baida campus beauty doesn't believe it. After a pause, he sent a message. How about this? I know where the rapist lives. Tomorrow is the weekend. He will definitely take action. Let's follow him together. Then you will know, right? Kelly looked extremely embarrassed. 3 people make a tiger, so she had to suspect Johnson. But deep down I told myself that Johnson was not that kind of person. The classmate sent another message. What's wrong? Campus bell bye? Are you afraid to go? Kelly took a deep breath. Go, why wouldn't you dare to go? Yue glanced at Kelly. What's wrong, Kelly? Kelly quickly put away his phone. Nothing. He adjusted his expression. Let's go to the bar together tonight. All day long, Kelly kept stealing glances at Johnson through her makeup mirror, as if her departure had not caused him much emotional fluctuation. I feel like a failure. If it were any other boy, he would have come to beg me to move back. Well, in the afternoon, the last class ended. The sunset also took a big bite out of the city skyline. Kelly and Yue went to a restaurant called Shiwaba Canteen near the school to eat. Because it was a newly opened restaurant, all items were 40% off. The entire restaurant was packed with students. Yue and Kelly had no choice but to eat in front of the store. This store specializes in business with students from Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School, so they got a student meal card, topped up 500 yuan, and enjoyed a 30% discount on meals all year round. Kelly and Yue also did one. After the meal, the two planned to go back to school, but Yue suddenly wanted to buy a cup of handmade milk tea. Then he pulled Kelly towards the alley to the right of the school gate. However, Kelly was reluctant to go. There are too few people in that place. Occasionally 1 or 2 students would pass by. Last time, he was blocked by the yellow-haired black man. If Johnson hadn't suddenly appeared, his innocence would have been lost. Yue, it's too dark now. That place is dangerous. Danger? Kelly in surprise. This street is full of people. It's a snack street. Don't worry. The situation you had last time won't happen again. Yue patted her chest and made the promise. Kelly bit his lip and followed. Walking into the alley, there are occasionally students passing by on their way home for dinner. Yue brought Kelly quickly to the door of the handmade milk tea shop. Boss, 2 cups of matcha milk pudding, please. Sisters, 2 cups of matcha milk pudding are not enough. There are 6 brothers. Kelly panicked instantly. The voice was the same as the yellow-haired one from a few days ago. Yue and Kelly turned around and were about to escape when they were blocked by the yellow-haired black man. Yue shouted, "Don't mess around. There are people here, believe it or not. The police will be here soon." The yellow-haired black man turned his head and glanced at the students passing by. The student lowered his head and left quickly. The yellow-haired Heisey turned his head back and looked at Yue. "Now that there's no one around, little sisters, let's go to my van and talk." As soon as his hand touched Yue's face, he was slapped away by Yue. "Don't touch me. My dad is selling barbecue nearby. If I yell, he will come over and take care of you." Kelly pulled Yue's arm and kept moving his body behind Yue. The yellow-haired black man smiled. "To tell you the truth, my brother is going to northern Myanmar to do some big business tomorrow, and he wants to have a chick before he leaves the country. I didn't expect to meet the campus beauty of Baidai University, and what I didn't expect even more was that there was an unexpected surprise." Yue's appearance also scores 80 points. Although she has short hair, she looks very cute, especially her watery eyes, which blink charmingly. "Don't mess around." The yellow-haired black man laughed even louder. "If you take good care of me, I won't mess around." Yue's face turned pale with fright. She and Kelly kept retreating until they had nowhere to retreat. The thugs surrounded them tighter and tighter. At this time, the owner of the milk tea shop turned around and lowered his head to make milk tea. Kelly happened to see Johnson and seemed to see hope. "Johnson." Johnson heard Kelly calling him, just took a look, turned around, and left. Kelly would be disheartened, and this would really be the end of him. The yellow-haired black man smiled. "Don't shout, my 2 wives. No one dares to save you. Let me gut your seafood later." Chapter 23. Being saved by Johnson for the second time, in ancient times, one would have pledged his love to him. As he said that, he called on his brothers to drag Yue and Kelly away. Yue and Kelly struggled desperately and shouted loudly, "Don't touch me. Take your dirty hands away." Kelly was almost crying. While she was struggling with the yellow-haired man, her hairband was removed and her hair fell on her shoulders. Next second, Johnson had already walked over and hit the yellow-haired black guy on the head with a stick, knocking him unconscious and causing him to fall to the ground. When the other yellow-haired guys saw their boss being beaten and the black-haired guy bleeding from his head, they all retreated. Fuck, was the boss beaten to death? They turned to look at Johnson, who had a ferocious look on his face. It was obvious that he was a ruthless person, so they ran away quickly. The hem of Yue's school uniform skirt had been torn off, revealing her black safety pants, and several buttons of her school uniform suit had fallen off. She had just recovered from her panic. Johnson gratefully. "Thank you," Johnson said lightly. "You're welcome. Just turn around and leave." He doesn't want to have too much contact with anyone now. If he says one more word, he will lose. When Yue saw Johnson leaving, she quickly pulled up Kelly, who was squatting on the ground. "Let's go quickly, otherwise we'll be in trouble if Huang Mao wakes up." Kelly had not yet recovered from the shock, so he quickly stood up and followed Yue to escape. The owner of the handmade milk tea shop stretched his neck and looked at Yue and Kelly. "Do you want more milk tea?" Kelly was mortified. "This boss is not helpful at all. I'll never buy milk tea from your shop again if I lose this hammer. I hope your milk tea shop will close down soon." After saying that, he angrily followed Yue away. Johnson returned to the classroom, sat down at his seat, took out his cell phone and sent a message to the landlord. "I haven't found a house yet, so I won't move out for the next 2 days." Sending completed, put away the phone, opened the chemistry book, and start reviewing. Suddenly, a cup of milk tea appeared in front of Johnson. Kelly was a little embarrassed, and her cheeks flushed slightly. If a boy saved her twice, in ancient times, she would have pledged her love to him. Let him do whatever he wants in bed. "Thank you for saving me just now." Johnson looked up at Kelly, then lowered his head and continued reading. "Fine." Kelly looked a little unnatural. She wanted to talk to Johnson more, so she spoke quickly. I don't know what flavor you like, so I bought the flavor I like, which is mango in it. How about you try it? Johnson continued to work on the questions and spoke calmly. Take your milk tea away. I don't drink milk tea. Johnson really doesn't drink milk tea. He has never liked sweets since he was a child, so his appearance and figure are great. Kelly was instantly anxious. Then what do you like? I'll buy it for you. Kelly panicked after saying this. What if Johnson said he liked me? I haven't decided to be his girlfriend yet. Johnson sighed and closed his chemistry book. It seemed that he had to drink this cup of milk tea. He raised his head and looked at Kelly. Only then did I notice that her hair was disheveled. I remember the hairband I bought last night. In that case, then I won't take your things for nothing. I'll exchange them for something else. As he spoke, he took out a butterfly hairband from his school bag and handed it to Kelly. Use this to tie your hair. Kelly took the hairband from Johnson and was stunned for a moment, remembering what her classmates said about the girls' products Johnson bought last night. Is this for me? This? Johnson looked embarrassed. He used to buy expensive gifts for Diana, but in the end he became a bootlicker and licked his wounds in prison. Nodded gently. I guess so. Don't think too much about it. I gave this to you because you sat next to me and I had a stern face all day. I felt that it was not good for you, so I wanted to ease the relationship. Kelly stared at the hair tie for a moment and smiled. As the campus belle of Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School, she has many rich second-generation men pursuing her and giving her various gifts, but this hairband feels particularly meaningful. It's pretty good, actually. Then his eyes returned to Johnson. Then I'll move back. Johnson panicked instantly. No, I'm used to being alone. You should sit in the front. Kelly pursed his lips to smile, then put away his smile and adjusted his expression. Say it very seriously. Mr. Johnson, can we be friends? Friend? Johnson was stunned for a moment. It seemed like he had no friends left. Kelly saw Johnson was lost in thought and thought he was thinking about being with his girlfriend, so he quickly explained. I'm just talking about ordinary friends, don't think too much about it. Kelly lowered his head and muttered quietly. If you want to be boyfriend and girlfriend, it's not impossible. I will consider it. Johnson to hear the second half of the sentence. However, he was too lazy to listen carefully. Women will only affect the speed at which he learns. Oh, you think too much. I just think a lot of things are very funny. In the past, the Heath family was at its peak, and there were a lot of people trying to curry favor with me. I thought they were my friends. Later, my father went to Europe, and his whereabouts were unknown. My grandmother died of illness, and I was framed and sent to prison. Those old friends looked at me as if I were the god of plague. Speaking of this, Johnson looked a little lonely. Kelly stared at Johnson with his big, watery eyes for a while. It turned out that he had misunderstood him. After a brief trance, speak up. Don't worry, I'm different from him. I won't dislike you. Thanks. Johnson said thank you. He lowered his head and continued reading. Kelly's eyes looked somewhat uneasy. If it was any other boy, she would have turned away long ago. After all, she is the school belle, and she always gives cold looks to other boys, but no boy would give cold looks to her. Johnson read the book for a while, suddenly thought of something, looked up at Kelly, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I developed this habit in prison. After I finished speaking, I buried my head in my sewing machine. Was my behavior just now a little disrespectful to you? Kelly smiled sweetly. No, just study hard. I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he turned around and went back to his seat. Yue said hurriedly. You said, did I buy him that cup of milk tea? Kelly's expression was a little unnatural, and there was a hint of hostility in the look he gave Yue. I forced a smile out of embarrassment. When Yue heard Kelly hum, she couldn't help but smile. It's like eating candy. The smile is so sweet. Kelly felt uncomfortable all over. Do you like him? Yue turned her head and glanced at Kelly without any hesitation. Before, they kept saying Johnson was a rapist, so I didn't dare look at him. Just now, he saved me, so I secretly glanced at him, and he was quite handsome. Chapter 24. Best friend Yue actually set her sights on Johnson. Kelly turned his head to look at Johnson. He was indeed very handsome, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, fair skin, and delicate facial features. He was indeed a very handsome guy. Yue continued. Actually, there aren't many guys I fall in love with at first sight, and he's one of them. Kelly withdrew his gaze. After hearing what Yue said, he felt like his toy was about to be taken away. The tone was a little uncomfortable. What's so good about it? He's just like that, with a stern face all day long, as if someone owes him $1 million. Then she turned her head and looked at Yue. Besides, he's been to prison. Yue quickly interrupted Kelly, turned her head, looked at Johnson with great appreciation, then turned back to look at Kelly. Just now, after he rescued us, I quietly inquired about his personal information. He ranked first in the senior high school entrance exam 3 years ago, and also won first place in the provincial piano competition. I also heard that his English passed IELTS and TOEFL. The most important thing is that he is the young master of the Heath family, the son of Ijijo, who was once the richest man in Jiangdu. At this point, a smile appeared on her face. Yue had heard from her father before that the old lady of the He family was afraid that she would pass away one day and her grandson would not be able to control the He family. He cashed out all the He family stocks and the He group's corporate assets and left. Johnson has at least hundreds of billions in his hands. Do you believe that Johnson has hundreds of billions in his hands? Kelly was a little moved by what Yu Wei said. She already had a slight crush on Johnson, and after hearing what Yu Wei said, she was even more moved. Which girl is not greedy for money and sex? What's more, Kelly has always been a little money grubber. I always fantasize about making tens of millions and living a happy life with my grandmother. No more selling pig intestines every day. But when I think about the fact that Johnson had been in prison before. But what? Yu Wei knew what Kelly wanted to say. So, what if he stepped on a sewing machine? Have you seen Young and Dangerous? Which gangster hasn't stepped on a sewing machine? Besides, he was wrongly accused. Johnson with loving eyes. If that's not the case, do you think he would have contact with people like us? Johnson is a high and mighty celestial dragon. Even if I go to jail, so what? He is still a celestial dragon. Now that he is in trouble, people around him keep attacking and mocking him. This is a good opportunity, as long as I stand firmly by his side. Having said that, I couldn't help but smile. I didn't even take the college entrance examination. I've already achieved everything in one step. I want to marry a handsome guy, a rich man, a wealthy family, and the person I love. Kelly's eyes widened, and he was speechless for a moment. There was a hint of sourness in my heart. After hearing what Yu Wei said, Johnson is still a potential stock. Can you be more reserved? He just saved you once, and you're going to marry him. Johnson will look down on you. Yu Wei frowned, as if what Kelly said was not wrong. What you said makes sense. I will move over tomorrow and sit at the same table with him. I can help him with his studies. Over time, he will definitely be grateful to me. Kelly was in a terrible mood. Yu Wei was determined to seduce Johnson. To be honest, I'm not sure whether I like Johnson or not. When I hear Yu Wei praising Johnson, I feel more and more jealous. You better forget it. I don't think Johnson is suitable. The bar full of resident singers is your true love. There was a pause. Don't forget, later, after the evening self-study, we will go to the bar to watch Man sing. Kelly in disbelief. Oh my God, our innocence was almost ruined by the bad guys just now, and you dare to go to the bar. Kelly's eyes were a little evasive. She definitely didn't dare to go. But when she thought about Yu Wei's intention to target Johnson, she had no choice but to go. He hopes that the handsome man can divert Yu Wei's attention and make her give up the idea of dating Johnson. Nothing. There were few people in that place just now, but there were many people in the bar. Then, he took out his mobile phone and opened a WeChat group. There are a few sisters in the dance studio who also want to go and listen to Man sing. When the time comes, why don't we go with him? Yu Wei bit her lips gently. I feel a little sorry for Johnson. Since I have decided to give my heart to him, I can't give it to another man. If I go to see other boys singing, Johnson will be jealous. Kelly looked at Yu Wei in surprise. Aren't you two still together? Suzhou City, Banyan Tree International Hotel. Fang Yuan just finished stretching training and returned to the hotel to rest. He has a very bad temper. Since elementary school, he has relied on his family's wealth and connections to bully his classmates at will. So, he was the only one living in the room. The school originally arranged for another athlete to live with him. However, another athlete would rather move out at his own expense than live with him. The last time I went to Nanning to participate in the World Youth Championship, the classmate who lived with him had his phone beep because it was not in flight mode. Fang Yuan beat that classmate half to death. He is used to being arrogant in school. Many classmates knew that he was not easy to mess with, so they tried to avoid him. In fact, it's not that the classmates can't beat him, they just don't dare to fight back. His father is Fang Zhu, the second richest man in Jiangdu. Her uncle is the captain of the criminal police team, Fang Xiao. Although her mother is not in business, her mother's father is the director of the Public Security Bureau, and her uncle is related to her grandfather. With such a family background, who would dare to provoke him? Fang Yuan's performance in the 400-meter dash was not ideal, and he was eliminated in the preliminary round. The students who achieved good results did not dare to celebrate when they saw Fang Yuan was unhappy. Fang Yuan lay on the bed for a while. The cell phone rang. Fang Yuan was a little impatient and picked up his phone to check. It turned out to be a call from Huang Mao Haizi. Huang Mao Haizi is his right-hand man and often does the dirty work for him. Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School and Jiangdu Bilingual Junior High School are key middle schools in Jiangdu City. The schools do not allow students to fight in the school. Therefore, Huang Mao Haizi dealt with those troublemakers who dared to contradict Fang Yuan outside the campus. Hey, what's up? The voice coming from the other end of the phone was not Huang Mao Haizi's, but the voice of Huang Mao Haizi's younger brother. Brother Fang, something serious has happened. Brother Haizi was beaten by a student and is in intensive care. Now the doctor wants us to pay 20,000 yuan for the surgery, but I don't have any money in my pocket. Brother Fang. Fang Yuan put out his cigarette before he could finish his words. His expression was even uglier than before. Who did it? I was a little panicked. I don't know. Haizi led us to bully Kelly. Suddenly, a boy rushed out and hit Haizi with a stick. He was really cruel. Kelly. Fang Yuan sat up directly from the bed. His entire face became distorted. Kelly was his Achilles heel. He pursued Kelly for a long time and finally got her. Unexpectedly, the yellow-haired black guy took advantage of the fact that he was away from home to participate in the competition to tease his goddess. He didn't even dare to touch Kelly, and the yellow-haired black man was actually rebelling. I noticed that Fong Yuan's tone was a little excited. Brother Fong, what's wrong with you? Chapter 25 School Uniform. Suddenly I realized I loved Johnson and Man at the same time. Fong Yuan held the phone tightly. Do you know that Kelly is my woman? Who gave you the guts to touch Kelly? Fong Yuan clenched his teeth tightly while speaking. Huang Mao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was in trouble this time. Brother Fong, we didn't know. It was Huang Mao Haizi who made us do it. We didn't touch my sister-in-law at all. It was all because of that bastard Huang Mao Haizi who was pulling and tugging. Still pulling and tugging? Fong Yuan tightly gripped the phone. He was reluctant to touch Kelly, yet the yellow-haired black guy actually dared to pull and tug. He now wants to destroy the yellow-haired black guy. You guys just wait for me. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He didn't want to stay in Suching now, so he waited for all his classmates to finish the competition and then go back to Jiangdu together. He bought a plane ticket and flew back to Jiangdu overnight. After hanging up the phone, the yellow-haired people looked at each other. What should we do? The school beauty of Baida is Brother Fong's woman. If Brother Fong comes back, we will definitely suffer. Run! What about Haizi brother? Who cares? We're almost done for. Why would we care about him? After saying that, several yellow-haired men quickly left the hospital, leaving the yellow-haired black man lying alone on the bed in the emergency room. Just finished evening study. Johnson picked up his school bag and walked to the classroom. As he passed by Kelly's position, Kelly lowered his head. She was a little afraid to look at Johnson. Just now, Yue found Johnson as Weibo on the internet and shared it with Kelly. Unexpectedly, Johnson hit all her excitement points. She is actually not interested in handsome boys. After all, there are too many handsome boys around her, and she has become numb. She likes boys who are talented in literature, have artistic talent, love sports, like reading, and are sunny and positive. Unexpectedly, Johnson met all her unrealistic fantasies about the opposite sex. I can play the piano, violin, harmonica, sing and dance, and I like reading. In particular, Johnson plays golf, rides horses, goes yachting, and climbs mountains. These were things she dared not even think about. Kelly has seen too much and feels a little like Johnson. Johnson, who was passing by. Yue took the lead, stood up, and spoke to Johnson. Johnson, are you free tonight? Do you want to go together? Before Yue could finish her words, she was ruthlessly interrupted by Johnson. No time. Then, he left without looking back. Kelly lowered his head and kept smiling. It took a lot of effort to stop myself from laughing. Yue stood in her seat, stunned for a long time before coming to her senses. Damn, this is the first time I've met a straight man. However, I like his personality. This is the man I want, a domineering president, so handsome. Kelly felt sick. Please restrain yourself. I don't think he's interested in you. Yue took a deep breath. Don't worry, I'll make him interested in me. Kelly was speechless for a while. Johnson put his school bag at home and went out. He was too lazy to pay the electricity bill since he would be moving out in 2 days anyway. He put his guitar on his back and left home. Johnson entered the bar from the back, and the owner Zheng he looked at Johnson excitedly. Thank you, Johnson. There are so many customers today that there is almost no room left in the bar. Just now, a few guests in the private rooms asked you to sing, but I didn't agree. Johnson smiled. Brother Zheng, don't worry. After I finish the college entrance examination, I will sing in your bar for 2 months. Zheng looked at Johnson with a little emotion. Thank you so much. Johnson nodded, then went to sing center stage. Johnson appeared, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone was shouting his name. Full. Man, I like you, I want to give birth to a baby for you. You're so handsome. Johnson, wearing a mask, plucked the strings and began to sing. The whole audience fell silent instantly, listening to him sing quietly. Kelly, Yue, and a few other girls also happened to arrive at this time. Kelly had some complaints about Yue. You were speechless. You insisted on stuffing love letters into Johnson's drawer. Look, we are late. Yue blushed instantly. Kelly, can we talk about this in private? It won't make any sense if you tell it to others. After all, I'm a girl, and I have to save face. It would be embarrassing if others heard it. Kelly turned her head and looked at the classmate in the dance studio. She was far away from him, so she probably didn't hear what he just said. Turned his head and looked at Yue. Don't worry, they can't hear you. After that, I started listening to Johnson singing. Kelly had to stand on tiptoe to see Johnson on the stage clearly. Although he was wearing a mask, he could vaguely feel that he was a handsome guy. Gradually, I began to look at Johnson with a little obsession. For a moment, the 17-year-old girl's heart was taken away by Johnson. At this time, just then, a few drunkards spotted Kelly. A few of them smiled obscenely, and one of them volunteered to walk towards Kelly. Beauty, do you have a boyfriend? Kelly was startled, retracted his gaze, looked at the drunkard, and took a few steps back. It was her first time in a bar, and she was very nervous when encountering such a thing. I have a boyfriend. The drunkard had a wicked smile on his face. Really? You're quite flirty coming to this place, even though you have a boyfriend. Are you also working part-time as a call girl? To earn a living. As he said that, he reached out to touch Kelly. Kelly slapped the drunk's hand away. Don't touch me. I'll call the police. The drunkard was a little unhappy. Aren't we all here at the bar to seek excitement? Kelly was a little upset. Keep your mouth shut. I don't need. The drunkard was a little angry and was about to take action. The bar owner, Zheng, he came over with the security guards. They were definitely not going to let the troublemakers destroy the popularity they had worked so hard to build up. Patted the drunkard on the shoulder. Sir, this is a bar, a place for drinking and listening to music. If you want to tease girls, I don't mind sending you to the police station. The drunkard was a little unhappy. You! After looking at the security guard behind Zheng he had to hold back his anger and call his brothers. Let's go. It's just a crappy bar. There's nothing fun here. I won't come here again. Turning around, several people left the bar. Kelly downstairs in the bar. Kelly turned and looked at Zheng He. Thank you. Zheng He smiled. It's okay. This is what I should do. Kelly found out that she was such a bad girl. She just had some interest in Johnson, but now her heart was full of him. However, even if she thought so, if she really wanted to fall in love, she would definitely choose Johnson. After all, she didn't like boys who sang in bars. By the way, boss, are these all students from Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School? Chapter 26. Kelly was followed by several perverts, and Johnson came to the rescue again. Zheng He looked a little embarrassed. Originally, he was thinking of advertising that a top student from Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School would come to the bar to sing, in order to attract some attention. But after thinking about it, it was not a good idea as it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. So he announced to the public that the person was a senior high school student in Jiangdu. This is a personal privacy issue. I have no comment. After saying that, he turned and left with his bodyguards. Kelly was confused, and Yu Yue pulled on the corner of Kelly's clothes. Kelly, let's go back to school later and take out the love letter I put in Johnson's drawer. Kelly looked at Yu Yue with some confusion. What's wrong? Yu Yue felt a little embarrassed. I feel like Man has walked into my heart. He and I are suitable for dating, while Johnson is only suitable for living together. I still prefer Man. When I get tired of playing, I will choose Johnson. Oh my God. Kelly was completely numb. Soon, Johnson finished singing 10 songs, put away his guitar, and prepared to leave the stage. The fans in the audience suddenly became anxious. They all wanted to listen to the song enough at once, so they only sang 10 songs, and they would have to wait until tomorrow night to listen to it next time. Sing another song. I'll give you whatever you want. Please sing one more song. As long as you stay, I'll book the whole place. Johnson smiled and said he would sing 10 songs and no more. This can be considered as hunger marketing. Besides, he also has to ensure his sleep quality and go to bed before 11:30. As Johnson left the stage, there was a howl from the audience. Don't go. Can I listen to it all at once? Kelly felt that she didn't enjoy it enough. If the show was full, she would just listen all night. Yu Yue was also unhappy. Kelly saw Man leaving, and he turned to look at Yu Yue. Let's go too. Yu Yue was moved to tears by Johnson's singing. She felt like she was gone just like that, and she had a sense of loss in her heart. It's like being in a sweet relationship and suddenly breaking up for no apparent reason. The girls who came with me also had the same idea and wanted to sit for a while before leaving. Kelly looked embarrassed. She actually didn't like coming to places like this. She came here just to listen to Man singing. Otherwise, she wouldn't come. She glanced at the digital watch on her wrist. It was already 11 o'clock. It's too late to go back. Grandma must be very worried. Well, go ahead and have fun. I'm going back first. After saying that, he turned around and left the bar and was seen by a drunkard who was waiting in the bar. There were still too many people on the road, so the drunkards couldn't take action and had to follow Kelly all the way. Kelly walked for a while and then regretted his decision. There were not many people on the road at this time. Only the pedestrian street was crowded with people. However, it would be too late to go back to the bar and wait for Yu Yue to come back together. I gritted my teeth and walked back. My luck shouldn't be that bad that I would always run into a pervert. At this time, there were fewer and fewer people on the road, and Kelly was a little scared. Just as I was about to go back, I saw the drunkard who had just had a conflict in the bar. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. The wretched man had a wicked smile on his face. Little sister, why don't you move forward? Kelly bit her lips slightly. Don't mess around. My boyfriend is nearby. He's very strong. He can beat 6 people by himself. The drunkard was stunned for a moment, then counted his own number, and including him, there were exactly 6. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. If there are 10 of us, can your boyfriend beat 10 of them by himself? Kelly was already panicking as several men were getting closer and closer to her. Kelly had no choice but to take a gamble and escape quickly. She turned and ran away. However, their way was soon blocked by drunkards. Little sister, you run pretty fast, but no matter how fast you run, can you be as fast as us perverts? Then, several people began to howl like wolves towards the moon in the sky. Kelly's face turned ashen. He was doomed this time. Johnson was carrying a guitar and happened to pass by when he saw 6 wretched wolves surrounding a girl and howling at the moon. The distance was too far, and he couldn't see clearly who he was. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he put the mask back on. Kelly was already panicking. She huddled into a ball. Don't come over here. My boyfriend will be here soon. He's a good fighter. Hee. The drunkard had a wicked smile on his face. Call your boyfriend over here. I'm going to bully his girlfriend in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked away by Johnson. The drunkard fell flat on his face. Seeing this, the others all became drunk. Fuck, you dare to hit me. Are you tired of living? As they talked, they started to attack together. Johnson knocked the group of drunkards down with 3 punches and 2 kicks. The drunkards had drunk too much and could hardly stand. They were no match for Johnson and could only take the beating. Several people exchanged glances. Wait a minute, kid. I'll go get some help now. After saying that, he ran away quickly, staggering from side to side. Johnson saw that the drunks had left, then turned around and looked at Kelly, who was squatting on the ground and huddled in a ball. Are you okay? Kelly raised his head and rolled his eyes. The drunk had already run away, leaving only the boy in front of him. He quickly stood up. Thank you. Only then did he notice that the boy who saved her was the bar singer Man Man. At this moment, Kelly and Man Man are very close, and she has long been a little fan of Man Man. Now seeing the idol in front of him, who had just saved him, he couldn't help but blush and lowered his head. Thank you, Man Man. Johnson found Kelly's infatuated looked a little funny. It turned out that she had 2 different attitudes towards Johnson and Man Man saving her. So ironic. However, he would not take it to heart. He did not care about any girl's attitude towards him. After all, girls are nothing but dirt in his heart. Fine. Johnson finished speaking. He turned around and walked in the opposite direction. He didn't want to be accused of stalking by the girls again. Kelly turned his head and glanced at the street behind him. There was no one on the road. What if I meet a bad guy again? I will chase after him immediately. Man, can you take me home? Or wait here for me for a while. I'll call my boyfriend and wait for him to come over before you leave, okay? Johnson turned his head and looked at Kelly. Women have so many things to do. Just now Kelly said that she called her boyfriend, and Johnson felt a little uncomfortable, but it only lasted for a moment. After all, he had sworn in prison that he would never allow any woman to affect his emotions. Oh well. Kelly nodded apologetically. Thank you. Johnson directly. She asked Johnson's landlord for this phone number. A moment later, Johnson's cell phone rang. Chapter 27. Oh my God. When did I agree to be the school beauty's boyfriend? Johnson quickly picked up the phone, but it was an unfamiliar number, so he hung up immediately. At the same time, Kelly's Redmi phone beeped a few times. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Kelly frowned and muttered quietly. What's wrong with this Johnson? I called him, but he didn't answer. I'm really gonna ask Man Man to take me back later. Don't be angry. She spoke unconfidently, unsure whether Johnson liked her or not. Then he called again. At this time, Johnson's cell phone rang again, and Johnson frowned. I called Mousy late at night. I quickly picked up the phone, and before I could open my mouth, I heard the sweet voice of school beauty Kelly from the other end of the line. Johnson, are you asleep? Come to pick me up at Rinmin West Road, Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. I'll be waiting for you there. Johnson was completely stunned. I was the school beauty's boyfriend, and he didn't seem to remember confessing his feelings to her. How did I suddenly become her boyfriend? The other end of the phone? Johnson, did you hear that? Johnson hung up the phone directly. Kelly became anxious instantly. She had assumed that Johnson was her boyfriend, but after all this time, it turned out that she was just being too sentimental. He looked up at Man Man and was about to speak when Johnson, wearing a mask, said okay. Forget it. I'll take you back. Thank you. Kelly nodded shyly, then spoke carefully. Then can we keep some distance? I'm afraid if we get too close, my boyfriend will get jealous. Johnson looked embarrassed, thinking that he didn't think he had ever said he liked her. Good. Kelly walked in front and Johnson walked behind, and the two always kept a distance of 100 meters. Before they had taken a few steps, the drunkard came over with 2 policemen. They pointed at Johnson. Uncle Police, it was him who beat us just now. Johnson was completely confused. These 2 policemen were the ones the drunks wanted to call over. Before he could react, he was controlled by the police. When the drunks saw Johnson being caught, they all smiled smugly. The police handcuffed Johnson. You were the one who beat them? Johnson hasn't spoken yet. Kelly spoke first. Uncle Policeman, he protected me just now. She pointed to the 6 drunks. They molested me, and I beat them away. The policeman turned and looked at the drunks. Is that so? The drunks panicked and tried to explain quickly. Uncle Policeman, don't listen to her nonsense. Why would we molest her? We are well-known people with status and position. How could we do such a thing? It was clearly her who seduced us. And when we refused, this man rushed out and beat us up. Stop talking nonsense. The policeman glared at the drunk. Go back and check the nearby surveillance cameras, and you'll find out. You guys follow us back to the police station. The drunkard panicked instantly, looked at each other, nodded awkwardly, and followed the police to the police station. They came to the police station. At this time, there were policemen in the police station dealing with a drunken fight over a woman. The police took Johnson, Kelly, and the 6 drunks to a small room. Another policeman went to check the surveillance footage. The police officer walked up to Kelly. Please show me your ID card. Kelly pulled his ID from his pocket and handed it to the officer. Johnson again. Johnson also took out his ID card and handed it to the police. The police looked at the 2 men's ID cards. She's not very old. She's only 17. Kelly was instantly excited and turned to look at Johnson. Man, are you really a high school student? Johnson looked embarrassed and nodded. The police looked at Johnson. Take off the mask. Johnson was a little hesitant and glanced at Kelly beside him. She had just said in front of him, I am his boyfriend. If I take off the mask, wouldn't it be awkward for both of them? Uncle Police, I've been injured and my face is disfigured. Can I not remove it? The police spoke harshly. No. Johnson had no choice but to take off his mask. Kelly, who was sitting next to Johnson, watched it all with great excitement. The classmates all guessed that Man was a student of Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. She was also curious about what Man looked like and whether she knew him. Now we finally know who Man is? However, when Man took off his mask proudly, Kelly's smile froze instantly. Why didn't she think that Man was Johnson? Just now, she said in front of Johnson that Johnson was her boyfriend. Damn, this dog is embarrassing. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Johnson, and her cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, when I thought that Man and Johnson were the same person, I felt happy. Johnson turned his head away. He was too embarrassed to look at Kelly. The policeman walked up to the 6 drunks. Please show me your ID card. The drunk was a little hesitant. Several of them were small leaders in China Construction X Bureau. He's also a well-known person. If the company knew that they bullied the little girl, they would have no chance of staying in China Construction X Bureau. Uncle Policeman, can you please not look at our ID cards? The police were a little unhappy. Stop talking nonsense. You are a grown man. Why are you being so fussy? Take it out now. The 6 drunks reluctantly took out their ID cards and handed them to the police. As the policeman took the ID card to check it, another policeman walked in. I checked the surveillance video. These 6 people molested the girl, and this young man came to her rescue. His behavior was a heroic act. The policeman was not surprised. He was just wondering if the brains of these 6 people had been eaten by dogs. The little girl was the victim, but she didn't call the police, but they did. Then, he turned and looked at Johnson and Kelly. Okay, there's nothing for you two to do. You can go back. Johnson quickly stood up and responded. Okay. Then he turned and left. He wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. After all, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Kelly saw Johnson leaving and quickly chased after him. Wait for me. 6 drunkards also tried to get up and leave, but were held down by the police. You 6 can't leave yet. You molested girls and disturbed social order. You will be detained for 5 days in accordance with the law. What? The 6 drunkards were completely numb. Johnson walked out of the police station and headed towards the rental house. Kelly followed him, admiring him with her beautiful eyes blinking. When I think that Johnson is Man and Man is Johnson, my heart is filled with joy. In an instant, I felt that my heart was taken away by Johnson without a word. Johnson felt a strange feeling when Kelly followed him, especially the laughter that came out of her mouth from time to time, which always made him feel like he was being followed by a hyena. He turned and looked at Kelly. What can I do for you? Chapter 28, The School Beauty wants to introduce herself again. Kelly smiled. Walk quickly to Johnson's front. Man, nice to meet you. I would like to reintroduce myself. My name is Kelly Gemini. May I get to know you? Johnson showed an awkward smile, but it quickly disappeared, and he walked around Kelly. Boring. Kelly just noticed that the corner of Johnson's mouth was slightly raised. It seemed that he still had ideas about him, and the smile on his face became even brighter. If you don't refuse, it means you agree. From now on, we will be friends. Johnson was speechless. He shook his head gently and continued walking forward. Kelly then followed Johnson, a look of joy on his face. I feel safe around Johnson. Kelly asked sheepishly. We're friends now, so we need to get to know each other, so is there anything you like? Johnson frowned. Ever since he gave up on Diana, there was nothing he liked anymore. His grandmother left him hundreds of billions, and to be honest, he didn't know what to do with it. I wanted to have a good meal, but everything tasted bland in my mouth. No way. Kelly looked at Johnson in surprise. She had a lot of things she liked and wanted to buy, and her classmates around her also had things they wanted, so why didn't Johnson have any? She saw that Johnson did not continue her topic, so she spoke quickly. I just like to eat food I haven't tried before, you know? I've never eaten hairy crabs in my life. Last time I heard from a classmate that his father drove to Yangqing Lake to buy 10 kilograms of hairy crabs. He told me that the roe of the hairy crabs tasted like the yolk of salted duck eggs. Yes. There is also Beijing roast duck, which I have never eaten either. When I was in junior high school, the English textbook always said that Beijing roast duck was very delicious. Have you ever eaten steak? I heard from you, Yu Wei, that you used to be a rich second generation, the son of Yi Zhizhou, the richest man in Jiangdu. You must have eaten steak. Come all the way. Johnson was so confused. Damn, the school beauty must be the reincarnation of Tang Monk. She kept talking about it all the way. I was too embarrassed to interrupt her. Soon, the two of them arrived at the gate of the community. Johnson then had an excuse to interrupt the school beauty. Which building do you live in? Building 6, Unit 2. Kelly finished speaking and began to chatter about his favorite things. I want to go to Shanghai Disneyland to see Princess Elsa. I've liked her since I was a child. My parents originally promised to take me there, but they got into a car accident. At this point, Kelly fell silent. Johnson was stunned for a moment. He was not used to the school beauties suddenly becoming quiet, so he turned his head to look at Kelly. "What's wrong with you?" Only then did he notice that Kelly was in a depressed mood and there were traces of tears in the corners of his eyes. He suddenly remembered that Kelly had just said that his parents had been in a car accident. "Sorry to touch upon your pain point." Kelly wiped her tears with the back of her hand. "Fine." Johnson managed an awkward smile. "Are your parents okay? Are they recovered now?" Kelly looked embarrassed. "No, they died." Johnson was petrified instantly. "Damn my mouth." Kelly forced a smile through her tears. Even though it was painful every time she thought about it, she had to move forward in life. He looked up at Johnson. "Thank you, please come back early. I'm home now." After saying that, he walked upstairs to the apartment building. Johnson looked a little unnatural. He didn't expect Kelly to be even worse off than him. "I'd better take you upstairs. You have the physique of a golden cicada, and you are likely to attract bad people." In fact, Johnson wanted to say that you must be the reincarnation of Gene Shanzi. "You talk too much nonsense, and my ears are calloused from listening to you." However, it is a bit rude to say that to a girl. Johnson watched Kelly walk into his home before he turned around and returned to his rental house. "As soon as I walked into the unit door, I saw May Heba connecting someone else's electricity meter box. May Heba also saw Johnson and muttered something in a bad mood. What a poor fellow. He can't even bear to pay the electricity bill." Johnson didn't hear what May Heba said, but it was definitely something bad. He didn't bother to argue with Anthony and walked to the door. He opened the door and turned to look at May Heba. "If you overlap it like this, it will easily catch fire." May Heba looked unhappy. "I'm a professional electrician. I know no more than you do. I don't need you to teach me how to do things." Johnson shook his head and said that they would move out in a few days anyway. He was too lazy to argue with a madman, so he just closed the door. After tidying up briefly, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next day was the weekend. Johnson has nothing else to do. He will go to the welfare home to volunteer and take care of homeless children. Later, Johnson went to prison, and the dean and the children believed that he was innocent and had been wrongly accused. The children also wrote to Johnson every day, encouraging him not to give up and to persevere to the end. Johnson has always been grateful to the dean and these lovely children. After being released from prison, Johnson took advantage of the weekends to volunteer at a welfare home. He packed up simply and went out. Not far from the entrance of the apartment building were students in the dance studio, both male and female, including Kelly. They hid not far away, waiting for Johnson to appear. A male classmate was a little anxious. "Why hasn't this rapist come out yet? Is he not working today?" Kelly looked a little embarrassed as she and Johnson walked all the way back yesterday. There were several stretches where they were the only two people on the road. Johnson did not act out of line at all. "Well, I don't think Johnson is that kind of person. Yesterday, a girl interrupted Kelly. "Kelly, you are just too kind and too easy to believe what others say. Johnson doesn't look like a good person. Su Qianqian witnessed it with her own eyes. Why are you still defending him?" Kelly was about to speak. Another boy interrupted her. Okay, stop talking, the rapist is out." Johnson was dressed casually, carrying a shoulder bag and wearing a duckbill hat. He left the apartment building, scanned a shared bicycle, and rode away. Do Xiaoyu, who worked in the dance studio, came from a wealthy family. He drove to school in his first year of high school. He took out his car keys, opened the door, and everyone got in the car quickly. Because there were so many people, it was quite crowded. Bai Ning was squeezed by the female classmates on both sides and couldn't move at all. Shin Yochu's foundation made Kelly's white dress a little whiter. Do Xiaoyu drove slowly behind Johnson. He was afraid that Johnson would find him, so he followed him from a long distance. Shin Yochu reminded, "You're following so far, don't get lost again." Do Xiaoyu stared at Johnson. "Don't worry, I won't lose you." Soon, a group of people from the dance studio followed Johnson to the entrance of the welfare home. Johnson returned the shared bike. At this time, the lunch he ordered arrived, as well as a lot of children's toys. Chapter 29. Following Johnson, so embarrassing. Johnson walked into the welfare home with the food delivery staff. The people in the dance studio witnessed it all in the car. After getting off the bus, a girl said with some surprise, "Did I see it wrong just now?" Johnson went in with a bunch of toys and some food. "How could a rapist like him be so kind?" Another girl said, "I think Johnson must have taken a fancy to the young lady working there, and he came here to check out the place. I also think that a dog will always eat shit." Kelly looked a little embarrassed. Johnson was obviously here to do charity. Why does it have a different flavor when it comes out of the mouths of classmates? I think you guys are looking at Johnson through tinted glasses. Anyway, I think he's a nice guy. Do Xiaoyu looked at Kelly in disbelief. "Oh my god, are you really in love with him? Why do you keep saying good things for him?" Another male classmate said, "Come on, let's go in and see what Johnson is doing." The remaining girls also met the requirements. Come on, I have my phone with me. If he does anything bad to the staff inside, I will take photos of his crimes." The group sneaked into the welfare home, walked around, and saw Johnson through the window downstairs. He is telling stories to the little kids. The atmosphere was very loving, and instantly everyone in the dance studio was slapped in the face. Kelly smiled. "I told you Johnson is a nice guy. He came to the welfare home just to volunteer, but you guys are always thinking that he's going to do something bad. Everyone in the dance studio felt uncomfortable and looked a little embarrassed. This? Another classmate was a little unwilling to give up and smiled awkwardly. I think we should wait. Yes, yes, yes. Who knows? He might show his true colors in a moment. Time passes by every second. Johnson played games with the children and then gave them a music lesson. He distributed lunchboxes to every student. Finish all this. Johnson put on his shoulder bag, waved, and prepared to leave. Everyone in the dance studio, except Kelly, looked unhappy. Johnson did not have any physical contact with any female staff member during the entire process and did not even speak a word to them. Johnson walked to the door. The dean chased out. Johnson, do you know Feng Zhu, the chairman of Feng Group? The dean knew that Johnson was a rich second generation. His father was the richest man in Jiangdu, and he must have some connections with Feng Zhu. Johnson looked embarrassed because he didn't know Feng Zhu. Grandma Dean, tell me, is there anything wrong? The dean was a little embarrassed. The land of our welfare home has been auctioned off by the Feng Group, and they want to build a commercial plaza on this land. The children in the orphanage have nowhere to stay. I want to wait until I have settled all the children before he drives us away, okay? Yesterday, the violent demolition team gave the director's grandmother an ultimatum, telling her to move out by the end of this month, with only 2 weeks left. And there is no financial deficiency. The director's wife didn't have enough time to settle the little kids down. Johnson frowned. If the villa had not been sold, he could let the little kids live in it. Grandma Dean, don't worry. I'll go talk to Feng Group first to see if we can choose a piece of land to rebuild the welfare home. If not, then I'll find a way to arrange a place for you to live. The dean was a little embarrassed. She really wanted to tell Johnson that Feng Group didn't give him a penny. Johnson smiled. His grandmother left him 100 billion. It was not a big deal to spend 100 million to buy a villa and settle the little kids. It's okay. You don't have to worry about me. After saying that, Johnson turned and left. Everyone in the dance studio quickly got in the car and followed Johnson. When everyone saw that Johnson did not go back, a girl said excitedly, Johnson has definitely taken action this time. He is heading towards Shonan Women's College. However, Johnson parked the shared bicycle in front of the entrance of Jiangdu Shangri-La Hotel and walked on. When everyone in the car saw Johnson walk into the hotel, they were instantly excited. I've caught him this time. Johnson is so shameless, coming here to look for a prostitute. Isn't it expensive here? Kelly's face turned ugly. Why did Johnson come to the hotel? Did he really come here to have fun? She felt extremely depressed. She had already begun to like Johnson in her heart, but she didn't expect that he would do such a thing behind her back. The male student sitting in the passenger seat couldn't wait to nail Johnson. Let's get off the car quickly, or we'll lose it. As he said that, he unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. The others followed suit and got off the bus. Everyone in the dance studio quickly walked into the hotel. Shin Yu-Chu couldn't wait to walk to the front desk and started asking, which room did the young man go to just now? The front desk clerk looked confused. What young man? Shin Yu-Chu was a little anxious and gestured back and forth. He just looks very, very wretched, and he's taller than me. That boy is the one who came in before us. The receptionist suddenly realized that it was Master Johnson. However, Master Johnson was so handsome. How could he be considered vulgar? Then he smiled. You mean Master Johnson? Shin Yu-Chu nodded awkwardly. Where is he? The receptionist smiled. Master Johnson. He's here to pick up the hairy crabs, Beijing roast duck, and tomahawk steaks that he ordered from our store last night. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Johnson came to such a high-end hotel just to eat. Fuck, this is so embarrassing. Who just swore that Johnson had an appointment with a female model here? Not me. Not me either. Don't mention this. Did Johnson order so much food? He must have given it to girls. He used these things to paralyze the girls and rape them when they were not paying attention. Oh my God, this is so bad. Kelly heard the front desk say these things. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. These were what she mentioned to Johnson last night. She thought Johnson didn't hear them, but she didn't expect that he had remembered them all. She lowered her head in shame for a moment. He wouldn't be giving it to me to eat. Shin Yu-Chu turned his head and looked at the front desk. Which floor is your restaurant on? The front desk pointed to a place not far away. Our restaurant is right in front, and the 5th floor is the cafeteria. Everyone in the dance studio walked in the direction the front desk pointed. Not long after they walked, they saw Johnson sitting on a chair at the entrance of the restaurant, playing with his cell phone. In fact, Johnson is taking online courses. Johnson carrying packed vegetables. Congratulations, Johnson. This is the meal you ordered. It has been packed. Chapter 30 Fong Yuan is back. Johnson put away his phone. Thank you. Without lingering his eyes on the beautiful woman for too long, he stood up and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and looked at the beauty again. I remember your hotel seems to be able to book tickets for Shanghai Disneyland. The beauty nodded. Yes, Johnson. Johnson thought for a moment, still without any expression. Then order 2 for me. The classmates in the dance studio, who were hiding not far away, could still hear the sound of Johnson ordering 2 Disney tickets and couldn't help but feel a hint of sarcasm. Did you see that? I was right. He first used delicious food to confuse his prey, then took the opportunity to trick her into going to another place, and finally ate her up. The girls were shocked. Oh my God, Johnson is really bad. People like this are really bad-hearted. Kelly looked a little embarrassed. He always felt like he was the prey his classmates were talking about. Johnson booked 2 tickets. Did he really want to eat me up in one bite? Johnson 2 tickets to Shanghai Disneyland, and Johnson turned and left. Everyone in the dance studio quickly fled. Johnson rode the shared electric bike back to his rental house. Everyone followed Johnson to the downstairs of the rental house and waited for a long time, but Johnson didn't show up. Alas, after all this time, he was eating those delicacies for himself. No way. It's been almost an hour. If they wanted to come out, they would have come out long ago. Forget it, let's all go. It looks like today's tracking mission has failed. The others all left, feeling that they had gained nothing today, but Kelly just stood there, feeling frustrated once again. She thought that these things Johnson bought for her were actually for her to eat. She had already thought about how to reject Johnson. After all, girls should be reserved the first time so that boys will like it. As a result, he became a clown. Kelly stood there for a moment, then turned and left. Soon, the clock pointed to 5 o'clock, and the students returned to school for evening study. Kelly and Yuyue walked into the classroom together. As soon as Kelly entered the classroom, he looked at Johnson. He was still the same as always, concentrating on studying. She and Yuyue walked to their seats and suddenly smelled a fragrance. Yuyue squeezed her nose. It smells so good. Who is eating in a classroom? It smells so good. Yuyue followed the smell and took out packaged steak, Beijing roast duck, and hairy crabs from Kelly's drawer. Oh my God, Kelly, you hid so many delicious foods. Why didn't you tell me? This? Kelly was a little embarrassed. He turned his head to look at Johnson with an embarrassed smile on his face. Johnson really ordered the meal for him. Then she turned her head back and looked at Yuyue. Yuyue was a little unhappy. Just now, I asked you if you wanted to eat, and you said you had no appetite and were not hungry, so I ate my fill. It turns out you came back for a big meal. You are a very scheming woman. Kelly smiled and explained awkwardly. Yuyue, I don't know either. If you want to eat, just eat it. Yuyue said angrily. I definitely want to eat it. Then he picked up a crab and started peeling it. Kelly turned and walked in front of Johnson. Johnson smelled the fragrance of the young girl and was stunned for just a second, then continued reading. To him, no matter how beautiful a woman was, she would eventually be nothing but dust. So, keep reading. Kelly was a little touched. Thank you. I thought you didn't listen to me yesterday. Johnson originally wanted to do things anonymously, but Kelly guessed it. He continued reading and did not look up at Kelly. Oh, nothing. The hotel was having an event, so I bought some. They also gave me 2 tickets to Shanghai Disneyland. I'll put them in your bag. You and Yuyue can go. I have other things to do this weekend. Kelly pursed her lips, her cheeks slightly flushed. She didn't expect that she would be moved by such a small favor. How about you come with me? Johnson looked up at Kelly. He no longer had any attraction to the woman. Men and women are the same. There are good people and bad people. He will not add a filter to the other person just because the other person is a woman. I still have to prepare for the college entrance examination, so I don't have time. Kelly was a little lost. Johnson lowered his head and added, Don't think too much. My foundation is too poor. I can only study every minute to get into college. Oh. Kelly heard Johnson's explanation. He still felt very disappointed. Yuyue had already peeled 2 crabs, and she turned to look at Kelly. Kelly, are you going to eat or not? If you don't come back, I will eat all the remaining 6 crabs. Kelly turned back. Leave one for me. She thought about it and decided to ask Johnson out for dinner another day. Kelly felt a little full and couldn't eat anymore. However, Yuyue opened the box of Beijing roast duck. Kelly looked surprised. Oh my God, you can still eat. Are you a woman? This? Yuyue smiled a little unnaturally. If she didn't eat now, Kelly would take it home later and she would have nothing to eat. To be honest, she didn't feel full in front of delicious food. This will go bad in a day, so we have to eat it now. As he said that, he opened the Beijing roast duck. Most of the classmates around them have come back. They couldn't stop swallowing their saliva when they saw the 2 of them eating steak and crabs. Now Yuyue and Kelly started eating Peking duck. A few girls, who usually had a good relationship with Kelly, came over. Kelly, what delicious food do you guys have? Kelly had just finished wrapping the Beijing roast duck and turned to look at the girl next to him. Beijing roast duck. The girl swallowed. Can we have a taste too? Kelly felt that it was still a lot, and he couldn't eat so much, so it should be okay to let his classmates try a few pieces. Oh well. Thank you, Kelly. After the female classmates said this, she also started to roll up the Peking duck and eat it. Kelly took a sip, chewed it slowly, and immediately fell in love with the taste. She thought she would never be able to eat Peking duck in her life, at least in high school, but she didn't expect to be able to eat it. Kelly had just finished eating slowly when he noticed that there were men and women around him, and they had almost finished eating the Beijing roast duck. Oh my God, why are you all here to eat? The classmate grinned. We all came here to try it. There was a female classmate with a sly smile on her face. Tell me honestly which rich second generation gave you these things. Is it Fang Yuan? He can pursue you forever. Another boy ate the Beijing roast duck he had rolled himself. That's not Fang Yuan. How could our school beauty like that violent guy who beats up his classmates at every turn? If his family didn't have a lot of money, he would have been expelled from school long ago. The female classmate who was eating roast duck frowned. But many boys who like Kelly have been warned by Fang Yuan. In our school, there is only one person who is in the same dance studio as Kelly, Do Xiaoyu. His family is richer than Fang Yuan, so Fang Yuan doesn't dare to mess with him. Cut. The boy looked disdainful. It seems like everyone is afraid of Fang Yuan. Let me tell you, many rich second generations have written love letters and given gifts to Kelly. Fang Yuan knows this, but he still doesn't even dare to fart. Who said I don't even dare to fart? Fang Yuan walked into the classroom without knowing when. The boy's body trembled, and he smiled tremblingly. Brother Fang Yuan, you're back. What I was talking about just now was... I was talking about Do Xiaoyu. He doesn't even dare to fart in front of you. Fang Yuan pushed the boy away. Roll! The boy staggered and fell to the ground. Chapter 31. School bully Fang Yuan beats up anyone he sees. He quickly got up and turned back to his seat D1. I was afraid that I would hurt my sinuses if I walked too slowly. The other students were also afraid of Fang Yuan and left as well. Kelly was also scared when he saw Fang Yuan. This guy was a psychopath who was always causing trouble. Hesitate. Fang Yuan, didn't you promise me that you wouldn't disturb me from studying before the college entrance exam? She didn't dare look at Fang Yuan. She now hopes to go to the Beijing Film Academy to study safely and never return to Jiangdu again. That way I can avoid this lunatic for the rest of my life. Fang Yuan sniffed, and all the fragrance from Kelly's body was inhaled into his nose. I'm worried about you. I heard that Huang Mao Haizi has been bothering you time and time again. Are you okay? Yu Yue was not as lively as before. She turned her head away, fearing that Fang Yuan would say that he looked at her in a wrong way and beat her. Fang Yuan is a madman. He was peeing in a toilet, and a boy passed by him. He was annoyed by the loud noise of the boys walking, so he pulled up his pants and punched him. Many students have reported to the school that Fang Yuan beats students for no reason and hope that the school will deal with him seriously, but the school is powerless. Fang Yuan's family is extremely wealthy, and Fang Yuan's grandfather is a high-ranking official. They could only tell Fang Yuan's mother. After all, she is the only person in the Fang family who is easy to talk to. However, Fang Yuan's mother didn't want Fang Yuan to drop out of school, so she explained to the school that Fang Yuan had super male genes, so he had a bad temper, and hoped that the school could understand. She was willing to pay all medical expenses for the students beaten by Fang Yuan. The school had no choice but to ask all students to stay as far away from Fang Yuan as possible. Kelly lowered his head. I'm fine. At this time, the students around had already left their seats and walked out of the classroom in order to stay away from the madman Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sat in the seat of the classmate in front of Kelly, observing Kelly, and found that from this angle, she was really as beautiful as a fairy. As the name suggests, his skin is very white. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the Beijing roast duck on Kelly's table. I couldn't help but frown. Did you buy this? He thought that Kelly was a poor girl and couldn't afford this thing, and it might have been bought for her by another boy. Kelly smiled awkwardly. Yes, I bought it myself. She was afraid that Fang Yuan would cause trouble for Johnson, so she could only say that she bought it herself. A smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Can I have a bite? Kelly moved her lips slightly. Johnson bought this for her, and she wanted to save it for lunch tomorrow. But how could she say no now? I'll give them all to you. Can you take them back and eat them? Really? Fang Yuan was a little excited. Is this a gift from you to me? Kelly lowered her head, not daring to look at Fang Yuan. She just wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan as soon as possible. A bitter smile. Think whatever you want. I need to study hard before the college entrance exam. Can you please not disturb me? Fang Yuan nodded. Kelly madly after he went to college. Now that I have caught her, Kelly is not yet 18 years old, and there is nothing I can do. I might as well wait until college and enjoy Kelly. You stayed in Jiangdu to study at university, right? Kelly gave a wry smile. Fang Yuan didn't know that Kelly had passed the interview for Beijing Film Academy. Kelly also threw out a smokescreen, saying that he had failed the exam and was planning to study at the School of International Economics. I stayed in Jiangdu to take care of my grandma. Kelly's affirmative answer. Fang Yuan picked up the Beijing roast duck and left. Johnson didn't care about all this. He didn't even raise his head during the whole process. Kelly saw Fang Yuan walk out of the classroom. She turned her head to look at Johnson and found that Johnson was still lying on the table studying. Will he be angry? I gave the food he gave me to other boys, but I had no choice but to get that lunatic Fang Yuan away from me as soon as possible. Yu Yue turned her head back only after she felt Fang Yuan had gone far away. Kelly, since you've passed the interview, you might as well go home and avoid him. It's annoying to see him at school all day. Kelly sighed. Fang Yuan knew where she lived, and she didn't want Fang Yuan to disturb her grandmother, so she went to school. Otherwise, she would not have come long ago. Grandma said that after the college entrance examination, she would no longer sell pig intestines, but would go back to her hometown to farm with Grandpa. Kelly took out 2 tickets to Shanghai Disneyland from his school bag and handed one to Yu Yue. Are you going? Yu Yue's eyes widened as she took the ticket and looked at it. Oh my god, this is for the hotel. 2,890 yuan per ticket. You bought two? Where did you get the money? Kelly smiled, her cheeks slightly flushed, and whispered to Yu Yue. My boyfriend gave it to me. What? Yu Yue's voice was so loud that almost the whole class could hear it. She adjusted the volume and asked Kelly in a low voice. Oh my god, you really found a boyfriend? Kelly nodded shyly. To be honest, Johnson's only shortcoming is that he worked on a sewing machine in prison. However, he is pretty good in other aspects. He is handsome, rich, and has a good temper. And very considerate. Yu Yue was completely shocked. Tell me the truth about who you are? Is he the rich second generation from our school? When did he take you down? Kelly turned his head to look at Yu Yue and smiled. Don't ask so many questions. Just answer me one question. Are you going this weekend? If you are, I'll buy a train ticket for Thursday night. We will arrive on Friday afternoon, play all day on Saturday, and come back on Sunday. Take the green train? Yu Yue was a little surprised. Forget it, you've already paid for the tickets, so I'll pay for the travel expenses. We can take the high-speed train back and forth. Both of them were admitted in the early batch. One was a dancer and the other a musical instrument. So it doesn't matter whether you go to class or not. You can always find an excuse to ask for leave. Fong Yuan was holding the Beijing roast duck in his hand, feeling extremely happy. This was the first gift Kelly gave him. I have to behave well in the future. He left the teaching building and walked towards the stadium. Fong Yuan's mother used her connections and spent a lot of money to get him a quota as a basketball specialty student at Peking University and Tsinghua University. But for Kelly, he planned to stay in Jiangdu. Fong Yuan's mother had no choice but to spend money and use her connections to get him admitted to Shonan University. Fong Yuan is not going. He wants to go to the same university as Kelly, which is the School of International Economics. Later, it was Fong Yuan's mother who persuaded Fong Yuan to choose Shonan University. As Fong Yuan walked to the playground, his cell phone rang. He quickly picked up the phone. It was another group of his younger brothers outside the school who called. Chapter 32 Johnson kindly reminded his neighbor that stealing electricity could easily cause a fire, but was mocked by his neighbor for being nosy. He quickly picked up the phone. Hello. The other end of the phone. Brother Fong, the yellow-haired black guy, has been caught. We are now at the gate of Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. What do you think we should do with him? Fong Yuan tightly gripped the phone. He wished that the yellow-haired black guy would be torn into pieces for daring to touch his woman. I'll be right out. He hung up the phone, turned around, and walked towards the school gate aggressively. When Huang Maohaizi heard from his younger brother that the school beauty Kelly was Fong Yuan's woman, he was instantly shocked. He knew that he had offended Fong Yuan and would definitely suffer the consequences. So he struggled to get up from the emergency bed and hid in his brother's house. Unexpectedly, my brother sold him out directly. Now he was being controlled by two yellow-haired guys. Just now he heard one of the yellow-haired guys calling Fong Yuan and knew that what would happen to him next would definitely be tragic. Not a moment. Fong Yuan led the Beijing roast duck and walked over from the gate of Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. When he saw the yellow-haired man, sparks instantly appeared in his eyes. He was reluctant to even hold Kelly's hand, and this yellow-haired black guy actually wanted to rape Kelly. He walked over and slapped him hard in the face. You must be tired of living. How dare you touch my woman? The yellow-haired black man was frightened and panicked and hurried to explain. Brother Fong, I didn't know that the school beauty of Bai University was your woman. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to touch her even if I had 100 guts. It was Miss Zhou who asked me to do this. Fong Yuan bit his lips lightly. Zhou Eiting. His eyes were bloodshot, and he wished he could tear Zhou Eiting into pieces. He had said more than once that she was not allowed to touch Kelly, but he didn't expect Zhou Eiting to take his words as nonsense. He kicked the yellow-haired little black boy hard in the stomach. I'll kill you first, and then I'll deal with Zhou Eiting. The yellow-haired Xiao Hei covered his stomach, which was hurt by the kick, and began to gasp. It took him a long time to speak. Brother Fong, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. After all, I have followed you for so many years. Are you really going to kill me for a woman? You will disappoint our brothers by doing this. You farted. Fong Yuan widened his eyes. I've spent a lot of money on you in the past few years. Just as he was about to make a move, he was pulled back by the yellow-haired Tony next to him. Say in a low voice, Brother Fong, the brothers are watching now. If you really destroy Heizi for a woman, then I'm afraid no brothers will work for you. After all, there are so many women in the world. Who knows which one belongs to you, Brother Fong? Fong Yuan glared at the yellow-haired Xiao Hei, took a deep breath, turned his head to look at the yellow-haired Tony, and asked in a low voice, What should I do? I can't bear the anger in my heart. What's more, if I don't deal with him, it will be difficult to lead the team in the future. Yellow-haired Tony rolled his eyes and smiled. Brother Fong, you beat him and scolded him just now. If you really can't swallow this anger, you can pretend to make him apologize to his sister-in-law, and then make him leave this city and live in another one. Then you can arrange for someone to kill him. Fong Yuan pursed his lips and smiled. Good idea. Let's do as you say. The yellow-haired Tony smiled, then turned around, put away his smile, and walked in front of the yellow-haired Heizi. Brother Fong said that he would let you go if you apologized to my sister-in-law first. If she forgives you, you can pack up and leave. Don't stay in this city anymore. After hearing this, Huang Mao Haizi felt relieved and immediately thanked Fong Yuan. Thank you, Brother Fong. Thank you, Brother Fong. If he hadn't been restrained by the two thugs, he would have knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Fong Yuan was a little impatient. Go quickly. Then he turned his head and looked at the yellow-haired Tony. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him get away. Yellow-haired Tony nodded. Okay, we'll wait for my sister-in-law to come out at the door. Fong Yuan returned to school carrying the Beijing roast duck. The second evening self-study session just ended. Johnson immediately left the classroom with his backpack on his back without any hesitation. Kelly already knew that Man was Johnson and urged Yu Wei, who was packing her school bag, to hurry up. Hurry up. Aren't you going to watch Man sing tonight? It will be ready soon. Why are you in such a hurry? Yu Wei put her books in order, stood up slowly, and followed Kelly out of the classroom. Before he had taken a few steps, he ran into Fong Yuan. This made Yu Wei shiver involuntarily. He turned around and was about to walk back, but was grabbed by Kelly. Kelly was scared too. Fong Yuan, what can I do for you? A creepy smile appeared on Fong Yuan's sinister face. Kelly, come with me. As he said this, he was about to pull Kelly's hand. Kelly took a step back and dodged, lowering his head and not daring to look at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan, I'm quite busy right now. I have to go to the dance teacher's dormitory. She has something to tell me. After saying, he turned around and pulled Yu Wei away in another direction, taking small and quick steps, fearing that Fong Yuan would catch up with them. Yu Wei's heart was about to jump out. Fong Yuan was a little unhappy and ran directly in front of Kelly. When you're done, can you come to the school gate? I'll ask Huang Mao, the guy you offended last time, to come and apologize to you. Kelly was so scared that he couldn't listen to what Fong Yuan said. Besides, what was the difference between Fong Yuan and that yellow-haired guy who bullied him? Okay, I'll be right over when I'm done. After saying that, he took Yu Wei's hand. The two of them left with their arms tightly held together. They walked a distance towards the teacher's apartment. Yu Wei turned her head in fear and saw that Fong Yuan was not following behind. The stone in my heart finally came down. It was so scary, I felt like he was going to hit me at any moment. Kelly felt the same as Yu Wei. She had been living in fear for the past 3 years. Don't talk about him anymore. Just hold on for another 3 months. After the college entrance exam is over, you can stay away from him. Yu Wei sighed. I don't know what his family background is. He beat up so many classmates, but nothing happened to him. Kelly shook her head. She was now a little afraid that Fong Yuan would suddenly kill her with a knife. Let's leave the school from the back door. Yu Wei nodded. The two men looked around like thieves and sneaked out of the back door of the school. Johnson returned to the rental house. He saw Mei Heba connecting the electric meter box. Although Johnson moved out after 2 days, he still stopped Mei Heba's behavior. It's easy to cause a fire if you connect them randomly like this. Mei Heba snorted coldly. I'm connecting to someone else's electricity now. What does it have to do with you? Besides, my electric car is fully charged. How much money can I waste for you? Look at how stingy you are. Johnson was about to speak. The neighbors just came back, and they thought Mei Heba was stealing electricity from Johnson's house. Young man, isn't it just a little electricity bill? It's nothing. Why are you so fussy about it? We've been neighbors for decades. Is it worth it to hurt our relationship over such a small matter? Chapter 33 Johnson's full identity is revealed. Johnson was speechless. He didn't steal my electricity. I stole it because it's easy to catch fire if he connected it randomly. The neighbors said unhappily. Who cares if he stole electricity from someone's house? We can't let this hurt our relationship. You should be almost 18 years old. How come you don't understand the ways of the world? I don't understand the ways of the world. Johnson was a little unhappy. You don't feel any pain until the fist hits you. When the fist hits you, don't cry out in pain. There was a pause of 1 second. Also, what I want to say is that it is easy for fire to occur if he overlaps it like this. The neighbor snorted. He has been splicing it for more than 10 years. Has it caught fire? How come it caught fire when you came? Other neighbors also opened their doors to criticize Johnson. That's right. You're the only one who has too much to do here. My son is busy studying and preparing for the college entrance examination every day, but he has to listen to you quarreling all day long. Can you please be quiet? You are so annoying. We are just neighbors and live together. Do you have to make a big deal out of it? Can you please stop firing me? I can't even get enough sleep. Johnson was speechless for a moment. Okay, you win. Anyway, it wasn't his electricity that Mei Heba stole, and he moved out in 2 days. The fire had nothing to do with him. Mei Heba saw that his neighbors all spoke well of him and acted arrogantly. Young man, you still have a long way to go in terms of how to deal with people. Learn more about how others deal with things. Johnson snorted, opened the door, walked into the house, and closed the door. He changed out of his school uniform, put on a set of casual clothes, put on his guitar, and left. After he closed the door, he heard a crackling sound from the electric meter box. He took a look, and it seemed like sparks were coming out, but he was too lazy to care. He turned around and left the apartment building. Johnson arrived at the bar. The owner, Zheng, he came over excitedly. Johnson, an entertainment company wants to sign you and asked me for your contact information. Do you think I should give it to them? Johnson is now considered an internet celebrity. Ever since someone posted a video of him singing online, it quickly attracted the attention of netizens. Mainly because the singing is so beautiful. Johnson smiled. Brother Zheng, my first task now is to prepare for the college entrance examination and then go to university to complete my studies. He thought that he would use the inheritance left to him by his grandmother to rebuild the He group. When you have free time, you can experience life as a star. However, if he were asked to debut as a star now, he would still refuse. I don't think it's interesting. That's just his hobby, not his main job. Boss Zheng, he smiled awkwardly. That's right. You are a top student in Jiangdu No. 2 middle school. The college entrance examination must be the most important thing for you. Johnson smiled. Brother Zheng, thank you. I know you're doing this for my own good. You want me to become a big star. Don't worry. After I finish the college entrance examination, I will sing in your store until 4 in the morning every night for a month. Boss Zheng, he patted Johnson on the shoulder. Thank you, Johnson. Please hurry up and go up. The audience can't wait any longer. Many guests came from Hong Kong Island just to hear you sing. Johnson nodded. He turned around and went on stage. Johnson appeared. The whole audience applauded. Johnson, still wearing his mask, strummed his guitar and began to sing. Johnson, singing quietly. Kelly and Yu Yue squeezed to the front this time, and Yu Yue looked at Johnson like a fangirl. He's so handsome. Kelly smiled. She knew it was Johnson. When I thought about what I had said to him yesterday and how he had listened to everything, I felt very happy. I don't know if he can be considered my boyfriend. What are you thinking? I'm a girl. Why am I so reserved? Soon, 10 songs were sung again. Johnson packed up his guitar and prepared to leave the stage, and the audience was filled with regret again. Don't leave, stay, and continue singing. I'll give you $1,000 if you sing 10 more songs, okay? It's not satisfying at all. I haven't heard enough. Please stay. However, Johnson was unmoved and left the stage with his guitar on his back. Johnson, since he left last night, she wants to know who he is. She holds Kelly's hand. Let's go downstairs and wait for him to see who he is. Having said that, he dragged Kelly away. Kelly didn't react at all and was dragged away by Yu Yue. The two of them left the bar, went downstairs, and waited in a corner for Man Man to appear. Kelly already knew that it was all Johnson, and she certainly didn't want Yu Yue to know it. Let's go. Now if we know who he is, there won't be any mystery anymore. Kelly in surprise. Oh my God. Don't you want to know who he is? Is he from our school? Kelly gave a false smile and shook his head. I don't want to know. It doesn't seem interesting. No way. Kelly in disbelief. That's not like your style. Kelly's eyes were a little erratic. What is there? While talking, Johnson came down the back door of the bar with his guitar on his back. He was just seen by Yu Yue. Except for not wearing a mask, the clothes were exactly the same. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Johnson. Johnson came out of the bar without wearing a mask. Yu Yue swallowed her saliva. Deep down in her heart, she had already fallen in love with Johnson. It's a bit hard to extricate oneself. Johnson stole my heart. Kelly's face suddenly turned ugly, and he turned to look at Yu Yue. Stop being such a nympho. Does he have a girlfriend? What? Yu Yue was a little surprised. No way, are you kidding me? All the girls in our school thought he was a rapist and stayed away from him. How come he suddenly has a girlfriend? This. Kelly's a little bit confused. I also saw Johnson and a girl hugging each other a few days ago behind the school cafeteria. What? Yu Yue's face suddenly turned gloomy. She felt like she was being cuckolded and felt very uncomfortable. Who is she? Kelly's eyes looked a little dazed. I don't know him. Why are you asking me? Anyway, I can only tell you that he has a girlfriend, so you'd better give up on this idea. Yu Yue bit her lip. She would never give up on this idea. A sweet smile instantly appeared. They haven't gotten married yet, so I still have hope. He paused and spoke slowly. Let's go and say hello to Johnson. After saying that, he walked towards Johnson. Kelly couldn't stop Yu Yue at all, so he had to follow her. Yu Yue walked behind Johnson with a sweet smile on her face. Johnson. Johnson heard a girl calling him, turned around, and saw Yu Yue and Kelly. He couldn't help but frown. Is there something going on with you two? Chapter 34. Kelly is jealous. Yu Yue is trying to poach someone. Yu Yue took a step forward, tilted her head back, and almost kissed Johnson with her lips. You sing so beautifully. Johnson froze for a moment, revealing himself. If this gets out, I won't be able to sing in bars anymore. You must be mistaken. I can't sing. Can't sing? The smile on Yu Yue's face was even brighter than before. If you can't sing, why are you carrying a guitar? And the clothes you're wearing are exactly the same as yours. Johnson frowned. The woman was really troublesome. He gave an awkward smile. You misunderstood. This is not a guitar, it's a pedal. Bullshit, isn't the guitar meant to be stepped on? Yu Yue was amused by Johnson. She didn't expect that the serious Johnson could actually tell jokes. In fact, Johnson blurted out the joke after seeing Kelly. Johnson sighed. I was defeated by you too. Okay, I admit that I am Man. Let's put it this way. I will treat you two to a midnight snack, and you two must help me keep this secret. Can. Yu Yue pursed her lips and smiled. Kelly, who was standing aside, also had a smile on his face, but it was an awkward smile of jealousy. She felt particularly happy when she saw Johnson and Yu Yue talking and laughing. He glared at Yu Yue fiercely. You silly girl, why did you act so familiar to me before? Johnson, when I met him? Johnson saw a food stall not far away. Then let's go to that food stall to eat something. Yu Yue nodded. Can. Anyway, she was happy no matter what Johnson treated her to. Soon, the three of them came to the food stall, picked a seat, and sat down. Kelly ordered. Johnson put his guitar away and washed the dishes with the teapot. Yu Yue looked at Johnson. The more I look at him, the more I like him. Johnson has thick eyebrows, big eyes, and fair skin. He is the type that is pleasing to the eye. Especially as Johnson's hair grows longer, it seems that his buried handsomeness is beginning to emerge again little by little. Especially the way Johnson washes dishes with tea water is particularly charming. Kelly, who was sitting next to Yu Yue, felt very uncomfortable when he saw Yu Yue's infatuated look. It was as if his favorite toy was being looked up and down by a shameless thief. Okay, stop looking. Yu Yue finally came to her senses and turned to look at Kelly. Kelly, what's wrong? I'm learning how to wash dishes from Johnson. What's going on? Kelly lowered his head and didn't want to say anything else. Whatever you want. Yu Yue turned her head and looked at Johnson. Johnson, do you have a crush on a girl? Johnson was stunned for a second. He glanced at Kelly and quickly looked away. He was sent to jail by that bitch Diana. Diana was the woman he loved most in the past, and he gave everything for her. Unexpectedly, in the end, she became the woman who hurt him the most. In fact, he no longer trusts women. No matter how beautiful a woman is, in his eyes, she will eventually turn into dust. Shake his head gently. No. Kelly heard what Johnson said. Her heart instantly sank to the bottom. She thought Johnson liked her, but she didn't expect that Johnson didn't like any girl. Forget it, I won't keep this stone warm anymore. But seeing Yu Yue's courageous look, what if I don't work hard and she gets the advantage? Still, don't give up. Besides, I have a little bit of affection for Johnson. It would be such a pity to give up. After a while, the yellow-haired black man just walked in from outside the food stall. He just sat down and was about to order food when he caught a glimpse of Kelly out of the corner of his eye. I saw that her eyes were always fixed on the boy in front of her. Without thinking, you know that this is an ambiguous look. He snorted coldly. Fang Yuan, you are such a bootlicker. Your campus beauty from Baidao University is dating another boy. You are still following Kelly around like an idiot, barking. I guess I won't even have anything to eat in the future. His eyes fell on Johnson again. His pupils dilated instantly. Isn't this the young man who hit him on the head with a stick that day? His temper flared up instantly. He clenched his fists and just stood up to go and cause trouble for Johnson. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through my mind. Snorted coldly. He quickly took out his cell phone, took a bunch of photos of Kelly and Johnson, and sent them to Fang Yuan. Brother Fang, my sister-in-law, is having an affair with another man. Come quickly. Just as he was about to send it, he felt something was wrong. If he sent it like this, he would definitely get a nasty blow. He quickly deleted it, reedited the text, and sent it off. Brother Fang, someone is trying to steal your girl and seduce your sister-in-law. Come here quickly. Then, tap send. Less than a second. Fang Yuan received the news. Where is it? The yellow-haired black man smiled. He knew Fang Yuan must be anxious. He wanted to make Fang Yuan anxious all night. Even though he couldn't beat Fang Yuan and made him feel uncomfortable, it could be considered revenge. Not for a second. The yellow-haired black guy's phone was bombarded with calls. Fang Yuan kept calling him. Huang Mao didn't answer the call and turned his phone to silent mode. He just wanted to make Fang Yuan anxious for a while. Soon, Fang Yuan sent a threatening message. Tell me the address quickly, or I will kill you. Are you dying? How dare you not answer my call? I'll give you one last chance. Answer my call quickly. Huang Mao took a look at the text message and couldn't help laughing. He just wanted to make Fang Yuan feel uncomfortable. He watched his beloved woman sitting and eating with other boys, but he was powerless and could do nothing. Soon, Kelly's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Before, Fang Yuan got her cell phone from another classmate. Later, Kelly couldn't stand it anymore, but he didn't dare to block Fang Yuan's phone number for fear that he would go crazy, so he canceled his SIM card and applied for a new one. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan actually got Kelly's new cell phone number from the art exam dance teacher. Kelly didn't know it was Fang Yuan's phone number. Pick up. Hello. There was a roar from the other end of the line. Who is the boy you are having dinner with? Kelly was so scared that he hung up the phone. He looked around warily, but didn't see Fang Yuan. She was feeling uneasy. If it was an ordinary boy, she would just say, it has nothing to do with you. But Fang Yuan is not like that. He's a psychopath who even beats girls. Pulling on the corner of Yu Yue's clothes. Let's go quickly. Fang Yuan is nearby. Yu Yue's face turned gloomy in an instant. Last time, Kelly refused Fang Yuan's request for a date and got slapped twice by him for no reason. Because Fang Yuan said that it was her who instigated Kelly to reject his invitation to a date. Yu Yue deserved those 2 slaps. With a psychopath like Fang Yuan, no girl would dare to date him. Yue stood up with trembling body. Kelly, let's go back quickly. Having said that, he pulled Kelly away. Johnson was confused. The food hadn't even arrived yet. So why did these two people leave in such a hurry? What's wrong? Chapter 35. Random connections. This time it's okay. The house is on fire. Kelly was very flustered. Nothing. Yue and I are feeling a little unwell, so we'll go back first. She would not tell Johnson that there was a mental patient haunting her, otherwise Johnson would hate her. Likewise, she was afraid that the psychopath Fang Yuan would attack Johnson. Johnson, you should also pay more attention to your safety during this period. Why don't you just not come to school during this period? Johnson looked confused. What's the meaning? This? Kelly hesitated, not knowing what to say. Yue became anxious when she saw Kelly hesitating. There was a psychopath who kept pestering Kelly. His family was very rich, and no one in school dared to offend him. Kelly's family was poor, and they couldn't afford to offend that psychopath. Moreover, that psychopath beat both boys and girls. It was said that the girl he liked in junior high school rejected him, so he drove his car and hit the girl, leaving her disabled. Yue described it vividly. Suddenly, someone coughed, and Yue was so scared that she almost fell to the ground. Johnson couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yue's timid look. Well, I'll take you two home. Kelly felt warm in his heart, but at the same time he was worried about Johnson. What are you going to do? Johnson gave a wry smile. I am alone. Why should I be afraid of him? Turning his head, he looked at the food stall owner. Boss, pack up. Okay. The food stall owner responded and packed up the meals for Johnson and the other two. Immediately following, the three of them left the food stall with their food. After seeing the three of them leave, the yellow-haired black guy slowly picked up Fang Yuan's call. Pretend to be very weak. Brother Fang, I just tried to stop that beast from taking my sister-in-law away, but I was no match for him, so he took my sister-in-law away. I don't know where he is tasting my sister-in-law now. What? Fang Yuan felt uncomfortable all over. Taking Kelly away at this late hour must be to get a room. The next second, a roar came from the microphone. Why didn't you answer my call just now? Why did you answer my call now? The yellow-haired black man instantly got goosebumps all over his body. Said nervously, Brother Fang, Fang Yuan said through gritted teeth. Where are you now? The yellow-haired black guy panicked instantly. He didn't know whether to tell Fang Yuan or not. He felt that he would definitely be beaten up by him later. He hung up the phone immediately, turned around, and ran out of the food stall. He ran as far as he could now. He knew Fang Yuan, this psychopath, too well. As long as you made him unhappy, no matter what your purpose was, whether you were kind enough to help him or just watch the show from the side, he would beat you up. Kelly has turned off her cell phone and will cancel her phone card tomorrow. She plans to apply for a new one. As the three of them walked out of the community, a fire truck drove past them with a whoosh sound. Yue opened her eyes wide and looked at the fire truck. Shit, is the neighborhood we live in on fire? Kelly was shy around Johnson. That should be it. Soon, the three of them looked in the direction the fire truck was heading. Kelly's eyes widened. Johnson, isn't this the unit you live in? Johnson frowned. It's true. When the three of them walked over, there were people outside the apartment watching the excitement, and some were running out of the apartment building with dusty faces. It's over, all over? This time it's all burned. Whoever set the fire, don't let me catch him, or I'll kill him. If someone hadn't shouted fire, I would have burned to death today. Everyone was filled with indignation. At this time, Mehiba happened to see Johnson, grabbed him, and shouted at the top of his voice. Neighbors, it was he who set the fire. Johnson frowned, shook off Mehiba's hand, and said in a bad tone, Which eye of yours saw that I set the fire? Mehiba looks very hateful, pointing at Johnson. Did you say this unit building would catch fire? Johnson was speechless. I said that you randomly connected the wires to the electric meter, and it could easily cause a fire. When did I ever say that this unit building would catch fire? Pause, then turn and look at the neighbors around you. This Mehiba has been tapping into the meter to charge his electric car. He used to steal electricity from my room, but later I couldn't stand it anymore and simply stopped paying the electricity bill. I didn't expect him to tap into someone else's meter. I guess other people's homes have more electrical appliances, unlike me, who only have one light bulb. So, the overload caused a short circuit and caused the fire. You! Mehiba looked around and saw that the neighbors around him looked at him with strange eyes. What are you talking about? I've been an electrician for more than 10 years. I don't know more about electricity than you do. Just finish speaking. A middle-aged man punched Mehiba directly in the face. You bastard, you stole electricity. Why don't you go to your unit to steal electricity instead of coming to our unit to steal electricity? Are you worried that a fire will burn down your house? The middle-aged man is a neighbor on the second floor. Every time he goes to and from get off work, he can see Mehiba stealing electricity on the first floor. His principle of doing things is to stay out of it. So, just turn a blind eye. Unexpectedly, this time, the house was burned down. The other neighbors were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to rush over and beat Mehiba. That's right. You must have known that this kind of connection would cause a fire, but you came to our unit to steal electricity. Now you have to compensate my family. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Mehiba, you are such a scoundrel. I spent so much money to buy this house, and now it's gone just like that. If a neighbor hadn't said there was a fire today, I would be a charred corpse now." As they spoke, everyone surrounded Mehiba and punched him in the face one punch after another. Mehiba covered his face desperately and explained quickly. "Neighbors, listen to my explanation. I've been an electrician for more than 10 years. I know as much about electricity as he does. Don't listen to his nonsense. The fire was not caused by the electric car at all." Johnson, of charging for Mehiba, stood up. "Stop fighting. I can prove that it's not Uncle Mehiba's fault. The fire is..." Chowley pointed at Johnson. "He set the fire. I saw it with my own eyes. He set the fire to prevent Uncle Mehiba from charging at his house. Every time Mehiba came to charge, he would give Chowley a lollipop. Over time, the relationship between the two became very good. Moreover, Mehiba promised Chowley that after his son became the chairman of Lu Group, he would definitely let Chowley come to work at Lu Group." Johnson was speechless. How could this little girl lie with her eyes wide open? "When did I set a fire? Do you have any evidence? Besides, I just got back," Chowley said righteously. "You set the fire and ran away. I saw it all with my own eyes." Mehiba quickly joined in the fun. Yes, it was him who set the fire. He is a prisoner who has been in prison before. There is nothing he can't do. It's not surprising that he set the fire. Chapter 36, Mehiba is done for this time. He burns down the entire apartment building. Amanda has already told Mehiba that Johnson was framed by her and her brother Anthony and was put in prison. Johnson had a history of working a sewing machine in prison, so Diana would no longer like him. The neighbors immediately turned their eyes to Johnson and spoke resentfully. "You are such a stubborn person that you can't change your bad habits. A dog will never change its eating habits. If you don't allow Mehiba to charge your phone at your house, you can move out. What did you set on fire? I really want to beat you to death with a hammer." Johnson was speechless and was about to speak when Kelly spoke. "Johnson has been with me since school, but I didn't see him setting the fire." Then he turned and looked at Chowley. "Lying is also punishable by law." Chowley panicked instantly. "This?" Kelly said slowly. "Also, if I remember correctly, you lived on the first floor, and now all your valuables have been burned." Chowley's mother frowned. His house and the electric meter caught fire at the same time. "Suddenly, I seem to understand something. The electricity bill has increased very quickly these past few days. Every time she asked Chowley to go out and see if Mehiba was stealing electricity from her house, but the little girl said no. She turned and looked at Chowley. "Daughter, tell me the truth. Did Mehiba charge his electric car on our electric meter?" Chowley hesitated. "No, I don't think so." Kelly with a determined look. "You're talking nonsense. I saw Johnson set the fire with my own eyes." Kelly shook the Redmi phone in his hand. "I have recorded what you said. Defamation and false testimony will be punished by law. Also, Johnson and I were having dinner at a food stall just now. Do you want me to pull up the surveillance video for you?" "This?" Chowley panicked instantly. Chowley's mother understood it immediately and was so angry that her teeth were itching. He just slapped Chowley in the face. "You are such a traitor. Our family is the worst burned, and you are defending Mehiba. If it is really Mehiba who burned it, get out of this family. I will pretend that you are not my daughter." "Mom!" Chowley lowered her head and began to cry. She knew that now she would not protect Mehiba. Mehiba saw that public opinion was becoming increasingly unfavorable to him. Hurry and shout to everyone. "Oh, you don't believe me, but you believe the words of someone who has been in prison. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey?" Kelly frowned. "The court has acquitted Johnson. He is not a criminal at all. He was wrongly accused." Mehiba saw that the people around him did not surround him and beat him up like they did before. Instead, they were all whispering to each other. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he felt that public opinion was gradually turning to his side. Does anyone know if he bought the certificate of innocence? However, the next second, the police and firefighters walked up to Mehiba. "Is that burnt electric car on the first floor yours?" The landlord was wearing auxiliary police uniform and standing behind the police like other auxiliary police officers. He had just told the police that the burnt electric car belonged to Mehiba. At this moment, the landlord wanted to kill Mehiba. Mehiba was stunned for a second, his eyes a little worried. The police asked this question. It must be something bad. He shook his head gently and lowered his head guiltily. "No." The landlord was instantly furious. "It's not yours? You're the only one in the whole community who likes to push your electric car to our unit to charge it." He clenched his fists. If the police were not here, he would have killed Mehiba. Mehiba felt a little guilty. "It's really not my electric car. I didn't come here to charge it today." The landlord wanted to slap Mehiba to death. "Tell me again that the electric bike is not yours? Do you believe I will kill you?" The police stopped the landlord. "Don't get excited." The landlord then took a step back. The police asked Mehiba again, "Is that electric car yours?" Mehiba lowered his head and said without hesitation, "No." The police snorted. "Well, I'm sorry. Please come back to the police station with us. I suspect you set the fire on purpose." As he spoke, the landlord and another auxiliary police officer restrained Mehiba. Mehiba panicked instantly. "Why are you arresting me? That electric bike is not mine." What right do you have to arrest me? The policeman smiled. Although the electric bike was burnt beyond recognition, the identification number of the electric bike is still there. We have found out that the electric bike is yours. In addition, we have also extracted your fingerprints from the part of the electric bike that was not completely burned black. There was a pause. If the electric car is yours, you are subject to civil compensation. If you say that the electric car is not yours, then we have reason to suspect that you deliberately set the fire. Mahiba was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he hurried to explain. It's mine, it's mine. That electric bike is mine. I didn't dare to admit it just now, because I was afraid. The policeman smiled. Since it was you, and you didn't intentionally set the fire, it was your electric car that caused it, so you should compensate all the owners of this unit for their losses. What? All the losses? Mahiba felt unwell all over. But seeing his angry neighbors, he had no choice but to admit defeat. If he didn't compensate for the losses, he would probably have a hard time. The police looked at the others. Wait a minute, we will find a professional property appraiser, and you can also make a list. After the property appraiser has finished the assessment, you can discuss the details. Good. The police turned and left. The neighbors surrounded Mahiba. My renovation cost 200,000 yuan, and the furniture and appliances cost 60,000 yuan. You have to compensate me 260,000 yuan. This house has been burned black. I don't want it anymore. The current market price is 20,000 yuan per square meter. I live in 60 square meters. You have to compensate me 1.2 million yuan. The blue and white porcelain my son gave me is an antique worth 1 million. It was burned this time. You must compensate me. Everyone was talking at once. Mahiba was so confused that he just sat down on the ground. Where do I get so much money? He suddenly thought of his son, Anthony. Didn't he hook up with a beautiful, rich, and pretty girl? Diana is the daughter of the richest man in Jiangdu. Can you still be short of this little money? He got up from the ground again, looking at the neighbor with disdain. Look at your faces. My son has plenty of money. Isn't it just a piece of blue and white porcelain? Isn't it just a house? Wait for me. I'll go find my son now and throw the money at you. Anthony said this, turned around, and ran away. The neighbors looked at each other. Is he crazy? He looks like he is. What about our money? Johnson frowned, suddenly having no place to live. He hasn't found a house yet, and was planning to move out once he found one, but he didn't expect a fire to burn down the rental house. He turned around and prepared to leave, going to a nearby hotel to spend the night. Kelly saw Johnson turn to leave and quickly chased after him. Johnson, where are you going? Chapter 37. Mahiba went to the Liu family villa and asked Anthony for 20 million. Johnson's tone was flat. Let's go to the hotel and spend the night. Kelly felt that the opportunity had come. He glanced at Yue and estimated that this girl would definitely take Johnson in, so he might as well speak up first. As she expected, Yue really wanted to ask Johnson to live back home, but her parents would definitely object, especially since Johnson had only been operating a sewing machine for 3 years. The words haven't been spoken yet. Kelly walked directly in front of Johnson. How about you live in my house? It's just me and my grandma at home. Johnson smiled, feeling quite surprised. However, he doesn't like to trouble others. Thank you, I'll just stay in a hotel. In fact, Johnson has enough money to stay in the presidential suite of a hotel. He lives in a rental house because it is close to the school. Secondly, the hundreds of billions of dollars were the property left to him by his grandmother, and he didn't want to squander it at will, at least until he. Only when he was able to make money did he dare to use the assets left to him by his grandmother. In addition, he slept on a hard bed to remind himself to take revenge at all times. Don't forget those 3 years in prison, Johnson said, and turned and left. Kelly was a little worried about Johnson. Then I'll accompany you. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. No need, it's just a misunderstanding. Johnson deliberately kept his distance from Kelly. You'd better go back early, and don't let your grandma worry. When Yue saw Kelly seducing Johnson by paying for him, she felt uncomfortable. He also hurried over. I'm not worried either. I'll go too. Johnson was speechless. He originally wanted to drive the two away with a fierce look, but the rule of thumb is not to hit someone who smiles at you, so he gave up the idea. The three of them came to the Nicolo Hotel. The hotel is located in the tallest building in Jiangdu. Standing in the room, you can overlook the entire Jiangdu. The hotel is only across a pedestrian street from Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. Johnson booked 2 rooms, one for Kelly and Yue, and one for himself. Johnson gave him the door card to another house, opened his own room, and turned his back to them. You should rest early too. After saying that, he walked into the room. All my books were burned today, so I didn't need to study. I just lay on the bed and looked out the window. He thought of his grandmother and his father. If Dad hadn't gone to Europe to discuss the project, he wouldn't have been kidnapped by terrorists and he wouldn't have been beheaded. Grandma would not sell the He group just to make his life better. I fell asleep without realizing it. Kelly was lying on the big bed in the guest room. It was her first time to visit such a high-end hotel. The layout of the hotel is very warm, and there is a faint fragrance in the air, especially central air conditioning, which can blow cold air continuously for 24 hours. Unlike the rental house where she and her grandmother lived, The air conditioner was almost just a decoration. No matter how hot the weather was, they could only open the windows to let in natural wind. Yuyue stood at the floor-to-ceiling window and looked towards Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. The pedestrian street below her feet was in her entirety. The bustling crowd had become a beautiful landscape in her eyes. She was also a little excited. She always heard people say that the hotel in IFS was only affordable for rich people, but she didn't expect that she would be able to stay in one today. Kelly lying on the bed. Kelly Johnson is really rich. I just asked the front desk quietly, and she told me that it costs $2,890 to stay here for one night, and the three of us are staying in the presidential suite. Oh my God! She even began to fantasize that if she married Johnson, wouldn't that mean she was marrying into a wealthy family? In a hotel like this, you can stay wherever you want. Kelly closed her eyes and recalled when she was a child. She followed her grandmother to pick up mineral water bottles and collect waste paper, and was laughed at by classmates who looked down on her. When she married Johnson, she transformed herself into Mrs. He, a member of the upper-class society. Then, she would slap the faces of those classmates who looked down on her. By then, she will write a book about her life. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Yuyue heard Kelly laugh and walked over and pushed her. What are you thinking about? Kelly opened his eyes and explained in a panic. I'm thinking, should I bring my grandma over here? After all, there's air conditioning here. Take it. Yuyue opened her eyes wide. If you take it, you'll be exposed, and your grandma will definitely scold you. I just told my dad that I'll be staying in the dormitory tonight, and you'll be there too. If you take your grandma over, then I'm done for, right? Kelly stood up. Oh well. Yuyue looked around the environment again. It seems that the rumors are all false and Johnson was really wronged. We both accompanied him to the hotel, but he still booked 2 rooms and stayed in one for himself. He didn't even say anything extra to us. If it were any other boy, he would have jumped on her long ago. Kelly had already started to undress and was getting ready to take a shower. Take off your clothes quickly. I'm waiting for you to rub my back. Yuyue had a wicked smile on her face. How about, I'll call Johnson over to give us a rub. He's a boy, so he has strong hands. Kelly looked a little embarrassed for a moment. Roll. Jiangsha No. 1 Villa District. Mei Heba ran all the way, got rid of the community security guard, and finally arrived at the gate of Lu's villa. He took a deep breath and was about to knock on the door when the bodyguard at the door rushed over and restrained him. Mei Heba shouted desperately, Don't touch me. I'm Mr. Lu's relative. Diana is my daughter-in-law and Anthony is my son. Let me go, or I'll make you pay for it. The bodyguard ignored him and thought he was a lunatic. Push him away. Roll. Mei Heba did not give up and rushed over again. This time the bodyguard didn't simply push him away, but beat and kicked him. Mei Heba covered his head and wailed in pain. Don't hit me. I'm really Mr. Lu's relative. I'm here to look for my son. I have something to ask him. At this time, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped by the roadside. When the leading bodyguard saw that it was Diana's private car, he immediately stopped beating Mei Heba and spoke to him in a vicious tone. Get out of here right now. If Miss Lu hears you talking nonsense here, she will definitely skin you alive. Lu Chongqing stopped all of Diana's spending and did not give her a gas card. She could only go to and from school in the special car that Lu Chongqing provided for her. Originally, Lu Chongqing had told the driver that Anthony and Amanda were not allowed to take the special car. However, Diana was very determined and insisted that Anthony and Amanda must get in the car, otherwise the driver would be kicked out. The driver had no choice but to carry Lu Chongqing on his back and pick up Anthony and Amanda. Mei Heba looked up and saw Anthony and Amanda following Diana down. He was about to call his son when he suddenly remembered. Anthony told Diana that he had a tragic life story. Both his parents had died, and he and his sister grew up eating at other people's homes. Later, the teachers at Jiangdu Bilingual Middle School discovered his musical talent and brought him to study at the school. If Mei Heba were to call Anthony's son at this time, it would definitely ruin Anthony's good fortune. I can only shout, that, Anthony. Anthony heard Mei Heba's voice. His scalp suddenly went numb. He ran over quickly, and when he saw Mei Heba's whole face clearly, Anthony felt uncomfortable all over. Say in a low voice, Didn't I tell you? It's nothing. Try to avoid the Lu family villa. Why did you come here? Mei Heba looked miserable. Johnson burned down someone else's house, and now they are wrongly accusing me of doing it. I can't produce any evidence, and now the police are asking me to pay $20 million. He wanted to take the opportunity to ask for more, so he offered $20 million. What? Anthony was completely numb. Why did Johnson ask you to pay for the house he burned? And he also asked you to pay $20 million. Chapter 38 Diana, you are so disgusting. If you want to repay the favor, don't drag Johnson into it. This? Mei Heba lowered his head. He didn't dare to tell the truth. Anthony was about to roar. Diana has come over and said with some disdain, Who is this? The bodyguard was about to speak. This is Anthony S. Before he could finish, Anthony interrupted him and explained to Diana. He is from my village and a good friend of my father. When my sister and I ate at hundreds of restaurants, we ate the most at his house. Diana's face disappeared instantly, revealing a smile. So that's how it is? He is still your benefactor. Anthony smiled bitterly. That's about right. Diana smiled. Then come in and sit down. Anthony was about to speak, but he had something else to do, so he went back first. However, Mayheba got ahead of him and spoke desperately. Okay. Having said that, he followed Diana into the villa. Anthony was so angry that his teeth were itching, but his sister Amanda was very happy. She had always hoped that her family could live in the Liu family's big villa. At this moment, the wish seems to be coming true. Diana just walked in. I saw my sister-in-law Bai Jia applying a facial mask. Bai Jia also saw Diana coming in with a middle-aged man. She said with a look of disgust, Diana, why do you bring all kinds of cats and dogs home? Diana's face disappeared instantly. Sister-in-law, he is Anthony's relative, not just some random person. Bai Jia snorted coldly. It smells terrible. This house is becoming increasingly unbearable to stay in. One day, I will ask your brother to move out and let you live alone. After saying that, he turned and left. Mayheba clenched his fists and said, You slut, you actually look down on me. When my son marries Diana, everything in this house will belong to my son. No, it's mine. Diana greeted the nanny Wang Ma. Annie Wang, make some dessert for uncle. Amanda saw Mayheba. She was very happy and also headed towards the kitchen. Sister-in-law, I'm gonna get something to eat for my dad. Diana still loves Johnson, so she particularly hates Amanda calling her sister-in-law. But when I thought that not letting her scream would irritate her, I gave up. Okay. Mayheba sat on the sofa with a smile on his face, looking up and down at the villa. He felt so happy when he thought that he would be able to move in the future. Miss Liu, you're welcome. Diana sat on the other side of the sofa. Uncle, what do you want to talk to Anthony about? Mayheba smiled. Nothing. I contracted a piece of land in the countryside. The harvest has been poor in recent years, so I thought of digging a fish pond to raise some fish. But I'm short of money. I heard that Anthony is doing well in Jiangdu, so I came to see him. Miss Liu, can you? Diana's face suddenly turned gloomy, but she still kept a decent smile. After all, Anthony was her savior, and Anthony's sister was raped by Johnson again. She and Johnson owed the Anthony siblings too much, and they didn't have enough time to compensate them both. So how could they possibly get angry? I'm a student, and I don't have much money. There's really nothing I can do to help you. Then he left. Anthony was completely panicked. He didn't expect that Mayheba would ask Diana for money. Liu Chongqing feels uncomfortable looking at him every day. If Liu Chongqing knew that he had a poor relative who came to the villa to ask for money, why not kick these two siblings out? He quickly pulled Mayheba up and walked out, not forgetting to smile at Diana. Diana, I'm sorry to make you laugh. This is how my uncle is. I like to say good things without thinking. Don't take it seriously. Diana smiled naturally. How could that be? Everyone has difficulties, and it's normal to borrow money. It's just that I don't have any money. Then, say it politely. How about, Uncle, you can stay here tonight and leave tomorrow. Okay. Mayheba smiled. He had never lived in a big villa before. Anthony glared at Anthony and muttered under his breath. Just shut up. If you destroy me, you won't get anything. Then, Anthony turned and looked at Diana with an unnatural smile on his face. He doesn't need it. Thank you, Diana. Pushing Mayheba out of the villa, the two walked a long distance again. Anthony saw that there was no one around and said a little impatiently, Last time you asked your sister to come to school to find me, I almost got caught. Now you come here again. Do you want Diana to know that I was lying to her? Mayheba's expression looked a little ugly. Amanda is your sister. Are you just going to watch her suffer with me? Anthony bit his lip gently. Tell me, how much do you want this time? Mayheba smiled. Didn't I just tell you? 20 million. 20 million? Anthony's eyes widened. Where do I get 20 million? Mayheba was a little anxious. You've been with Diana for so long. Don't you have 20 million? If I don't compensate my neighbor, I'll go to jail. Anthony gritted his teeth and said nothing. When Mayheba saw that Anthony did not agree, he snorted coldly. Diana, that you are my son. You dare. Anthony was a little anxious. I realized that my voice was a little loud just now, so I quickly lowered it. Okay, I'll try my best to help you. He had long wanted to steal Sister Diana's priceless watch. These days, he took advantage of the fact that no one was at the Liu family and wandered around the Liu family villa. It was discovered that there was no surveillance in the Liu family villa. So, he took the opportunity to steal something inconspicuous. The Liu family will have a family dinner in 2 days. Liu Chongqing has invited many celebrities to his home for dinner. He plans to take advantage of that time to steal the watch that sister-in-law Diana has left in the bedroom. Anthony couldn't help but smile when he thought of this. I'll give you 20 million in 2 days. Don't bother me then. Mayheba couldn't help but smile slightly when he got a positive answer. Then it's a deal. After saying that, he walked towards the Liu family villa, but was stopped by Anthony. Don't go in there, go home quickly. If Diana finds out, I won't give you a penny. Mayheba smiled. Okay. Don't I also want to see my future daughter-in-law? Anthony was getting impatient. Go away, don't stay here. Mayheba smiled. Take care, son. Turned around and left. The next day, hotel. Su Qingxue and Yu Yue slept until after 7 o'clock. After having breakfast in the buffet restaurant, they went back to their room to sleep. Both of them were art students, and the class teacher basically didn't pay much attention to them. Johnson went to school early. When he arrived at the classroom, there were only a few students there. However, I didn't start studying right away like Johnson did. Chapter 39, Fong Yuan's mother actually looks a lot like Johnson. But chatting. Fong Yuan took out his phone and clicked on the photo of Kelly and Johnson having dinner, and asked around to find out which class the boy in the photo was from. Many classmates, upon seeing Fong Yuan, turned around and ran away. No one dared to say a word to him. He thought he was a lunatic. If you looked at him wrongly, he would slap you in the face. If you spoke with the wrong tone, he would slap you in the face. Anyway, it's wrong for you to speak, and it's even more wrong for you not to speak. Fong Yuan was a little unhappy and turned to glare at the follower behind him. He slapped her twice. What are you two doing? When you saw the student running away, why didn't you catch him back for me? Both of us? The follower smiled bitterly and covered his face. How could they catch them? The school was so small, and those people were afraid of Fong Yuan's family's power and didn't dare to offend Fong Yuan. But it was not certain for the two of them. If they don't catch him, Fong Yuan will beat them up. If they catch him, both sides will beat them up. Fong Yuan slapped him again. Why are you still standing here? Find out for me right now. The follower nodded and went to ask a passing classmate who the boy in the photo was. Unfortunately, he ran into Anthony. Anthony felt extremely unhappy when he saw that Johnson was hooking up with Kelly. Kelly is also his goddess. He just didn't have the money, so he had no plans to hook up for now. This is Johnson. Just finished speaking. Fong Yuan walked over and slapped Anthony in the face. Which class? Anthony covered his face and started to cry. He was about to ask, why are you disturbing me? But when he looked up and saw that it was Fong Yuan, he immediately stopped crying. It turned out to be Brother Fong. Although he has Diana's protection, in theory, he doesn't need to be afraid of Fong Yuan. After all, Diana's father is the richest man, and Fong Yuan's father is the second richest man. But Fong Yuan is a madman. Fong Yuan slapped him again. Which class? Anthony choked quietly, tears filling his eyes. The next second, Fong Yuan was about to fan out tears. Suddenly, he had an idea that he could use another person's knife to kill someone and make the matter sound more serious. Brother Fong, this is Johnson, who was in the same class as the school beauty of my university. He is so perverted and was a rapist in the past. I heard from classmates in the parallel class that Johnson kept touching the school beauties but during class, and the school beauty dared not say anything. Before Fong Yuan could finish his words, his entire face turned blood red and he clenched his fists. How dare you touch my wife's butt? I'm gonna kill you. After saying that, he turned around and ran towards the teaching building with gritted teeth. Johnson had just finished math 5-3 when Fong Yuan suddenly kicked his desk hard. He was stuck directly on the desk. A sharp pain made Johnson unable to breathe briefly. Fong Yuan put one foot firmly on the table and pointed at Johnson with the other hand. You are so crazy that you dare to touch my wife's butt in class. As he spoke, his eyes turned to the thermos cup on the desk behind him. I'm gonna beat you to death today. Johnson shook his head slightly, causing his neck to make a crackling sound. He didn't want to hit anyone, but there are always some blind people who come to him on their own initiative. Johnson pushed the desk open with a sudden force. The books in the drawer were scattered all over the floor. Fong Yuan was caught off guard and was hit hard by the desk. He cried out in pain. The next second, Fong Yuan still hadn't reacted. Johnson jumped and punched Fong Yuan in the face with such force that Fong Yuan felt dizzy on the spot. However, it was not over yet. Johnson picked up a chair and smashed it hard on Fong Yuan's head. Once, twice, and 3 times, Fong Yuan bled profusely. The whole class was shocked. There are actually people who dare to hit Fong Yuan. Don't they know that his grandfather is the director of the Public Security Bureau? Such a cruel move. Johnson was too heavy-handed. The 2 younger brothers behind Fong Yuan didn't dare to move forward. Johnson's first goal now is to be admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University to fulfill his grandmother's wish. He also doesn't want to be locked up for a few more years because of a beast. The last blow hit Fong Yuan's body hard. Fong Yuan vomited blood, struggled for a while, and then became motionless. The whole class held their breath. They didn't expect Johnson to be so ruthless. Johnson said viciously, "You are courting death. I hate being interrupted when I am learning cultural knowledge." After saying that, he turned around, propped up his desk, picked up his school bag, patted it, and hung it on the chair again. He picked up the books one by one, as if nothing had happened. I quickly helped Fong Yuan to go to the school infirmary for emergency treatment. A few minutes later, principal's office. Lu Chongqing respectfully handed a cigarette to the principal. Principal, young people are hot-tempered and it's normal to fight. When Fong Yuan's mother comes, I'll explain to her. As for Johnson, don't expel him. He just said that it was Fong Yuan who started first, but Fong Yuan was not as skilled as him and ended up like this. He glanced at Johnson out of the corner of his eye. Johnson apologized to Fong Yuan quickly. Let's just forget about this matter. You didn't suffer any loss anyway. Johnson stood by the wall, and Attorney Lee stood next to him. Just before the principal called Lawyer Lee, Lu Chongqing was talking to Lawyer Lee about Diana and Johnson's marriage. He wanted Lawyer Lee to persuade Johnson not to care about what Diana had done to him in the past. Lawyer Lee was about to speak when the principal called and told him that Johnson had called Fang Zhu's son. Lawyer Lee was stunned. If it was just Fang Zhu, he would not be afraid of anything. The key was Fang Zhu's wife, whose family had a strong background. He and Lu Chongqing rushed to the school immediately. Johnson didn't even look at Lu Chongqing. He was dead anyway. After being released from prison, he had forgotten what it meant to kneel down or how to apologize. I want to apologize? Fang Yuan was wrapped in bandages all over his body. Haha, do you think I will forgive you if you apologize? I will definitely let my grandfather deal with you, so just wait for my mom to come. When Lu Chongqing heard Fang Yuan mention his mother, he instantly became anxious. Xiao Fang, there's no need to do this. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He was determined to kill Johnson today. Kelly heard that Johnson had beaten Fang Yuan. She quickly ran back from the hotel and paced back and forth downstairs of the principal's office. What should we do? Will Johnson be driven away? Soon. A supercar turned in from the school's main road and stopped right next to Kelly. Chi Wanqi opened the car door with a nervous look on her face. In the past, her son had beaten another child, and she was very nervous and always looked for someone to settle the matter. Now that her son was beaten by others, she became even more nervous. Mainly, I don't know how to deal with it. He guessed that it was his own precious son who took action first. She didn't want to be like a shrew and keep arguing with the other parent. Before he had taken 2 steps, he was stopped by Kelly. Aunt. Chi Wanqi was confused. Are you okay? Kelly thought Chi Wanqi was Johnson's mother. She looked so much like Johnson. As soon as he got off the car, Kelly noticed Chi Wanqi. Kelly bit her lip. Annie, please don't scold Johnson. Fang Yuan is not a good guy. He relies on his family's connections to bully his classmates. Johnson. Chi Wanqi was stunned for a second, turned her head to look at Kelly, and was about to ask, Girl, did you recognize the wrong person? However, she didn't say anything yet. Kelly lowered his head. Annie, I've heard from my classmates that Johnson was deliberately retaliated against by Fang Yuan because of me. Johnson didn't like me. I was the one who pursued him. It doesn't count as premature love if it's one-sided. Biting her lips gently, she felt her heartbeat quicken. Anyway, I don't want Johnson to transfer to another school. After saying that, he turned and ran away. She felt her face getting redder and redder as she spoke. How could a girl be so unreserved? Chi Wanqi was confused and stood there for a long time without reacting. What a mess Johnson is. She quickly got on the elevator and arrived at the floor where the principal's office was. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, her eyes met with Li Hai, the head teacher of her parallel class. Chapter 40. Chi Wanqi forgave Johnson. No apology required. Johnson has made great progress in these placement tests, and many teachers told the class teacher Li Hai that Johnson is the only one in the class who listens in class. Johnson now. It would be a pity for such a good student to be expelled from school. Just in time, I saw Chi Wanqi walking out of the elevator. He stepped forward quickly. Mother Johnson, you are finally here. Johnson's attack was a bit heavy, but it was also self-defense. The school leader's opinion just now was to expel him. I want to keep him. You are also a woman, and you can chat with Fang Yuan's mother. Look, can you stay calm? Let Fang Yuan's mother scold you a little, and then save Johnson. Chi Wanqi frowned. She was Fang Yuan's mother. So why did everyone say she was Johnson's mother? Teacher, just about to say yes. The head teacher, Li Hai, interrupted her again. Mother Johnson, I know your husband used to be the richest man, and the He family is well known in Jiangdu. You will definitely not stand this and directly transfer Johnson to another school. But you also know that Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School is the best middle school in the entire Xiangnan province, and other schools may not be as good as Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. Chi Wanqi smiled politely. Teacher, you are wrong. I am Fang Yuan's mother, not Johnson's mother. After saying that, he pushed open the door of the principal's office and walked in. The head teacher Li Hai looked surprised. Fang Yuan's mother was as beautiful as a flower, and she looked just like Johnson. But Fang Yuan was extremely ugly and didn't look like the son of the lady at all. The principal saw Chi Wanqi coming in. Speak directly. Mother Johnson, are you here? Lawyer Lu and Lu Chongqing were shocked at the same time. They looked at Chi Wanqi in unison and were stunned for a moment. It really was Johnson's mother. She looked exactly like Johnson. Damn it, old Lu, didn't Johnson say that Mrs. He died of complications during childbirth? How come she's suddenly alive again? Could it be that the couple is not getting along? Chi Wanqi was stunned for a moment. Why did everyone say she was Johnson's mother? Ever since she gave birth to Fang Yuan, she basically stayed at home and rarely went out. Especially since Fang Yuan had been fighting and bullying his classmates since kindergarten, she felt ashamed to face people. He simply stayed at home and entrusted all matters related to Fang Yuan to his housekeeper or his brother-in-law to handle. This time, he rushed over because he heard that his son was almost beaten to death. Johnson was also shocked. The woman in front of him looked exactly like him, but his father said that his mother died of complications during childbirth. What is going on? Fang Yuan looked at everyone jokingly. He was looking forward to the moment when they would be slapped in the face by him. Lu Changqing walked in front of Qi Wanqi and whispered, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll just ask someone to get Johnson a mental illness certificate. When Fang Yuan's mother comes over later, you can insist that Johnson has super male genes, is easily angered, and sometimes can't control himself." Super male gene? Qi Wanqi was pulled back to 17 years ago, when Fang Yuan was still in her belly and was diagnosed with super male genes. The doctor suggested an abortion, saying that the child was a born criminal and would definitely endanger society when he grew up. Fang Zhu also earnestly advised her to abort the child. However, she couldn't bear to do so, saying that the doctor was just talking nonsense. But now, she regrets it. Fang Yuan always stirs up trouble. She no longer has any affection for him, and sometimes gets a headache just seeing him. Qi Wanqi's gaze moved slightly to the side from Lu Changqing and was shocked by Johnson's appearance, which was exactly the same as hers. How is that possible? How come he looks exactly like me? Why did my eyes become wet the moment I saw him? The principal stood up, walked to Qi Wanqi, and spoke in a low voice. "Mother Johnson, I can't afford to offend your He and Lu families at Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. But we can't afford to offend the Fang family. Our school leaders have just discussed this issue. Let Johnson go to Jiangdu Bilingual High School. It's our school anyway, what do you think?" Principal, Qi Wanqi really wanted to explain that she was Fang Yuan's mother, not Johnson's mother. However, the moment he saw Johnson, he hesitated. Johnson looked more like his son. She looks exactly like her. Just at this moment, Fang Xiao pushed open the door of the principal's office. "Speak loudly. Which little bastard severely injured my precious nephew?" His eyes quickly fell on Qi Wanqi. "Sister-in-law, you are here too." Qi Wanqi nodded. Everyone looked at Qi Wanqi again. "Sister-in-law? Johnson's mother knows Fang Xiao. I haven't heard of it. It seems that Lao He and Fang Xiao don't know each other." Fang Yuan laughed loudly, walked over, put his hand on Qi Wanqi's shoulder, and said proudly, "She's my mother. You idiots can make such a mistake." Lu Changqing panicked instantly. He had just told Qi Wanqi about the mental illness. "Shit, this is over." The principal looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Fang. I thought you were Johnson's mother. You and Johnson look so much alike." Qi Wanqi pursed her lips and smiled. "Fine." She gently pushed Fang Yuan away, then looked at Johnson, then quickly retracted her gaze and looked at Lu Changqing again. "That, Mr. Lu." She thought for a long time before she remembered that the middle-aged man in front of her was Lu Changqing. When she was young, she accompanied Fang Zhu to attend the 100 Days banquet of the young master of the He family and met Lu Changqing once. Later, she lived in seclusion and rarely appeared in public. "You don't have to worry, they're just kids. Fighting is normal. Just let Johnson apologize to Fang Yuan." Lu Changqing was a little surprised. Is Qi Wanqi so easy to talk to? He glanced at Fang Yuan. Her son was already badly injured, and everything would be alright if he just apologized? Before Lu Changqing could speak, Fang Yuan was the first to express his displeasure. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Someone beat your son like this, and you asked him to apologize? Do you still have me as your son in your heart?" When Qi Wanqi heard Fang Yuan's voice, she felt unusually irritated. On the contrary, the moment she saw Johnson, the maternal love that had long disappeared in her heart reappeared. "I really want to care about him." "Okay, stop talking. If you didn't provoke him first, would he hit you? It's all your fault in the end." Fang Yuan was completely stunned. "Mom, how can you say that? I am your biological son." Qi Wanqi was already very impatient. "Just shut up." Fang Yuan was frightened by Qi Wanqi's appearance and had no choice but to shut up. Fang Xiao stood aside and saw his sister-in-law getting angry, but he didn't say anything. After all, it was with the help of his sister-in-law that he climbed to the position of director. Chapter 41. Fang Yuan can only suffer in silence. Qi Wanqi took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and then looked at Johnson. Just apologized to Fang Yuan, and that's the end of it. Johnson stood there, smiling disdainfully. "I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize?" Lu Changqing became anxious instantly and whispered to Johnson, "Why are you so stubborn now? I just apologized. I didn't ask you to do anything. Besides, the Fang family has connections with the government. We can't afford to offend them." Johnson clenched his fists. "I did nothing wrong. I was acting in self-defense. If you think my self-defense was excessive, I will pay you whatever compensation you deserve. I will never apologize." "You." Lu Changqing looked Johnson up and down and found that he seemed like a different person after coming out of prison, with a sense of hostility emanating from him. Fang Xiao was a little unhappy. "You're quite a tough guy." As he was about to hit Johnson, Qi Wanqi stopped him. "Stop." Fang Xiao was stunned for a moment, at a loss for what to do. "Sister-in-law." Qi Wanqi took a deep breath, her eyes looking a little uneasy. "Okay, if you don't want to apologize, then don't apologize. That's the end of it." He turned his head and looked at Fang Yuan fiercely. "Don't bother Johnson anymore. Otherwise, I won't give you living expenses every month. Go ask your dad for it." After saying that, he turned and left. "Mom!" Fang Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Fang Zhu looked at him like garbage, never liked him, and was reluctant to give him a penny. In the entire Fang family, basically no one likes him, and only Chi Wanchi treats him well, so she gives him 200,000 yuan in living expenses every month. Quickly chased after him. Mom, don't be angry, I know I was wrong. In order to curry favor with Chi Wanchi, Fang Qiu would definitely listen to her in everything. After looking at Johnson, he turned around and left the principal's office. The principal looked confused. Whose mother is she anyway? Why does it seem like she's more protective of Johnson? Lawyerly lowered his head, approached Lu Changqing, and muttered softly. I suspect Johnson is the son of Mr. He and Fang Zhu's wife. Otherwise, why would Fang Zhu's wife protect Johnson? Just now, did you notice that she looked at Johnson with loving eyes? Oh my God, your guess is very bold. But it seems that old He and the eldest daughter of the Chi family have no intersection? Then tell me, why do Johnson and Chi Wanchi look so alike? They're almost cut from the same mold. I have sorted out the matter now. Mr. He has always said that his wife died of complications during childbirth, but no one knows who his wife is. Now the case has been solved. Oh, it makes sense what you said. Johnson stood for a moment and checked the time on his phone. He turned and looked at the principal. Principal, if there is nothing else, I will go back to study. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. But he was stopped by Lu Changqing. Johnson, tomorrow night is Diana's birthday party. I have invited all the important people in Jiangdu. Before Lu Changqing could finish his words, he was interrupted by Johnson. I'm busy. Lu Changqing's smile was a little unnatural. I have something important to announce. This is your father's last wish. Even if you hate Diana, think about your father. Don't you want to know what his last wish is? Johnson stopped walking. Okay then, but I have to make it clear in advance that you should keep that crazy bitch Diana away from me. After saying that, he turned and left. Fang Yuan has been following behind Chi Wanchi. Mom, I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry. I promise you, I will never mess with that idiot Johnson again. Chi Wanchi felt inexplicably irritated when she saw Fang Yuan. Do you know that when I was pregnant with you, the doctor found out that you had super male genes? Your father didn't let me give birth to you, so I gave birth to you secretly without your father's knowledge. I thought you would be sensible and not a born criminal like the doctor said, but I didn't expect you to be causing trouble everywhere. You really disappoint me. After saying that, Chi Wanchi opened the door of the sports car. I just started the car and put it in D gear. Fang Yuan leaned on the car door. Mom, listen to me. I am upholding justice this time. Johnson touched the school beauty's butt, so I beat him. If you don't believe me, I can call the school beauty over and let her testify for me. Chi Wanchi closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When I came here, a very beautiful girl told me everything. He said you are a villain. He wants to vomit when he sees you. He feels very disgusted. The person she likes is Johnson, but you are jealous and go to trouble Johnson. I couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. Fang Yuan doesn't look good at all and didn't inherit his genes at all. Fang Yuan had grown ugly due to overeating, and he looked ferocious and ferocious. He was disgusting to look at and was not as cute as he was when he was just born. On the contrary, the boy I just met in the principal's office was handsome and imposing. It seems like she inherited all her genetic advantages. Chi Wanchi took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Any girl would choose Johnson over you. Johnson is more popular with girls in terms of looks and figure. Pause. Okay, you should reflect on yourself in the future. After saying that, he rolled up the car window. He stepped on the accelerator and left immediately. Fang Yuan felt uncomfortable all over. Today was the most aggrieved day for him. Just at this moment, Fang Qiu drove over. Fang Yuan, you are injured like this. Let me take you home first. He did this simply to show off in front of Chi Wanchi. He guessed that Chi Wanchi would feel sorry for her son and take Fang Yuan home by herself. Chi Wanchi would definitely praise him for his ability. Fang Yuan thought about it. Chi Wanchi had just warned him not to cause trouble for Johnson, and he himself could not beat Johnson. Staying in school would only bring shame, so he might as well go home first. Okay, uncle. He got in the car and left with Fang Qiu. While driving, Chi Wanchi recalled Johnson's appearance. He looked exactly like her. Every time she saw him, she felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. Could it be that he was really her child? But Fang Yuan was her biological child, the one who crawled out of her belly. I have never donated my eggs. Thinking and thinking. The sports car has already arrived at the Fang family villa. Chi Wanchi parked the car and walked home. As soon as he opened the door, Fang Zhu was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper when he saw Chi Wanchi walk in. Snorted coldly. Fang Yuan caused trouble again? He had heard from Fang Qiu that Fang Yuan was beaten by a classmate. He knew without thinking that it must be Fang Yuan who provoked others first. Chi Wanchi was a little unhappy. She changed her shoes and walked straight to Fang Zhu. Fang Yuan is also your son? Can't you just ignore him? If he continues like this, he'll get into trouble sooner or later. Chapter 42 School Beauty. Johnson, how about? I'll accompany you tonight. Fang Zhu snorted coldly, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Did I ever tell you not to give birth to him? He is a disaster. Did you hear that? This is all your own fault. What does it have to do with me? Why should I care? You. Chi Wanchi gritted her teeth. Okay, I regret it now. I shouldn't have given birth to him. I should have listened to you and aborted him. Fang Zhu then revealed a smile. Then, speak slowly. In fact, over the years, I was afraid that no one would take care of us in our old age, so I privately sponsored a boy. He is about the same age as Fang Yuan, has a good personality, and is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I plan to hand over the Fang group to him in the future. So, after a while, I will arrange for him to study at Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. Qi Wanqi felt unhappy instantly. What do you mean? Handing the company over to an outsider. Don't we still have a daughter? Fang Zhu's smile was a little unnatural. My daughter will get married sooner or later, and our Fang family's wealth cannot be passed on to our son-in-law. What? Qi Wanqi felt uncomfortable all over. But isn't the boy you sponsor an outsider? Fang Zhu's face suddenly darkened. I've already asked him to change his last name to Fang. Qi Wanqi was completely stunned, as if she suddenly didn't recognize the person in front of her. If he changes his surname to Fang, doesn't that make him an outsider? Fang Zhu hesitated, not knowing what to say for a moment. At this moment, Fang Yuan suddenly walked in. He had heard what Fang Zhu said at the door just now. I feel really bad. Since childhood, Fang Zhu disliked him and never cared about his affairs. Before Fang Yuan was 10 years old, if Fang Zhu was slightly upset, he would either beat him or scold him. Therefore, Fang Yuan was very far away from the square pillar. Later, as Fang Yuan grew taller and taller, Fang Zhu felt that he could not beat Fang Yuan, so he simply found various excuses not to go home, thinking that out of sight, out of mind. Fang Yuan walked in front of Fang Zhu. Dad, I was protecting the school beauty. That guy touched her, but so I beat him. I was also upholding justice. Fang Zhu snorted coldly. A dog will always eat shit. After saying that, he shook his head gently, then got up and went upstairs. Halfway through his walk, he suddenly remembered the invitation that butler Lu Changqing had just sent over. He is not familiar with Lu Changqing. We only met twice in total. Unexpectedly, Lu Changqing actually sent an invitation to her daughter's 18th birthday. He wanted to go just now, but now that he saw Fang Yuan, he didn't want to go at all. He turned and looked at the butler. Butler, please give Mr. Lu a call. I won't be attending his daughter's birthday party. Yes, sir. The housekeeper nodded, picked up the phone, and was about to dial when he was stopped by Qi Wanqi. Wait a moment. Qi Wanqi was very curious about Johnson's background. I feel that Lu Changqing and Johnson have a very close relationship. When the time comes, I can ask Lu Changqing and find out Johnson's background and why he looks like me. She turned her head and looked at Fang Zhu. Lu Changqing is the richest man in Jiangdu anyway, and his financial resources are higher than our Fang family. In 2 years, my father will retire, and I won't even have anyone to rely on. It's better to take the initiative to approach people in the Jiangdu business circle. I will have someone to rely on in the future. The Fang Group has been thriving in the business world thanks to Qi Tongwei's connections, so naturally they don't need to know too many friendly businesses. However, since Qi Tongwei retired to the second line, Fang Group's business has also been affected. He turned and looked at the butler. Okay, no need to call. I'll go when the time comes. Qi Wanqi interrupted Fang Zhu again. I'd better go. It's not appropriate for you to go. After all, you and Lu Changqing don't have much in common. If you go suddenly, it will be a bit cheap. Let me go and get familiar with him first. Fang Zhu frowned. What Qi Wanqi said seemed to make sense. Okay, then go ahead. I'll treat Lu Changqing to dinner alone. Qi Wanqi nodded and turned to go up to the study on the second floor. Johnson, as usual, sang on stage. Kelly, as usual, was in the audience listening to Johnson sing. Yu Yue didn't dare to come, for fear of running into Fang Yuan. However, her worries were unnecessary. Ever since Johnson beat Fang Yuan, the world seemed to be much quieter, and Fang Yuan no longer harassed Kelly at every turn. Many students who had been bullied by Fang Yuan, upon learning that Fang Yuan was beaten by Johnson, changed their views on Johnson and thought that he was a pretty good person. Soon, Johnson's 10 songs. It's over. Left the stage. As usual, fans began screaming to keep Johnson. However, Johnson is a man of principle. If he says he will rap 10 songs, he will just rap 10 songs. Never sing much. Johnson left the bar and just walked downstairs when he ran into Kelly, who had been waiting for a long time. Why are you here again? As a girl, it's best not to come to places like this. These places are messy and dangerous. A smile instantly broke out on Kelly's face. Do you care about me? Johnson was stunned. I'm just saying this out of concern for my friend. Don't overthink it. You better not come to a place like this. After saying that, he turned and left. Kelly followed Johnson. But I want to hear you sing. Johnson stopped walking. Then I won't come to this kind of place anymore. Kelly smiled. See, you still care about me. Johnson was a little worried about Kelly, but he no longer had any feelings for women, and this worry was purely out of concern between friends. Quickly force an explanation. You think too much. I just suddenly don't like singing anymore. That's why I'm not coming. It's not for you at all. After saying that, he walked towards the community with his guitar on his back. Kelly glanced at Johnson, then at the location of the hotel where Johnson was staying. Isn't your hotel in that direction? Why are you walking in the opposite direction? Johnson said calmly. I'll take you home first. Kelly smiled. And you said you didn't care about me. Then Kelly trotted over to Johnson's side. Can you play the piano? Johnson kept his eyes fixed forward, only showing Kelly his side profile. Won't. Woman's intuition told her that Johnson would definitely do it, she said to herself. I want to hear you play canon at the concert the day after tomorrow. Johnson was speechless. What was wrong with this woman? I told her she couldn't do it anymore, but she still ordered the song. I really can't do this. Kelly looked at Johnson with a grin. Dance of Flowers would be fine too. Johnson took a deep breath. You're so annoying. All the way, Kelly chattered nonstop, and Johnson listened expressionlessly. Soon the two arrived downstairs of Kelly Community. Johnson finally sent Tang Sung home. You're home now, come on up. Kelly nodded, a little reluctantly. He lowered his head and said shyly, how about I sleep with you tonight? Chapter 43. Johnson rescues a beautiful girl, but turns out to be his own sister. What? Johnson's mind was wandering just now, and he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and figured out a difficult math problem. He turned and looked at Kelly. What did you just say? You'll sleep with me? Kelly lowered his head and smiled awkwardly. No, you heard me wrong. I want to confirm whether you are really not going to sing at the bar tomorrow. No. Johnson said he wasn't going and turned and left. He also had to rush back to write down the ideas for solving the problem he had just thought of on paper. Kelly felt a little depressed. Johnson was such a weirdo. If it were any other boy, Kelly would bring up a topic and he would talk endlessly. Oh, forget it. You need to be patient when pursuing a boy. Besides, Johnson is a rich second generation, so he must be difficult to pursue. After all, he had come into contact with too many girls before, and he was not like ordinary boys who were as fierce and ferocious as wolves and tigers towards girls. Kelly was staring at Johnson's back. Suddenly, Johnson stopped and did not move forward. As if he suddenly thought of something, he turned around and went back. An awkward smile appeared on his face. I'm sorry, I haven't seen you upstairs yet. It doesn't matter. Kelly blushed at Johnson's actions and turned away shyly. He ran into the apartment building in 2 steps. Johnson still standing there through the corridor window. A smile appeared on his face. It turned out that it wasn't that he didn't care, it was just that his computer suddenly crashed. He is so stupid. He turned around and ran upstairs excitedly. Johnson stood there for a moment longer, then turned and left. He left the community, crossed the pedestrian street, and walked a few steps. Suddenly, he remembered what the school beauty said, that she wanted to listen to canon. Johnson's thoughts were drawn to the past, when his father Hijijo would play different piano pieces every night to lull him to sleep. Canon was the most beautiful melody he had ever heard, and it was also the last melody he heard. When I was in 3rd grade, my father went abroad for business and never came back. His grandmother told him that his father was dead, but he didn't believe it, because his father told him in a dream that as long as he could play the piano, he would definitely come back. However, even though Johnson learned to play the piano, his father still did not come back. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Take a deep breath. Just as he was about to take 2 steps forward, a girl grabbed his arm. Before Johnson could react, the girl yelled at a boy not far away. Don't bother me anymore. It's impossible for us to be together. This is my boyfriend. Then, Fang Jia turned her head and winked at Johnson desperately. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend? I want to get rid of him. He's a friend of my ex-boyfriend and has been pestering me for a while. Fang Jia is Fang Zhu's daughter and Fang Yuan's sister, the eldest daughter of the Fang family. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also rich. She found out that her college boyfriend was secretly supporting his high school sweetheart, so she broke up with him decisively. Unexpectedly, her boyfriend's good friend Wu Shixiang kept harassing Fang Jia under the pretext of helping her ex-boyfriend to win her back. As long as he knew where Fang Jia was going, he would rush over immediately. Wu Shixiang couldn't help but laugh when he saw Johnson's look. Jia, if you want to find a man to pretend to be your boyfriend, you should find someone older. What's the point of finding a high school student? He can be your brother. After saying that, he came over and pulled Fang Jia. Johnson with pleading eyes. Please help me. When the time comes, I will give you as much money as you want. Johnson shook off Fang Jia's hand. I'm sorry, the teacher doesn't allow me to lie. After saying that, he turned and left. First of all, he didn't like to interfere in other people's affairs. Also, men and women shouldn't touch each other, and he didn't want to be blackmailed by others again. The last time Amanda accused him of rape was a painful enough lesson, and now he tried to stay away from women as much as possible. Johnson again. Then please help me call the police. I just left my phone at the hotel. Fang Jia had just had a party with her college classmates and left her cell phone on the dining table, so she forgot to take it with her. Originally, she had a few close friends around her and they could go home together. But Fang Jia agreed with Chi Wanshi that after Chi Wanshi had her plastic surgery nearby, she would come and pick her up. So, she said goodbye to those close friends. Just as I walked to the side of the road, I suddenly remembered that I didn't take my cell phone. As a result, on the way back, I happened to meet Wu Shixiao. Johnson saw that Fang Jia was busy and anxious, and he didn't look like a liar. I picked up the phone and prepared to dial 110. Wu Shixiao panicked instantly. Last time, Fang Jia called the police and accused him of harassment. The police threatened him that if he harassed Fang Jia again, he would be arrested and detained for 5 days. He rushed over and grabbed the phone. Don't call the police. However, the next second he was kicked away by Johnson. However, after kicking him, Johnson regretted it. Nowadays, scammers are everywhere. What if these two guys are here to make money through illegal means and deliberately lured him to kick them? What should he do then? What if I get blackmail for money later? At this moment, the call was connected. A pleasant girl's voice came from the receiver. Hello, this is 110. What can I do for you? Johnson looked at Wu Shixiang and spoke slowly. There's a pervert stalking a girl on the pedestrian street. On the other end of the phone. Okay, we'll arrange for the police to come over right away. After saying that, the phone hung up. Wu Shixiang panicked instantly and got up and left. You're so cruel. After a while, the police arrived. Fang Jia finally felt relieved. She raised her head and prepared to take a closer look at Johnson, and found that he looked exactly like her mother Qi Wanqi, and was not much different from herself. You! Johnson ignored her and walked away. Fang Jia wanted to chase after him, but there were policemen around, and she was not sure whether Wu Shixiang had gone far. After a while, Qi Wanqi hurried over. Daughter, are you okay? Fang Jia shook her head. Luckily, a boy saved me. She originally wanted to ask, Mom, do you have an illegitimate child outside? Why does that boy just now look so much like you? And more like her than she is. However, she was too embarrassed to ask such questions. Soon, accompanied by Qi Wanqi, Fang Jia returned to the restaurant, retrieved her cell phone, and then went to the IFC street parking lot. Fang Jia opened the passenger door and happened to see a promotional poster for children's piano training. Mom, why are you still obsessed with this? Fang Yuan goes crazy whenever he touches the piano. To be precise, as long as Fang Yuan is asked to learn anything, he will go crazy. Qi Wanqi smiled bitterly. Letting her children learn piano was her lifelong obsession. Unfortunately, Fang Jia has no artistic talent. Not to mention learning a musical instrument, she can't even dance. Later, Fang Yuan was born. She wanted to train him well, but he turned out to be worse than Fang Jia. Fang Jia could at least sit still, but Fang Yuan simply didn't listen to the teacher, and it was common for him to daydream in class. Later, the teacher said a few words to him, and he started to go crazy and hit the teacher. Later, several more teachers were hired, but they were all driven away by Fang Yuan. The doctor said that people with super male genes are not suitable for studying art. Qi Wanqi gave up training Fang Yuan. Just now, Qi Wanqi had finished her plastic surgery and happened to pass by a children's art training institution. When I saw the kids learning to play the violin, I began to imagine that it would be great if one of my own children was there. Well, I'm just taking a look. Chapter 44 Johnson. Does the school beauty like you? Qi Wanqi looked a little lost. Hurry up and get in the car. Your brother is at home. If you don't want to see him, just go straight to the bedroom. When Fang Jia thought of Fang Yuan, she felt a little annoyed. Why did he come back? Doesn't he know that he is not welcome in this house? Qi Wanqi felt a little unhappy, but Fang Jia was telling the truth. Except for Fang Xiu, who wanted to suck up to her, everyone else in the Fang family basically avoided Fang Yuan like the plague. Okay, don't say that about him. He's your brother after all. There was a pause. Tomorrow is the concert of Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. Why don't you go with me? Your brother is studying at Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. He has only been there once in the past 3 years, but he was in a hurry and didn't even walk around the campus. Just now, your brother's class teacher said in the parent group that the school will hold a concert tomorrow and invite all parents to attend. Fang Jia snorted coldly. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for you to go? Others only go because their children have talents. But what can your son do, besides beating people? What else can he do? Mom, you should have listened to Dad and not given birth to him. Qi Wanqi looked a little lost. Don't say anything. No matter what, he is still your brother. After saying that, he drove away. The next day, the school organizes an annual concert and invites many parents. Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School holds various activities every year. For example, New Year's Eve party, welcome party, English exchange meeting, social survey, concert, singing competition, school celebration. There are many cultural activities. Johnson registered on the campus official website last night. This concert is different from previous ones in that the best programs will be selected. At this time, the auditorium was full of parents and students in formal attire. Johnson wore his school uniform suit very straight, attracting the attention of many girls. The girls were talking quietly. Oh my God, this is Johnson? So handsome. He looks so seductive in his school uniform. I really want to be raped by him. Fuck. Are you talking like a human being? You're still willing to let him violate you? Don't you want to? I want to. Eh? Several girls started laughing and whispering. Like Johnson really had something happen with women, it wouldn't be considered against the women's will. Moreover, the news that Johnson was abstinent from women had spread throughout Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School, which made some girls eager to make a move. Kelly wore a blue student dress with a female school uniform suit on top and a skirt underneath. She wore brown stockings and a pair of black women's leather shoes. Heavy makeup on the face. A smile spread across her face. Johnson, are you really coming here to perform for me? Johnson was amazed by Kelly's outfit. Although the makeup on her face was not very delicate, Johnson couldn't help but take a few more glances. She is so beautiful. A school belle is a school belle. I think she would look beautiful even if she were painted with a Peking opera mask. Then, Johnson took advantage of Kelly's lowered head and looked her up and down again. It was too much. No, I just suddenly wanted my classmates to listen to me play the piano, that's all. Don't think too much about it. At this moment, Johnson has attracted the hateful gazes of all the boys present. Kelly is the goddess in the eyes of all the boys in Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School, especially the way she dressed today. Many boys have been looking forward to seeing Kelly wearing the Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School dress for a long time. So youthful. A feeling of campus JK, white moonlight. Kelly smiled. Just for me? Why are you making up so many excuses? Cough lightly. Then he said in a very serious tone, Mr. Johnson, you can't dress so handsomely without my permission in the future. It will make other girls miss you. As soon as he finished speaking, the head teacher, Li Hai, shouted, What are you doing? You're exchanging feelings right under the teacher's nose. Do you think I'm dead? Kelly smiled awkwardly and quickly ran backstage. Johnson was confused. What happened to Kelly? Why did she seem a little abnormal? Was she bitten by a mad dog recently? Teacher, she and I. The head teacher waved his hand and signaled Johnson to stop talking. They were about to graduate, and he didn't bother to care about students' premature love affairs. We're almost graduating, and the teacher is too lazy to talk anymore. Kelly is looking crazy, so she must be interested in you. Your family is rich, and hers is poor. You should not let her down. Johnson looked embarrassed and was about to explain. Teacher, she and I. The head teacher, Li Hai, patted Johnson on the shoulder. Okay, stop talking so much and get ready. Kelly is a good girl. After saying that, he left. Soon, the host walked onto the stage with a microphone and gave a speech. Several parents accidentally glanced at Chi Wanshi. She was in the parent group, and her avatar was herself, so she was recognized by the parents at once. The parents discussed in low voices. Isn't this Fang Yuan's mother? She looks quiet and pretty, but her son is causing trouble everywhere. I don't know what the school was thinking, letting a little devil in here. I heard that his son has a super male gene, which is why he has a hot temper. Super male genes are criminal genes, and they make him a natural-born criminal. Have a quiet voice. Don't let her hear. Her family has connections in the government, and it will be as easy as crushing a grasshopper to deal with us. Chi Wanshi had already heard what they were saying. She felt very sad, and she also longed to have a normal son. Being able to perform in the center of the stage will earn you envious looks from other parents. However, these are already impossible. Fang Yuan is lucky enough not to cause trouble. Soon, the first two students who praised the violin and guzheng have received warm applause. The host spoke his lines passionately. Next, please welcome Johnson to perform Canon. The classmates moved the piano to the center of the stage. Johnson walked to the center of the stage and sat down in front of the piano gracefully. When Chi Wanshi saw that it was Johnson, a boy who looked exactly like her, she felt a little happy, as if Johnson was her child. As the melodious piano sound rang out, the whole place was silent. This melody is so beautiful that it is impossible for a student to play it. It seems that a top piano master is playing Canon. Kelly and Yu Wei, who were standing behind the scenes, had their eyes all fixed on Johnson. At this moment, they were extremely moved. They all fantasized about having a sweet love affair with the boy in front of them. Yu Wei swallowed. So handsome. Isn't this the boyfriend I've been looking for many years? Kelly glanced at Yu Wei unhappily. Wipe your saliva quickly. It's about to drip onto your suit. Yu Wei felt embarrassed for a moment and quickly wiped her saliva with her hand. All the girls in the room looked at Johnson. At this moment, Johnson became the male god in the eyes of all girls. Chapter 45. Anthony played Two Little Tigers and was despised by his female classmates. Isn't it embarrassing? He is very elegant. Every note he played went into the girl's heart, pulling out the 17-year-old girl's mind bit by bit. At this moment, the girls are fantasizing about various possibilities with Johnson. The parent sitting next to Chi Wanshi was also shocked by the sound of Johnson playing the piano. Is this a high school student? I thought it was Lang Lang playing the piano. This must be a talent. Why is it so addictive to listen to the piano playing he does? Me too. I forgot I was in the auditorium of Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. I thought I was in the Vienna concert hall. Whose child is he? He's so outstanding. With this level, there's no problem for him to get into the Central Conservatory of Music. When Chi Wanshi heard the parents' praises, it seemed as if they were praising her son, and her inner pride grew little by little. Smile with your lips pursed. He is my son. As soon as he finished speaking, he blushed and turned his head to the side. I am so shameless. When the school asks parents to go on stage, I will be exposed. The parents all looked at Chi Wanshi. No way, he's not that crazy guy's mother? Oh my god, she has such an outstanding son. Is it true? I'm a little skeptical. Born to the same mother, the madman has a bad temper. And this young man looks quiet and gentle. Yes, and this boy is so handsome. He really looks a bit like her. Could he really be her son? Chi Wanshi didn't say anything, just lowered her head. Diana reached the door of the auditorium. She heard the melodious sound of the piano. She was stunned, as if her ears were pregnant. Every melody made her feel like falling in love. She quickly walked into the auditorium and stood at the door. She saw Johnson playing the piano gracefully. Her eyes widened instantly, a little bit unable to believe the scene before her. Johnson can actually play the piano. I have been with him for more than 10 years, but I have never seen him play the piano. Johnson at this moment looks particularly handsome in Diana's eyes. Her smile was pulled into an arc, especially when I heard the girls next to me whispering, "This boy is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? How about I take it easy and be his girlfriend? I think I'm more suitable. He seems to be the rapist? Rapist? Doesn't he have a certificate of innocence? Besides, Johnson is so handsome. He can get any woman he wants. Would he rape a pig? 2. I heard Yue say that Johnson is very rich. After the rental house he lived in burned down last time, he simply moved to the presidential suite of a 7-star hotel, which costs 2,888 yuan a night. I've also heard that his father was once the richest man in Jiangdu. Oh my god, isn't he tall, rich, and handsome? I'm a little moved. I'm gonna write him a love letter later." Diana heard that other girls were going to write love letters to Johnson. She felt uncomfortable. Such a handsome Johnson must be her. How can she let others get involved with him? She turned her head and looked at the female classmates standing at the door. "I warn you, don't think about him. He is my fiancé." The girls looked disdainful. "Tisk, Diana, everyone in the school knows that your man is Anthony. When did he become Johnson?" "That's right, Johnson is so handsome. How can he be attracted to you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Yes, do you deserve it? I heard that you were the one who sent Johnson to prison. You are so shameless. And you still have the nerve to say that Johnson is your fiancé." Diana was so angry that her teeth were itching. "You!" Just as he was about to start arguing with these girls, Anthony ran up to Diana, panting. "Diana, why are you walking so fast? I can hardly keep up with you." Lu Chongqing knew that Anthony and Diana came to school in a special car every day. Just tell the driver not to take them. Diana's living standard of $20 a day also became $4 a day. Lu Chongqing only gave Diana round-trip bus fare every day. "I just came here by bus." Anthony kept complaining to Diana all the way, and he didn't give her a good look. Diana, Anthony, and Amanda just arrived at the gate of Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. They looked at their watches, and it was already 9:30. That Anthony will miss the show. Diana ran all the way to the scene and stopped the host from announcing the program according to the performance schedule. Anthony saw Diana running away and had no choice but to run after her. When he rushed to the door, he saw Diana looking at the center of the stage with great obsession. He followed Diana's gaze and saw Johnson playing the piano. He felt totally uncomfortable. Johnson played a beautiful melody and his fingers were very smooth, which he simply couldn't do. He has studied piano for a long time, but he can only play Two Little Tigers, and he doesn't play it well. If I go up there myself later, I will definitely be laughed at by everyone in the audience. He just started crying. Diana heard Anthony crying. She felt heartbroken instantly. "What's wrong?" Anthony wiped his tears and pointed at Johnson. Johnson took away the piece I had carefully prepared, so I could only go on stage to play Two Little Tigers. I was afraid that I wouldn't play it well and would definitely be laughed at by my classmates. Diana frowned. "What should I do?" Anthony wiped his tears with the back of his hand. "Diana, forget it. I won't perform. Johnson is just trying to piss me off. He must know I'm going to perform this piece, so he has to perform it too." The female classmates around me looked down on me. "This is canon, and I think you're playing Two Little Tigers. There shouldn't be any conflict between the pieces you're performing, right?" "That's right. The song you're playing is written on the program as Two Little Tigers." "What are you talking about?" Anthony was going to play Two Little Tigers had already spread throughout the school and had become a joke in the entire Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School. When the music teacher of Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School saw the talent Anthony submitted playing Two Little Tigers, he laughed on the spot. Then his show was shot down. But Diana had the money, so she spent it to get Anthony on stage to play Two Little Tigers. Anthony with contempt. This made Anthony blush instantly. He originally wanted to show off his talent in front of Diana, thinking that the students at Jiangdu No. 2 Middle School were of similar level. I didn't expect Johnson to be a world-class master. His Two Little Tigers is not even up to par. Now I was laughed at by my female classmates again, and I instantly collapsed. He started to cry. Turning his head, he looked at Diana. "Diana, I won't go up to perform. They're all starting to laugh at me. I'm afraid that I will be humiliated by them when I go on stage later." Diana glared at the female classmates around her fiercely and hurried to comfort Anthony. "Anthony, don't cry. After you finish your performance, I will take you to the mall to shop. The card my mom gave me has not been locked by my dad yet, so you can still use it." In fact, the card her mother gave her had no money left. Diana said this deliberately to appease Anthony. Anthony's eyes lit up, sobbing quietly. "But I'm afraid." Diana patted her chest. "I'll go find the music teacher later and ask him to give you the best performance award." Anthony then wiped his tears and smiled. "Diana, you're so nice." The female classmates around me all looked disdainful. Chapter 46. It's too dirty, Diana. Do you still have any shame? You're still telling the inside story of a concert. Soon, Johnson's performance ended, and the audience burst into applause. Johnson walked off the stage, and Kelly was about to come over to greet Johnson. Yue rushed over with flowers in her arms. Johnson, your performance was a success. I enjoyed it. Johnson was a little embarrassed. He glanced at Kelly and felt that she seemed jealous and her eyes were not friendly. Johnson returned the flowers to Yue. Thank you for the flowers. Your gift is too expensive. I can't afford it. After saying that, he turned and left. Yue smelled the red rose in her hand. Doesn't he like roses? Then I'll give him tulips next time. Kelly had a smug smile on his face. Walk to Yue's side. I told you that Johnson has someone he likes, but you didn't believe me and insisted on getting close to him. Now you've been rejected. Yue looked disdainful. Being a mistress is exciting. I like the feeling of stealing someone else's girlfriend. Kelly was speechless. Soon, the host announced, please welcome Anthony to present the piano piece, Two Little Tigers. The whole audience laughed at that moment. Fuck, Two Little Tigers? Isn't that a nursery rhyme? That's right, damn. Why do you need to perform on stage? It's really embarrassing. Anthony felt uncomfortable when he heard his classmates laughing at him. He was a little reluctant to perform on stage, but when he thought about Diana taking him to IFC Mall to buy gifts later, he didn't mind. After biting it, it went up. Anthony sat in front of the piano. His fingers were not as flexible as Johnson's. I played Two Little Tigers out of tune. The whole audience laughed. Stop playing it. It's too embarrassing. Damn, your noise is annoying. Get out of here now. Diana was completely embarrassed. In her impression, Anthony was very musical, but it seemed that he had no talent at all and had not even learned to play the piano. I've spent hundreds of thousands on him. Anthony was so nervous that he was stunned and his mind went blank. Diana helplessly. However, Diana was helpless as she could not help at all. Anthony went on strike. He stood up from his chair and fled away whimpering. The whole audience laughed. Fuck, is he a man? He cries at the slightest provocation. Stop talking. He's in our class, and I usually don't want to talk to him. It's so embarrassing. If you can't even play the Two Little Tigers properly, how can you go on stage? Diana was worried that something might happen to Anthony, so she ran over to comfort him. Anthony, it's okay. It's just a show. Anthony choked with sobs. Diana, you know this performance is very important to me, but I messed it up. The best show must go to Johnson. He did it on purpose. He deliberately found a group of classmates to discuss me. Whoa. As he spoke, Anthony started crying again. Diana quickly comforted Anthony. Don't be sad. I won't let Johnson's evil plan succeed. You performed so hard. The best performance award should be yours. I'm gonna find a music teacher now. After saying that, I want to find a music teacher. Soon, it was Yue's turn to go on stage. She played the viola. Next is Kelly. Her family has little money. She can't play any musical instruments. She can only sing. Time passed by every second. As the last show comes to an end, the host walked back to the center of the stage. This concert has come to a successful conclusion, but at the end of it, the best program will be selected. All the boys in the audience were shouting Kelly's name. Kelly, Kelly, Kelly. It must be the song sung by Kelly. The school beauty is so pretty and sings beautifully. I will definitely choose the school beauty. The school beauty's singing made me cry. I felt like I fell in love with her all over again. The girls looked disdainful. Tisk, isn't it just that she's pretty? If she were a fat girl, I don't think you would appreciate her talent. They're just a bunch of lechers. I think Johnson plays the piano well. I like watching him play the piano. He looks so handsome. Me too. The boys looked disdainful. TSK, you guys are not so lustful anymore. If Johnson wasn't handsome, would you appreciate his talent? There was a heated discussion in the audience. Soon, the host walked back onto the stage, her expression a little awkward, and glanced at the music teacher in charge of the concert. Then, he turned his head and looked at the classmates in the auditorium. The best program of this concert is the piano piece, Two Little Tigers, played by Anthony. The whole audience booed. Fuck, are you kidding me? That's still the best? That's the most disgusting song in the whole show. Okay, I've never heard such an ugly melody. Is there an inside story? This is too shameless. That's right. If this is the case, I will never come to watch the annual concert again. When the music teacher heard the boos from the audience, he couldn't help but frown and turned to look at Qianfang and Diana, the head teachers of the experimental class. How about we give the best program award to Johnson? The whole audience is questioning it now. If the principal finds out, I will definitely be criticized. Diana could speak. Qianfang spoke first. You are confused. Johnson is from the parallel class, and his character is not that good. Why give it to him? This kind of honor should be given to students in the experimental class. Among the students in the entire performance, Anthony is the only student in the experimental class. Who else should we give this award to if not him? The music teacher smiled bitterly. What about Kelly? Qianfang looked unhappy and pushed her gold-rimmed glasses. Didn't I tell you? This kind of honor should be given to an experimental class. Kelly is just like me. His academic performance is poor, and he doesn't deserve